Well, good morning and welcome to finals day here at the Vissla Great Lakes Pro QS 1000, the New South Wales Stop 1 on the Pro Surf Series. My name's Crispy and I am joined with me. Welcome Brett Nickel from the beautiful Cabarita, Pottsville area. What a day, finals day.
Exciting day here, Crispy, for the last day of action here for the Great Lakes Pro. There we are on screen. Hello to you viewers at home. We're excited to be here. And what a matchup we have this morning.
Yeah, definitely. Huge matchup. It's already started. We've been bucketed by a big squall of rain, but we have two athletes in the water. Quarterfinal 1 action. We're starting with the women 4 quarters. Laura Enova, again, North Narrabeen in red versus Freya Prum in blue. And what a contest on hand already. Laura, a 3-5 and a 3-4-3. And Freya Prum, they've been out there since dawn this morning. They've already grinded out some good waves, so the battle begins.
The battle has well and truly begun, Crispy. With Freya Prum, she's sitting out there with first priority, looking for a 6.5 with 6 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time to catch those waves. Nobody's really ran away with this heat yet, so there's plenty of opportunity out there this morning. This is, of course, quarterfinal heat number 1 of the women's division.
I'd like to welcome all those around the world, around Australia, around the beautiful Foster Tuncurry. You saw the Barrington Coast, the Mid-North Coast Council and Destination New South Wales, big partners of this event. And this is Vissla's Pro Surf Series event number 1. A shout out to all the crew watching at Vissla, John Mossop, Wes Berg, all the crew, Toby Mossop. Aloha and shuckers to you up there at Burleigh Heads. Check it out, www.vissla.com.au. All the latest gear. I love their wetsuits as well. So dreamy and, coming up to autumn, start to buy that rubber, people. Check it out, Vissla. Here we go. Freya Prum.
Up on her backhand, going to make the most of this left. Drives hard off the bottom, kind of fades out to the face. Trying to work with this one. Flattens out through that middle section. She's going to stick with that power source, trying to remain nice and tight in the pocket. Smashes that section and it just ejects there at the end. So with just under 5 minutes on the clock, Freya Prum, she's looking for a 6.5 to advance at this stage.
Yeah, and if she can't get it done, and this is the thing with athletes, we saw it with Matt Banting yesterday, near perfect score. He did it in 2 waves, and that's a great stepping stone for Freya Prum. Nice little tidy, set the rails, nice pick up out the back. There's a lot of power out there. We were out there last night as well and it was still the same size. And these roll-ins out the back, it's powerful as we see the wave replay. Taken off way out the back here at Foster, the breakwall. Really reads it well, just gets that one turn in, sets it up, and as it hits this bank, this sandbank on the inside, again, multiple peaks here at the breakwall at Tuncurry, here at Foster, and a nice little finish. So judges will like that. I really feel that that's going to set the pace for her around the 5 range. And there it is, a 4.83 dropped in. So now looking for a 2-1. But in these athletes, 2-person athletes, they're going to be, we've got man on man with the men's and then the women. We've got the sports people. It's serving back. You get a wave, and then the priority goes to Laura Enover now. Now it's her chance to shoot back and reply. 3.5 minutes to go.
With so little on the clock, I think Crispy Laura will be looking for a good one to solidify that first position at the moment, because Freya Prum, she's dangerous. She's only looking for that 2.1. She does have the highest single wave score of this heat so far with that 4.83, so it really isn't going to take much to walk away with this heat. I'm sure Laura, well, it looks as though Laura might have caught a wave, because first priority has now gone to the surfer in blue, Freya Prum. We'll wait and see whether or not a score comes through for Laura Enover.
And even saying that, she could have paddled for a wave, made commitment for a wave, and you don't have to lose priority by getting a wave. So she could make intentions for a wave if the priority judge on the beach. Our great crew, Surfing New South Wales, doing a great job in the rain this morning, all pulling together. And the World Surf League, Will Hayden Smith and Tom and Ty, all the great crew are here. And all the crew from Fresh Air Broadcast bringing you finals day. Do not go anywhere. Grab your nice warm coffee or tea. And maybe a nice warm bacon egg roll or a pizza pocket.
For breakfast?
Nah, nice banana. Get some nutrition in. Come on, kids. Well, there it is. Last wave of Laura Enover packing the points of 5.27 and a 3.5 now to stay alive. Freya Prum to make it through, advance through to semi-final action. The top four, a 3.95 required. What does a 3.95 look like for you?
Well, Freya knows exactly what she needs to do. She got a 4.83 on that last wave, so I feel as though if Freya was even just to do one big solid turn, she would get that 3.95 to advance. So it really isn't a high score for Freya Prum in the blue. And the positive here, she'll maybe sitting in second, but she's holding down first priority as well. So she really does have that advantage, being able to sit out the back and just elect to take any wave she wants. The only thing that may be against Freya here is that 1 minute 30 on the clock.
Yeah, time's the enemy. And again, as we talked about, the preparation of some of these qualifying series surfers, stress tests, a lot of practice with head coach from Surfing Australia, and that's B. Durbidge, taking on the Olympic team and really supporting the surfers coming through the pathway. A shout out to all the crew at the HPC up there at Cash Arena, doing a great job with all the athletes. Glenn Worko's here, and Michelle, the Talent Pathway, again, supporter of all these athletes down here. And Luke Madden, CEO of Surfing New South Wales, and all the crew at Maroubra doing a great job. Mahalo to them, and shout out to them as they watch the live broadcast. Well, we're in the mad minute. Freya Prum looking for a 3.95 from Merimbula. The chemist is now at the beautiful Gold Coast. A shout out to Paddy, partner. He's doing a great job always here, doing push-ups, throwing balls, riding the bowl of the skate ramps. But he's not here, but Freya, she's looking for a wave. 30 seconds to go.
Not long left now, Crispy, and yeah, Freya, I was speaking to her yesterday, and she's only got one exam left, and she'll be a qualified pharmacist, so she's been studying for quite a long time just to do that on the side of competing. It does take a lot of energy and a lot of focus, so well done to Freya. She's almost there, but 12 seconds on the clock. Will another wave come through for her, Crispy?
Yeah, she's got to pull the trigger, whether pull inside, and this will be the last roll of dice, and it looks like time will be the enemy. That one will come back to after the break. Well, I'm going to whip out, and Jess Grimwood's going to come in, but that is the start. Looks as though Laura Enover unofficially taking that first one. And we'll go to the back end of this for a quick commercial break from our great sponsors and partners. We'll see you on the back end for Heat 2 of the Women's Finals Day here at the Vistla Pro Surf Series QS 1000. See you soon.
program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water. And when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
If you want. Welcome back to the Great Lakes Pro WSL QS 1000. This is, of course, the first stop on the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. We are into finals day, and what a morning it has been so far. I am Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Jess Grimwood. How are you this morning, Jess?
I'm great, Britt. Good morning.
Bit rainy out there.
Yeah, it has been really wild and woolly. I think that's what keeps everybody really in touch and in love with this sport, is that you're literally at the mercy of the elements every time you make your way to the beach and get ready to do battle. There's something going on. You know, we had big wind squalls and really, really rainy conditions on kickoff this morning. So the athletes also having to contend with that increase, 20 knot plus wind and onshore conditions for their finals day. But I think it's going to be a really good day of surfing. Of course, we're going to crown the champs by the end this afternoon, and the overall men's and the women's champs will take away $2,500 from our partners at Mad Mex. And I'll tell you what, those guys have been on the beach as well since dark this morning. So we've got a really big day ahead of us. I think that might be Laura making her way in from the last seed. I'm not sure. Or is that
Possibly
Sage Goldsbury?
Sage Goldsbury.
There we go. So we are into quarterfinal number 2 for the women.
Those results from quarterfinal number 1, it was Laura Enever taking the win over Freya Prum, and as Jess just mentioned, we are now into quarterfinal number 2 of the women's division. Sage Goldsbury in the red up against Sophie McCulloch in the blue. So we have the Victorian up against the Queenslander. Plenty of opportunities still out here, Jess. It is a bit lumpy and bumpy. We did just watch Freya Prum. She was only looking for a really small score in that last heat, and with about 3.5 minutes on the clock, and she just didn't have that opportunity. But it looks as though Sophie McCulloch in this heat with 16 minutes remaining has already locked in a 7.5. Great way to start the heat, Jess.
Ooh, warning shots from Sophie McCulloch, and I've seen her every single morning of the competition so far. She's been down here at dark, sometimes before the work crew. Even she's just here first go and ready to kick things off for her warm-ups in the morning. So, that back end work that she's been putting in, obviously paying off. You can see the results from her opening ride, and we saw that first quarterfinal. So maybe the girls shifting around a bit and trying to figure out their spot in the lineup, and Sophie and Sage able to gain the advantage of taking all that information in and finding the right takeoff spot straight away in the first 5 minutes of this quarter, Brit.
I spoke to a couple of girls earlier this morning too, Jess, and the type of conditions it is, as much as there's so much opportunity out there with a few different peaks up and down the beach, there's also the ease of getting lost out there, and it is so easy just to get that little bit off track and not be able to find those waves. So I think Sophie McCulloch with that quick 7.5, really smart choice there, and Sage Goldsbury in the red. She's only young, holding down first priority. She's definitely more than capable of locking in some excellent scores as well. This is, of course, quarterfinal number 2 of the women. Up next, we'll have quarterfinal number 3, Kobe Enright up against Molly Picklum, and quarterfinal number 4 of the women, Philippa Anderson up against Elise Cooper. So some amazing action here this morning for finals day of the Great Lakes Pro, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a really, really good day, and I almost think that quite a few of these athletes are going to like the conditions like this. It leaves it a little more up to that hunger in them. So with the shifting peaks and plenty of opportunity, like you alluded to before, Britt, it's going to give these women and the men the opportunity to break free of kind of that priority domination, and they're going to be able to pick off potentially really, really great scores anywhere up and down the contest zone. And then we see, looks like the Pickle making a little warm-up run, getting all the vibes going. I know she's working with Micro, the super coach, on the beach there. So you'll see her just doing her routine. She's got it pretty down pat, and she dials all that extra energy she has back into focus for this really important quarterfinal for her, kicking off the 2021 season.
Looks as though surfer in red, Sage Goldsbury, had a look at that. And, well, if she paddled with intent, she may have just lost priority, and she has. So first priority now with the surfer in blue, Sophie McCulloch. May have been a costly error there from the young lady in the red. With just over 13 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time remaining. Just the one score locked in, Sophie McCulloch in the lead with a 7.5.
She's got a steely focus, Miss McCulloch. I've seen her compete for her Board Riders Club as well as across the last few QSs, and she's just so sharp. Here she goes, up and riding on the backhand, negotiates the chop and hop and looks for this big chunky inside connection, puts it up a little bit too late, has to extend too early off her compression and bottom turn just to try and race up into the lip there, and she'll go down. So looks like just a 3.17 locking in. So judges quick to set that scale there for that last manoeuvre. I guess Sophie's really looking for that critical inside connection. We saw lots of the surfers being rewarded yesterday for that real attack mode on that chunky ankle breaker part.
And there definitely has been a solid section on the inside. And although that was a minor score there for Sophie McCulloch, a 3.17, it still puts her in a position where Sage Goldsbury in the red is requiring a combination of 10.67 with 12 minutes on the clock. So she'll try and break that down into 2 scores. But as a competitor sitting out in the water, listening to the beach commentators read out that she requires a 10.67, I feel like it's a little bit of a mind game too. You hear that score and you're like, oh my God, this is almost only 10 minutes on the clock. Now I've really got to get going.
Yeah, that is exactly right, Britt. It feels like, I think, when you're out in the water, you just focus on the fact that you need a 10 or a 10 plus, where the more experienced and more settled athletes can look at that and then break it down immediately under pressure and in a heat situation and go, well, if I need a 10 point whatever, I'm going to need 2 5.5s. And that makes it so much more achievable, especially in these conditions where you can actually get like the end section that offers up anything above a 5. We saw that yesterday with 6s and 7s being thrown down for single manoeuvre. So it's going to come down to Sage's approach. I think mentally at this point, where she reaches halfway, she hasn't got a ride on the board and she's holding priority. If she can realise in the heat of the moment that 10.67 is a pair of 6s would get her straight back into the mix. If she can realise that, she's going to be able to stay in the game here against Sophie McCulloch.
This is, of course, quarterfinal heat number 2 of the women's division. Up next will be Kobe Enright up against Molly Picklum, followed by quarterfinal number 4, Philippa Anderson and Elise Cooper. This is the Great Lakes Pro, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. This is, of course, the first stop on the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series. We are at Great Lakes right now. Next week will be Port Stephens Pro, followed by the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro, and finishing up with the Whistler Central Coast Pro. Jess, Central Coast, home for you.
Yeah, hometown event. I'm pretty excited about that. I know we've got a few sneaky little banks at the moment on the coast, so hopefully the conditions are going to deliver up, because we're going to have some pretty big names taking to the water. Here we go. Sage puts the chin down to the stringer, scratches into this one with priority. She's looking for that inside link, and that thing just wobbles out of play for her. So a little bit of a frazzled mistake perhaps under priority, but we have seen a lot of these waves looking like they have nothing and then offering up a lot of juice on the inside. So let's see if she can get back to the drawing board maybe now without the pressure of priority. She can get a bit busier and start moving away from Sophie. As I was saying, Sophie McCulloch, really steely competitor. She's just got a poker face all the time. Every free surf, every warm-up, she's locked into her own zone, and she's not going to give Sage a bar out there.
You're certainly right there, Jess. I've seen plenty of Sophie surfing over the years, and the way that she just composes herself with her competitions. I've always found too with Sophie, like when she's got a post-heat interview or whether she's down the beach and you're speaking with her, I've always found that she's just so confident and she backs her ability, and more often than not she goes out there and just gets the job done. I just find that she's so consistent and just has everything so dialed in.
Yeah, I have to agree with that too. She is really consistent, and maybe a lot of the bigger named girls, I'm doing that in inverted commas, so the ladies and the women that have had more results and more coverage for their results, kind of tend to overlook her name a little bit in the draw, and then all of a sudden you see her in the quarters and the semi-finals, and she's in a final against you, and it's just really hard to overcome when she's been so consistent, especially, like we said, when the conditions are chopping and changing. So if you have just tuned in, it is live action. We have moved once again to Tuncurry. We are mobile for the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series, and we're working with the Mid Coast Council here in the Great Lakes region. We had day number 1 and 2 kicking off at Boomerang Beach in the South End, and now we're into the quarterfinals here for the finals day. We were competing on this exact peak yesterday, and we saw some really great conditions, really big chunky inside sections, and a couple little barrel splits as well, Britt. So into live action here. A very good morning or good evening wherever you're tuning in from around the world. And myself, Jess Grimwood, and Brittany Nicol are here to bring you the live action along with Crispy and Chris Enova and a whole cast of other people floating around the event. We're very happy to be working alongside the World Surf League and Surfing New South Wales to be able to bring competitive surfing back. And of course, we've been speaking about it throughout the last day of broadcast event, and we're so lucky to be experiencing such a great environment for COVID at the moment. We're adhering to all the rules, and here we go.
Sage Goldsbury up and riding on her forehand, the young Victorian. Trying to make the most of this one. Nice second turn there, driving hard off the bottom and just doesn't get to that last section. Kind of just dives over the top. 7 minutes on the clock. Looking for a combination of 10.67 to advance at this stage. That will be in Sage's scoreline. She's only got a 0.5 so far. So Sophie McCulloch in the lead in the blue with first priority. Has a 7.5 and a 3.17. And there it is, a 4.5 for the young woman in the red, Sage. Now looking for a 6.18 to advance.
And while we wait for the next exchange, we have quarterfinal, number 1 winner, Laura Enova. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
That looked like a really tough quarterfinal. Tell us about what was going on out there.
Oh, man, yeah, that was tough. I thought I'd be smart and paddle out a bit early, and we just got stuck in like a 20-minute rain squall. Like our boards on top of our head, it was just like pelting my face for so long. And then I think in that time, it was just like before the heat started, I was just kind of all over the place, and things changed. The tide dropped, and there was like a lot of wash-throughs. But luckily just found a little spot on the inside and got a couple of scores up after half the heat. So
well, I feel like I've seen you come way back into this competitive form. Obviously, I watched you a lot through the juniors and through your CT career, and then you were kind of, I guess, on your own journey doing other things and big wave surfing, and now I see this ignited fire in you. Is that something that you're pushing for the 2021 season? We have so many events here. Will we see you in the jersey a lot?
I mean, I entered 3 of the 4 events here, and I didn't do any QSs last year, so I don't really have a seeding, and I'm not really sure if I even could make the Challenger Series. Just because I don't have any of those big 10,000s or 6,000s from last year. But I mean, I saw them. They were all in 1 month, and I can't really travel and go chase big waves, which was my main focus the last few years. So, I mean, the door's open, the opportunity's there, and I've just missed traveling with all the girls and coming to the comp. So I'm like, I'm going to do it. I'm not doing anything else right now.
Beautiful. Well, I'd love to see you get on the back of the ski as well at some of the events and do some post-heat interviews and some live action from out the back.
Yeah, no, it'll be cool. I kind of just like doing a whole bunch of different stuff right now, and I think I just wanted to come and compete and see how I felt, and like I definitely feel like a different competitor. I think I'm just more calm. I've just gone off and done my own thing for a while, and there's kind of nothing to lose, so it's a good feeling. Like I can just surf, but definitely halfway through that heat then I was like, all right, kick into gear, got to get a wave, get the strategy going. But stoked to make it.
It worked well for you, Laura. Congratulations, and we'll let you go and get ready for the semi-final, and good luck going into the next round.
Yeah, killing it, girls. Bye.
Laura Enova, and she's an absolute champion of the sport. Such a beautiful character to have back around the competition environment, and it's been an absolute pleasure to welcome the frothing energy of her brother Chris to the booth a lot as well. So we'll hear from him later on this morning. And Britt, just over 4 minutes on the clock here in quarterfinal.
Not much time left now, Jess. Sophie McCulloch still holding down first position and first priority. Sage Goldsbury in the red, sitting in second and looking for that 6.18 to advance. Jess, I'm interested to see what Sophie does here, whether or not she goes and sits nice and close to her fellow competitor in the red, or she just kind of backs her own surfing and sits away from her. She's looking to drop a small score of a 3.17, so whether or not she'll try and improve on that, or she'll start to shift over into more tactic.
Yeah, I would have to say, I feel like the fact that we can't see Sophie elbow to elbow right now with Sage is going to mean that she wants to get rid of that 3.17. And with 3 minutes 25, although there is a lot of water moving around, there's enough time on the clock to have that turnover really quickly. So one quick wave up around the 4 or 5 range, at a minimum that she's looking for, and then go elbow to elbow with Sage and really, really hustle her and muscle her out of the end of this heat in the last minute. And let's have a look here. It looks like...
Bit of cat and mouse, maybe.
Yeah, perhaps something similar happening. So 3 minutes remaining. Sage trying to get the motor going and create some space, but you do not need to watch Sophie for too many free surf heats to see how much she wants this and how much work she's putting in behind the scenes. She's just such a good poker face, and you're cacking yourself at me right now.
I'm just thinking about how frustrating this is as a competitor. I've been in this situation myself, and I'm sure you have too, Jess. Just to be Sage right now, it is so frustrating having someone right on your heels, just not letting you go anywhere.
Well, yeah, it is pretty tricky. I mean, we've had a fair few little junior heats together, and there are a lot of tactics. I mean, back before there were so many codes of conduct and athlete rules and really, really specific priority rules. We didn't even have priority back in the day. There was a lot more maybe closer contact, but now...
Heard you were good at that, Jess.
Yeah, well, there's absolute tactical priority usage going on here. Have a look at this.
Sophie McCulloch tries to scratch into that one, and well, she's left the door open for the surfer in red, Sage Goldsbury. She will now have first priority, and there we have it. 1 minute 45 on the clock. Will Sage get another opportunity? That could be a costly error there from the surfer in blue.
Wow, that's an error for Sophie. I know she was trying to block Sage on that wave, and then I'm going to have to go with the fact that that's going to be an error. I know Sophie's going to be kicking herself for that, but she's got to get back on the ball. The thing we're going to see here is if Sage can have the competitive maturity beyond her junior years to regain composure. Here we go.
Sage Goldsbury up on her forehand, just unfortunately not able to get much out of that wave. So Sophie McCulloch now back in first priority, just over a minute on the clock. That may have worked in Sophie's favour after all.
Yeah, and it's just crazy how quick the time goes, but then if you're really focusing in on each move and each strategical paddle, how much time these girls have to chop and change. And like you said, mistake from Sophie, giving up priority. Sage then trying to get into a situation to score that 6.18 and loses priority again. So here goes Sophie in control of 35 seconds. If Sage is back out the back, she's going to lose a priority once more, but we'll see what happens. We do have a very experienced panel down there. 30 seconds to go in quarterfinal number 2. Who will match up at the end of these quarters? The semi-finals to come for the women. Quarterfinals to come for the men as well. So a huge day of competition here. It is the finals day. We are once again at the breakwall at Tuncurry. And a bit wild and woolly with the weather this morning, but we still have very contestable conditions. A lot of swell on offer. And as we count out quarterfinal number 2, it looks like Sage has been defeated by an informed Sophie McCulloch. So unofficially, Sophie moving on through to the semi-finals. Stick with us. Quarterfinal number 3 will be up live action here at the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series, the Great Lakes Pro, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. We'll be back with live action right after this.
Welcome back to the live action here at the Foster Tuncurry Breakwall. We are here for the finals day of the Great Lakes Pro presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. This is, of course, the first stop on the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series WSL QS 1000. I am Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Jess Grimwood. What have we got in front of us, Jess?
Good morning. It's almost battle of the best friends at the moment. So these two formidable females have been spending a lot of time together, really training it up hard on the Gold Coast with that last pulse as well. And Kobe Enright is in the red jersey. Here's the wave replay for her. Kind of puts it up into the lip, looking to negotiate. Look at all the cross bump coming on the cross that face there, and gets a two-turn combo to finish. So she's way up to the north of the contest bank there. That's why you can see such a crazy camera angle there, looking way up. So she's picked that wave off from right in the middle of the contest area and had it link all the way up, which we haven't seen yet this morning. So it's going to be interesting to see how that locks into the judging scale. And there it is, a 5.17. And she's up against, like we said, one of her good mates, Molly Picklum from the Central Coast. So it's going to be a really nice match-up between these two ladies. And I'm wondering if they're going to be, sharing back and forths out there, or it's just absolute poker face. Or should we call it Sophie McCulloch face now?
Yeah, she's got great composure. Well, Molly Picklum, pressure's kind of off for Molly. She's already qualified for the WSL Challenger Series, which is an amazing feat already for Molly Picklum based on last year's results. They did carry across, so exciting times there for Molly Picklum, one of the only female competitors to have already qualified. And I know that one of the surfers on the men's side is also, as we're watching Molly Picklum up and riding now on a backhand, the Central Coast surfer looking to make the most of this inside section, drives hard off the bottom, cracks the lip, and unfortunately just unable to ride out of that last turn, Jess.
Yeah, that's pretty uncharacteristic for her. Looked a little bit maybe in two minds about that final manoeuvre. She almost looked like she was going to put it up over the roof for a little bit and then realised she had to kind of attack a little bit earlier and come back down to ride on out clean. So maybe just adjusting to the conditions this morning in 3.60. And I know obviously the whole of the North Shelley board riders crew will be tuning in. There's such a big support for Molly and Macy, both coming from the Central Coast Club, and we have such a huge base of members and so many young females and young men that are coming up through the club at the moment. There's, I think, a couple of hundred. So all of those eyes will be tuned in on Molly at the moment and see how she handles this. Of course, she's experienced a little bit of rise in her own personal star lately after that movie. I'm not sure if you got to check it out. The, what was it called? Postcards from Morgues, the Rip Curl production. And it was so funny and it framed Molly's personality so perfectly. She plays like that mongrel character ratbag that's chasing down Morgan for the Rip Curl search ticket on the team. And it's just hilarious. And so at the moment for her, this is a really important time in her career and even more interesting matching up against good mate Kobe Enright.
Recently, I think Molly's recently picked up a new sponsor in Red Bull as well. So obviously she's not going unnoticed, that's for sure. And, well, another lady that we're keeping a close eye on is Sophie McCulloch. Congratulations on that last heat, Sophie. How are you feeling with the conditions this morning?
They're really hard. I mean, it's kind of a fun novelty when you're paddling out and it's howling wind and rain and, we're trying to hold the tents down before my heat. But, yeah, no, it was really hard. I was really struggling out there. But, yeah, it's still fun.
Well, you look really in form. And I have to say, you're an absolute weapon at the moment. No wonder they got you to hold the tents down. What's your off-season training looking like?
I just train back home at the Ocean Performance Centre. I've got a good thing going with my coach there, and we kind of work together, building strength and just always in the water, trying to better my surfing. So yeah, that's about all I've got going on.
Ah, beautiful. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you in the semi-finals. What's the prep like? It's such a short little break for you going into the next round. What are you doing in between?
I'm going to go have a feed, I think. Fill the belly with some energy and, I don't know, maybe grab a coffee if I have time. But, yeah, I'll pretty much get back down and watch the boys and get ready for the semi-finals.
Beautiful. Any last words for the supporters watching on from home?
Yeah, just a big thanks to Mum and Dad for watching and my coaches. my boyfriend and any other family members that are back home watching. I really appreciate the support and the messages. So thanks, guys.
Congratulations, Sophie McCulloch there. One to watch. We've been talking about her steely performances and she'll be up later on this morning for the semi-finals. Congratulations, Sophie.
Thank you.
There she is. Look at that poker face. So dialed in, Britt. She is seriously in the mix for the finals conversation. And I'm wondering, I know we haven't seen the rest of the quarters play out yet, but I'm almost ready to put my money on her, just sensing that vibe and that confidence she was speaking about earlier.
Fake money, of course. Monopoly.
Yeah, absolutely. My $10 Monopoly note that I've got left that my brothers and sisters haven't stolen yet.
Back to the live action in the water. Well, Kobe Enright, she's sitting out there holding down priority in the lead, just with that one wave that, well, that was surfed in probably the first couple of minutes of the heat. 5.17 for the surfer in red. Molly Picklum in the blue, sitting in second, only looking for a 1.58 to advance at this stage, but keeping in mind that Kobe Enright has not yet caught her second wave. With just under 12 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time remaining in quarterfinal heat number 3. Up next, we'll have quarterfinal heat number 4 of the women's. Philippa Anderson up against Elise Cooper.
Yeah, that'll be another great matchup. Both very unique characters, those two. Coops particularly, quite a funny lady around the competition side and really, really powerful surfer. Heavy on the rails, really aggressive. And then you've got kind of the tactician and the technical side of competitive surfing, that is Philippa Anderson. She is absolutely so sound in her approach, really polished and really, really technical and looking stronger than ever at the moment. So those two ladies are going to match up quite well. And with 11 minutes on the clock at the moment, Kobe Enright out in the lead.
She is, and well, while we've got a little break in the action, speaking of Philippa Anderson, Jess, just started up her own surf school.
Ah, yeah, she did. So working alongside Surfing New South Wales, becoming accredited and getting all of her coaches and her instructors across the board with the insurances and stuff. And she's worked so closely with the team there, and she's absolutely charging away up there with the Philippa Anderson Surf School. So bringing some of that ocean knowledge that she's gathered over the last 2.5 decades almost and giving it back to the new generation of surfers coming through.
Such an amazing achievement and exciting times for Philippa going on that new venture of hers, and still competing, of course. And I seen her earlier this morning out there free surfing with Coach Crispy on the beach, and well, she was in game mode, that's for sure.
Yeah, she's another one that just puts on the poker face. Maybe not as strong as Sophie's poker face, but pretty strong anyway. So at the moment, halfway mark of quarterfinal number 3, and a very good morning or good afternoon from wherever you're tuning in around the world. You are watching the World Surf League QS 1000 event here at the Great Lakes Pro, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. And we're very happy to be back into competitive action and very grateful and blessed to be experiencing such freedom here in New South Wales. And if you're not getting to experience that freedom, our hearts go out to you. Lots of compassion for everyone tuning in from their lockdown locations as well. So we're pretty grateful and really happy to have some live action to be feeding your way. And it's been already a good morning of surfing.
Yeah, we're of course still following COVID-19 protocols and hygienic restrictions and things like that around the event site. But as Jess said, we're extremely lucky on this New South Wales coastline to not really been too affected by COVID at the moment. And we're happy to be back with the live action and the surfing and bringing it back to you viewers at home. I'm sure it's keeping a few people entertained and occupied.
Yeah, and it's been nice too to bring the competition scene back into play and pump up the local cafes. Ooh, here we go. Priority pull for Kobe Enright, holding Molly off there.
Elected to go left. Molly went right, and I think she just kind of jumped off straight away, not knowing whether Kobe was behind her or not. Interesting, though, that Kobe decided to pull off that left and then quickly jump back out the back. With 8.5 minutes on the clock, just a 0.93 there for Kobe Enright. Molly Picklum looking for a 2.51. So although they both caught waves, Molly did get back out into the back first and is now holding down first priority. So she can take off on any wave she chooses, which may work to her advantage with just 8 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, that's a really nice display of tactics there and the kind of performance that these athletes are going to need coming into this quarterfinals. Have a look at the replay here. I think she purposely goes straight for a little bit just to make sure Molly doesn't quite know or isn't sure which way to turn to avoid the interference. So that's the replay there of the tactics between Kobe and Molly playing out, and there we see Molly regaining the dominant priority position. So interesting play out there. Kobe's been doing this for a long time as well. A very young athlete and competitor still, but she's been at this top conversation for quite a few years before Molly even came onto the scene in the QS level. So she knows how to surf a heat tactically. She's looking strong. She needs to get rid of that 0.93.
Interesting too, though, Jess. We watched that replay just then, and obviously they didn't interfere with each other, but a lot of other competitors potentially could have forced the right, but Kobe stuck with that left. If she'd forced the right, there could have been a potential interference with Molly, but sticking to that left, it didn't interfere at all. So it's interesting just to see the difference between competitive structures between the surfers, as we're seeing Molly up and riding on a backhand, belts that section, looking for another one. Will she get the last opportunity? And she does. So working her way through that frothy section. Molly Picklum in the blue, only looking for a 2.51 to advance with 6.5 minutes on the clock. Kobe Enright may be on the back foot now.
Yeah, looking a lot more solid in that exchange, Brit. You could see her attack that first section a little more, and then you can just see how many bumps and wobbles are coming across the bank at the moment. There's a lot of swell reverberating off the break wall, and obviously we were speaking about yesterday, there's not a lot of beach as well. So as the tide moves up during the morning, we get that kind of backwash ripple that comes through the very face of the wave. So you can tell Molly negotiating that through the middle of the wave, and then nothing else on offer for her but a more solid stance, a more aggressive approach on that first manoeuvre. And let's wait to see what the score comes in at quarterfinal number 3. And priority will shift to Kobe Enright. And there you go, last score.
There we have it. Molly Picklum in the blue, locking in a 9.0. The wave replay on your screens. Molly kind of taking off in the little whitewash bubble, gets to her feet, drives hard from the bottom, cracks that lip. Almost loses it here, but manages to regain her composure. Works through this frothy section to get another turn in, and it just pulls off there with full-blown confidence. So an excellent scoring ride there from the young woman in the blue, Molly Picklum, now in the lead with just over 5 minutes on the clock.
Now, I think maybe what we missed when we were so focused in on her technique, as we look at Kobe Enright answering back, hits a wobble, regains control over the rails, and looks to close it out, throws a bit of Oki-esque check back on with the head flick at the end there, but can't ride on out cleanly in front. So with Molly's exchange there, I think what we focused in on was her technique and her rails, but what we missed up to the horizon was the amount of spray she was able to generate through the top of that lip, and she really blasted it apart, which may be why she posted up into that almost perfect range, aggressive approach as we were speaking about. We saw it yesterday with the judges being very, very positive towards that aggressive inside section. If the athletes were attacking it and going really hard at the lip, they were getting those 7s and 8 scores, even in the men's, where we see sometimes the judging scale is so hard to achieve numbers above that 6 range. We're seeing single turns being rewarded with the 6+. So Molly being rewarded at the moment, 4 minutes on the clock, and Kobe has to get back in the game here and find herself something special.
The judges really rewarding that commitment there from young Molly Picklum. Well, we've got a replay here. Kobe Enright almost loses it on that turn, but manages to ride out. Young lady in the red, looking for a score, been pushed back into second position. The last wave for Kobe Enright was a 3.67 by the looks of it. Now looking for a 7.44 to advance. There is just over 3.5 minutes on the clock. Young Molly Picklum sitting out the back, holding down first priority and the lead, looking to replace a small score of a 3.6. This is, of course, quarterfinal heat number 3 of the women's division. Great Lakes Pro QS 1000, supported by Surfers Rescue 24/7. Up next, we have quarterfinal heat number 4 of the women. Philippa Anderson takes on Elise Cooper.
Yeah, that's going to be a really nice matchup, and let's have a look how these tactics play out in the last 3 minutes. Molly closing the physical gap in the lineup. She's going to go sit elbow to elbow with Kobe and try to just absolutely dominate the end 3 minutes of this heat, not let her go anything. Look at them having a little smile to each other. Obviously, maybe reflecting on the 9-point ride, and Molly saying, yeah, I got that one on you, Kobe. So let's see what happens here. Molly, using priority.
Has a look at that one with 2.5 minutes on the clock.
And there we go. Loses priority. Goes back to Kobe. Kobe now in the driver's seat. 2.5 minutes on the clock. And she's got the experience under her belt to find that score, the 7.44. She has a really big forehand rail game. She's also quite aggressive on her backhand as well. Here goes Pickles.
Solid looking wave as she tries to get around that whitewash section, just diving straight through the back. So Molly Picklum in the blue, electing to opt out of that closeout. 2 minutes on the clock. Kobe Enright now in first priority, looking for a 7.44. Almost probably a little D-bar-esque conditions out here, Jess, which Kobe's no stranger to. So if she can get a solid wave, she's more than capable of getting that score.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a nod to her ability as well when you see Molly really trying to get rid of that 3.6. So, if she was just resting on her laurels and looking at the 9-point ride and not really worrying about that backup score, then you kind of think that maybe she's underestimating Kobe, because I've seen Kobe drop 7s and 8s quite regularly, and she does have such a powerful forehand rail game as well. So in these bigger conditions and the chunkier inside section, she's going to be rewarded. She has to find the right wave though, and she has to make the right decision with only just over 1 minute on the clock. So Molly, she's been working on putting that whole competitive package together, working on the backup wave, the whole story, so that when she moves through this QS and into the Challenger Series, and then again, potentially into the Championship Tour, she is the all-round package, not just a full QS warrior coming up with the single amazing scores but no backups like we see a lot with different athletes.
It's so easy to lock down the highest single wave score of the heat and then not be able to back it up, Jess. You see so many competitors do it. Well, Kobe Enright, she's up on her backhand, looking at this one, looking for a 7.44. Nice first carve there. She'll stick with this inside pocket, just trying to wait for it to link up. Not much on offer, but trying to make the most of it with 25 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, let's wait to see what that score locks in as. I think she wasn't offered up anything critical enough. You could see her eyeing off the section down the line. She was waiting for it to wall up, and she was looking really, really compressed and loaded to attack that end. But as this quarterfinal number 3 counts out, we'll wait to see that last score for Kobe Enright come on through, and official results will be after this. So quarterfinal number 4 of the women's, it is the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series, the Great Lakes Pro, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7 and the World Surf League. We'll be back with live action right after this break. and a very good morning. Live action with you here. It is the World Surf League's QS 1000 Great Lakes Pro presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7, and we are into quarterfinal number 4 of the women's division. Myself, Jess Grimwood from Surfing New South Wales, joined in the booth by True Starling. A very good morning to you, True. Have a look at this replay.
Yeah, how is this replay of Philippa Anderson out there on her backhand, first good turn, puts it up there for a second one, so Philsy getting underway nice and early. Unfortunately, she can't finish that one off, so Philippa will get straight back out there. We've been noticing this morning, she gets a 6.33 for her first wave, so we've been noticing this morning people have been getting one really good first wave, and they haven't really been able to back it up. I spoke to Sophie McCulloch earlier, and she said, I got that 7.5 and then the 3, and she goes, I thought there was going to be plenty of time for me to back that 3 or better it. And she goes, and the heat just ran away from me. So, you really want to make sure you're finishing those rides off. And we saw Molly drop a 9 in that heat before. So, big scores being dropped down by all the women so far this morning.
Yeah, that was a really good quarterfinal number 3. There was a lot of tactics coming into play between Molly and Kobe. And you can see Philippa there maybe just getting the grime off the wax, and she looked like to me on that replay she was feeling out the board and the conditions on the first turn, and then she loaded up on the second.
Yeah.
Came a little unstuck on the third, but I think that's just kind of getting into the vibe of the quarterfinal. And she's got Elise Cooper, who's so heavy on the rail, really aggressive, really, really good surfer. One of the competitors that kind of goes for broke in most of her heats. I haven't really seen Coops ever surf safely to just progress. I think that she, one of her qualities as an athlete, she really, really brings 100% game. If she's on, and she's not going to go 30 or 40%. So it's going to be a really good matchup between these two women.
Yeah, definitely. I know that Philippa, she's got the hunger and she wants to win, and Elise is the same. Maybe she doesn't vocalize it as much as Philippa does, but the fire is still there and burning for Coops. So, it's going to be a pretty good matchup for this quarterfinal heat number 4 of the women's QS here. We've made the move to Tuncurry again today, which I think was a great call this morning. I had a surf this morning. It was super fun. Conditions are really nice out there, so there's plenty of opportunities on offer for the women out there this morning.
And what's the water temp like, True? You've been in the water, you've been in the lineup every day, and unfortunately you're no longer competing in the draw because you did lose your heat, but you've been on the training program every morning. What's it like for everybody tuning in around the world? What are the conditions like out here?
Yeah, well, the water is so warm. I was in a one wheel this morning and I probably could have just gone in a swimsuit. It was amazing. It was beautiful. Mind you, there is a fair bit of push in the waves, which was nice to have. So I was glad I wore my wetsuit, otherwise everything would have been falling everywhere as we see Philippa wearing a wetsuit up and riding. Oh, unfortunately just getting eaten up by that one there. It looked like it was almost going to barrel. She could have pulled in.
Yeah, that was chunky, that inside section. Look how shallow it is. She's doing the hop off the sand on the bottom to bail under those waves and save the equipment and get back out the back. So Elise Cooper holding priority in the blue jersey.
Yeah.
And we're waiting to determine 13 minutes remaining here in the quarterfinal number 4 who will be matching up against the other athletes in the semi-finals later on this morning. We do have the men's quarterfinals coming up as well today. And here we go, Coops up and riding.
Yeah, Elise up and riding on her first wave. Just jumps out of that one, carved that first section. She's like, I don't want to risk my board on this one. So she kicks out of there. It's really tricky to know whether to hit that inside section or not. I feel like if you can get up there nice and early into it and come out in front of the whitewash, that's the way to go. Otherwise, you're just going to get absolutely detonated. I've still got so much water up my nose from getting flogged this morning.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Hey, True, she was a little too late off the bottom turn. She called it really early for herself and was like, no, I'm going to probably try and regain priority over Philippa. And there's a 3.83 for the first of Elise in the blue, a 1.60 for the last of red. You can see, look at that water just pushing so hard across the sandbank here. It is on the north side of a break wall, so a double break wall. We've got the south side, we've got a little inlet and outlet where all the fishermen come in and out, and then we've got this north side of the wall with this sand bottom across here, which kind of sucks the swell around. And you can see, look at the amount of water pushing against Philippa, and she is super fit. really, really, really strong competitor.
Yeah.
And to see her having that kind of resistance and struggling, you can see her kind of a bit frustrated at the moment. Can't make it back out across that shallow inside section, so she's going to have to do a run around halfway through the heat.
Yeah.
But she's looking at, like, she's sitting in quite a good position to be doing the run around at the moment, True.
Yeah, I think you're right. That paddle out can be pretty tricky, especially when there's consistently waves just breaking and coming through. You can get stuck in there, so I think the run around isn't a bad idea for Philippa, just to get herself back into the rhythm, just kind of run around, reset, and get back out there and back up that 6.33. It could be an opportunity if Elise was to capitalise on that and maybe get a better score out of there, because at the end of the day she doesn't have Philippa in the lineup trying to sell her on waves or anything like that. But I think the run around was a good call from Philippa, because it's hard to paddle back out. You could end up paddling back out for 5 minutes, and the run around could take you 3.
Yeah, and it also gives her that opportunity, like you said, to reset. And I know she'll have her coach running down to the shore and kind of jogging alongside her, maybe giving her some in-the-moment feedback for the first half of the heat, telling her what to focus on going out for the end half. So it's quite an advantage to get that run around. And you also get the opportunity to hear, like, you know, from the beach comms, your waves, your scores, Elisa's scores, and your position. So it's almost like this little advantage you get to put in your back pocket, a little update of everything. And then you get to reset and retake the lineup and go for the next half of the heat.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm not sure how hard it is to hear out there for the girls, but for the women, but it's a bit windy, so I'm not sure if they're able to hear anything. So I think Philippa's gone, you know what, if I run in, at least the commentator will tell me what I've got, tell me what Elise needs, and tell me what I need to better and how to really progress through this round.
Beautiful. So final day of action here, the World Surf League's QS 1000. Great Lakes Pro presented by Surfers Rescue. If you are just tuning in, we are just over halfway through quarterfinal number 4 of the women's. We've seen Laura Enver, Sophie McCulloch and Molly Peaklem already progressed through to the semi-finals. So whoever can reign supreme at the end of this, either Philippa or Elise Cooper, will be moving on through to match up. And of course, the overall champ, $2,500 for the men's and the women's, put up by Mad Mex. So the Mad Mex team have been on the front lines with us every morning here at the event, and they'll be cruising for the whole New South Wales Pro Surf Series and just supporting this level of competition and feeding into that Challenger Series conversation as well, True.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's exciting to have that Challenger Series, have those talks with people and actually start to go, okay, it's becoming real now. You know, we weren't sure if events were going to even be on, and now that we've got 4 confirmed events in New South Wales and 2 confirmed CTs in New South Wales, it's really exciting, and I think it's giving everyone high hopes for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and we've been so grateful and lucky to be one of those little hubs that's been able to work just closely with the state bodies and the local councils, and of course the surfing bodies, Surfing New South and Surfing Australia and the World Surf League, to bring about those COVID safety plans to re-implement surfing and competition surfing back into the mix. And it gets lots of people fired up, and it really injects some vibes into local communities as well. I know when we all come, we're all obviously following all the guidelines here along the COVID safety plan, but we're just really stoked to be working with the local communities. Like, there's a lot of, you know, food and coffee that goes on behind the scenes for all the competitors and all the staff, and to be able to bring that business to the local stops along this Pro Surf Series is pretty cool as well. So
yeah, just injecting back and supporting people that need that is, I think it's as much as surfing coming back, but also supporting local businesses and local families. It's pretty cool to be able to do that. And I think it'll be cool to have the CTs where they are as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we just saw Elise take off on a little runner there. Nothing eventuated for her. Philippa would still be making the paddle out to get out the back. You can see water safety there on patrol as we see the 7-minute mark hit quarterfinal number 4 of the women's. 4.11 required for Miss Cooper. And really, if we think about the requirement of a 4.11, it's probably only one single turn. So let's see what happens in the next few minutes as we see a lot of local wildlife up here cruising around. It's such a rich area, and it's a really, really consistent spot to be holding a surf contest, and we've been so lucky to collect so much swell throughout this 4-day event.
Yeah, so lucky. I feel like we had a run of waves that was maybe 1 foot for a little while, and now we're able to actually have some waves that are 4 foot plus and with a bit of grunt to it as well, which is super exciting. And to have that for an event, it's kind of a bit rare. So I think everyone was pretty stoked to actually have waves.
Yeah, and most of the competitors too bringing their step-ups, but while we take a break in the live action, we're going to cross down to quarterfinal number 3 champion. Congratulations, Molly Picklum.
Thanks, guys.
And let us know what's it like out there. There's a lot of water moving around. I've seen a lot of the athletes already this morning having to contend with the paddle back out. Is it really, really tricky conditions?
Yeah, it's definitely tricky, but I guess there is opportunity out there for those like double up lefts, but the paddle back out can be a bit deadly when like the whole ocean just comes in on that sandbank and just fully explodes. I nearly got caught, but luckily I didn't.
Well, you scored a 9-point ride, so the high score of the day so far. Talk us through that 9 from takeoff to finish.
The takeoff was a little bit on. It started with a body surf down the face, but then I knew it was a good one, so I had to sacrifice a clean takeoff and just got to my feet safely. And then the wave just like had a really good wedge on it, and I tagged it and then went through and did a little cut back to finish. But yeah, they rewarded it, which was nice.
Beautiful. And you're working with Micro here on the beach. He's been in your corner for a while.
Yeah, Glenn's decided to come to a couple of the QSs and drove up to Foster, which is always good and a pleasure to have him here. And his knowledge is so strong in what I do. So, yeah, I'm so grateful for Glenn to come.
Now, Pickles, there's a lot of eyes tuning in from back home. Of course, you're from North Shelley Board Riders. All the young women coming up through the ranks. Any shout-outs for those girls?
Yeah, NSB for life for sure. That's where I'm from. So, yeah, I hope all of them are scoring waves while I'm here trying to make some heats.
Beautiful. Well, good luck going into the semi-finals. We'll let you go and get sorted and prep for the next round.
Thanks so much, guys.
Congratulations, Molly Picklum. Rolling on through. And I was saying to Britt before, there's so many young women in the under 10s. I think we've got 50 or 60 or something like that in the club coming up.
Wow.
So they're so pumped, and they all tune into all the live action from the surfing, from Molly's heats and Macy's heats. And we have Shane Holmes sometimes in the events. So they're really, really keen to watch this, and they're all gunning for that professional surfing career. So to have role models like the Pickle and Macy Callahan surfing on the world stage is pretty important for the club, as I know with you guys, you know, coming up with development plans in your club as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think any club, you always want to have someone to aspire to. And Jessie and I, when we first started, we were lucky enough to have Laura, and now we're like, okay, we're going to pass that down. But speaking of someone to aspire to, Philippa Anderson locked in a 7.33 on that right that she got before as we were speaking to Molly, so she's well out in front. Elise looking for a 9.83 to progress through this one. She hasn't really been able to find her feet in this heat so far, but there's only 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Yesterday we saw people have pretty much 3-minute heats, so there's still plenty of time for her to do that. She just needs to really back her surfing.
Yeah, and we've seen this situation across the quarterfinals already this morning, that the second competitor is in the position where they need almost a 10-point ride or just above, and it really shows if they can reset and realise that they've got 3 minutes and they need, 2 sevens or something like that, rather than trying to take on the task of finding a 10-point ride in conditions like this when it's so shifty.
Yeah.
I think we've really seen that experience come into play. I saw the ladies do it early this morning, and a few of the men do it yesterday afternoon, particularly Matty Banting.
Yes.
I remember his heat, and he needed a 10-plus ride, and he was able to break that down and score it within 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, that was a very crazy heat. I was very impressed with how he was able to just turn his heat around within the last 3 or 4 minutes. As we did see Elise Cooper lose priority before, and Philippa has gone, yep, I'll take that one, thank you very much. So Philippa up and riding on another wave. She's just been staying busy out there, unfortunately can't pull that one through, but she's got a 7 and a 6 to her name, so she's just trying to make it a little bit harder for Elise to move up into first. She's needing a 9.83. We've got 2 minutes remaining. There's going to have to be a Hail Mary.
Yeah, time's almost against Coops now, so let's see what she does with priority. That last wave from Philippa in the red jersey, looking a bit more comfortable. I think trying to push a little harder, relax a bit more into the conditions and get rid of that 6.33, even just for her own kind of progression and learning what's required to push past those scores at this point of competition. We see the men already taking the lineup. They will be up next for the quarterfinals, and at the moment, Philippa Anderson from Newcastle in the lead. Here goes Coops with the answer back if she can scratch into it. Oh, unfortunately for the lady in the blue jersey, she can't get into that, and we've seen this happen a few waves as well. There's just so many lumps pushing through under a lot of the peaks, and here she goes, up and riding in the blue.
Yeah, at least she's chosen to go right. Her backhand, I think, is her strength. Beautiful first turn, just the one for the surfer in blue. She's could climb herself back in, but I think she's left her run a little bit too late in this one with 45 seconds remaining. So we'll have to see what the judges think of that one. She may have enough time. We're not too sure. But in the next heat, we got Reef Hazelwood taking on Nathan Cook. So that's going to be a great quarterfinal matchup for heat number 1.
Here we go. 30 seconds on the clock. Philippa having a look at that one. That was such an aggressive manoeuvre from Elise in the blue jersey on that previous ride. You can see she's just really sharp, really, really quick, and really aggressive. A 5.33 for that last turn. So she reduced the requirement, like you said, True, 15 seconds on the clock, perhaps a little late, but with 10 seconds to go, look how many opportunities just roll through out there. But it looks like she may have conceded defeat, so unofficially, Philippa Anderson moves on through to the semi-finals. We'll wait for the official results after this. Stick with us. We are into the men's first of the quarterfinals live action after this. It is the New South Wales Pro Surf Series presented by Whistler and Surfers Rescue 24/7, along with the World Surf League, the QS 1000 back right after this break.
Good morning and welcome back to the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series 2021, the Great Lakes Pro QS 1000. I'm True Starling and I'm joined in the booth by Chris Enover for the quarterfinal heat number 1. Good morning, Chris.
Welcome back, True. Finals day. I'm stoked to be in the booth. Very exciting times. I mean, it's Tuncurry's throwing it all at us today. We've got a lot going on. I've been through 2 pairs of shoes already. It's soaking wet out there, and then next minute sunny, and the waves are pumping, and then so it's all happening. We're stoked to be back down here. Catch my breath. I just had to run through the rain then. But it's great to be here. Into the men.
Yeah, well, in the water we've got in the red Reef Hazelwood taking on in the blue Nathan Cook. We did just see Philippa Anderson take out that last heat ahead of Elise Cooper. So we had some great quarterfinal matchups for the women's side of the event, and now we're into the men's, which is going to be very nice and exciting. It is, of course, finals day. After the men's quarterfinals, we will be rolling into the women's semis, then the men's semis, women's final, and finishing the day off with the men's final, which will be a very exciting end to the day. So, of course...
Yes, it's plenty of action coming up today. It's going to be a great day of surfing. We've already seen the ladies take to the water and round out their quarterfinals. So it was a good display of surfing there, a great display of surfing by some of the ladies in that quarterfinal. We saw Laura Enover taking out the first one, Sophie McCulloch in the second, and who took out the third and fourth, Drew?
So we had Philippa Anderson take out that last heat and Molly take out the heat before, which was very exciting. So there were some big scores being dropped. Philippa locked in a 7.33 and a 6.33. Molly dropped a 9 in her heat. So some pretty impressive surfing going down for the women side of the event. And I thought I'd just give a quick shout out to all of our event partners. Of course, World Surf League, Vissla, who is our series naming rights partner, Surfers Rescue, which is our presenting rights partner for this event, the Great Lakes Pro presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. And of course, Mad Mex Tom is down there. He's handing out some drinks, and they've got burritos, which is super exciting. Looking forward to it. And of course, Moby's as well. And a big shout out to the Mid Coast Council, who have ever so kindly allowed us to come down here and run the first event of the QS leg in the Australia-Oceania region.
Yes, it's great. It's great to have competitive surfing back to not just New South Wales, but the world. You know, everyone tuning in around the world. It's very exciting times to have these guys and ladies back in the water, you know, just doing what they love. You know, the froth is high. Everyone's excited. The waves have shown up for this event, and the surfing has been unbelievable. I mean, yesterday's surfing was some of the best QS surfing I've seen in a very long time. What the men were doing yesterday afternoon to these waves, I mean, the likes of Reef Hazelwood, you know, Mikey McDonough was a standout. He unfortunately bowed out. There was a number of guys, Geordie Lawler, Dylan Moffat, just to name a couple. I mean, I feel like I'm being a bit biased with the narrowing crew there, but there was some big performances. Matt Banting, you know, just scraping through, doing enough, but even I look into the ladies' draw, I see the ladies left. You know, these ladies are experienced campaigners, all of them, and they seem to just have been building their way through. I mean, I look at Philippa, I kind of feel like she hasn't really got out of first gear at this event. You know, she's looked very solid, but it seems like she has a lot in the tank, and she's just chipping away. So the wild card for the Newcastle WCT, building her way through this event, I think she is going to thrive on the momentum that she can hopefully carry into that CT at Newcastle. We have the Newcastle CT, then the Narrabeen CT, and here we go, up and riding Nathan Cook. This guy is an absolute powerhouse goofy footer. Unbelievable surfing yesterday. I've been blown away by this guy. I didn't know a whole lot about him coming into this draw, and here's Reef Hazelwood, no stranger to the world scene. Just working this one through. He's got a nice bowly section. How's that fin huck out the back? Finishes that one off on the inside. So that was some great surfing there by none other than Reef Hazelwood and also Nathan Cook. So some good scores to lock in there.
Battle of the goofy footers in this one.
Love a goofy footer. Those guys would be hunting down those lefts. And we see Reef's replay here. He's just negotiating through this frothy section, and here he does a little check turn. He puts himself right in the spot for that hack and then sets up this section here, and this is the money turn, bang, through the lip. He's got so much control of the tail. You know, obviously he's well renowned for his airs and everything he does above the lip. We see him take out the airborne, I think he got second in the airborne, WSL airborne at the Gold Coast to Idolo, and then he got third in the one in France. So a very experienced aerial surfer, but you see he's no slouch on the face. I know he's been doing a lot of training with some crew up at the Gold Coast and around that area up the coast, and he's looking very, very sharp.
Yeah, he is looking very sharp, and I have no doubt that that number is going to come in hot and fast. So Nathan Cook locking in a score, as well as Reef Hazelwood. I mean, as I said before, it's going to be a battle of the goofy footers in this heat. Nathan Cook, he's no shy to a big section, and he loves going hard. Last score for Reef Hazelwood locked in at an 8-point ride. Last for Nathan Cook, a 6.17. So Reef Hazelwood is well out. Well, he's out in front. Not well, because Nathan Cook only needs a 4.77 to take the lead with 12.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so some good scores locking in there. Reef Hazelwood into the excellent range. I mean, he's no slouch when it comes to competition. I mean, he hasn't really had any big results in the QS. I know he would be loving this opportunity here to get his maiden QS victory in this event. I mean, he got third back in the Sydney Pro, which is a 6,000. A few years back, that was in 2018, I'm pretty sure. And I think that's his best result in the QS. So a third in a 6,000, that was a nice result. But after that, I know he had an injury. He spent some time away from competing and obviously surfing as well. But he's come back with a bang, and he's definitely been dropping the biggest numbers out of any of the competitors in this draw so far.
Yeah, he definitely has. And I think as soon as you get to his feet, you know a big number's going to come. And it's exciting to see, like, you know that it's going to be an exciting wave for Reece Hazelwood. I think in his heat yesterday, he needed a score, and he ended up getting it in the last 30 seconds or so. I think he took out Joel Vaughan from that one as well. So, I mean, it was... Yeah, he's excited. He's such an exciting surfer to watch, and such a powerful surfer as well.
Yeah, and the composure he showed yesterday, come down to the mad minute, he was looking, he had a 9.33 and only had a 4 as a backup, so you'd think any day of the week you'd usually be safe in a heat, but with the talent he had in that heat, he wasn't. He was sitting in third, Joel Vaughan was above him, and I think who was winning that heat? I think maybe Banting was in that heat, I can't remember exactly. Banting. But yeah, that was a crazy heat, and in the end, Reece, mad minute, he got a nice left, and very clutch performance to ride that one through and show some very, very, good experience to, click that last turn. It was a very progressive and big turn. I would have probably been going for a little lip line, trying, only needing a 5, but he ditched the fins out the back. But that's the way he surfs. He doesn't hold back.
Yeah.
I mean, and here he goes Nathan Cook, the other goofy footer. So they've moved their way out to this left, and it's starting to show its teeth, this left down the beach. How's that section coming at him? Drops into this one and wraps it around. I feel like this wave just kept holding back on him the whole way. It didn't. It looked like it was going to stand up that wave. Great surfing, but I feel like he was waiting for that really steep section like we saw Reece have, but it just never came. It just kept backing off and backing off. So, I mean, that was just a good score, a really good score to back up his 6.1. But when you got someone like Reece with an 8, you really want to get those steep sections where you can unload the big turns on. So
yeah, totally. And someone who was unloading in the previous heat, Philippa Anderson. Congratulations, Philippa, for taking out that last heat. Thanks, you kind of got the ball rolling at the start of the heat, locking in a 6.33, and then you just kept catching waves. Was that your game plan this morning?
Yeah, I feel like it was just attacking. So whatever section you had, just looking, bit of like paddling into it and seeing if it's going to offer something. And I just wanted to like get one solid turn in and then see how the rest played out.
And you managed to, you're paddling for a little while. It looks like you were umming and ahhing, going, do I run around, do I not? What was the decision behind going for that run around?
I thought I was actually like further out than what I was, but I just kind of got smashed. I looked around and I just saw Crispy like, come in, mate. So I did a run around. I was extremely hot in this. I locked my keys in my car. So
oh, no.
So yeah, sorry to my sponsors, I don't have a hat on, and if anyone knows how to break into a Toyota, So yeah, I was a bit hot in the short arm. I kind of like got it out and then I closed the boot and then I was like, oh no. So I was very hot, but I did the run around and just tried to keep my cool, and so I was really happy to get through that, having that incident before my heat. It was a bit of a...
I'm sure everyone, Chris Enever in the booth here, Philsy, I'm sure everyone from Newcastle that knows anything about cars is V-lining up here as we speak. But, you seem to be building great momentum through this event. You're just chipping away every heat, and the scores keep getting better and better. I know you got Crispy in your corner. It must be great to have this event on before you lead into the CT, which you are the wild card for at your home beach in Newcastle.
Yeah, super excited about that. I just think WSL and Surfing New South Wales and everyone involved has actually done such a good job in getting this up and running. I mean, you've heard over the last few days we haven't had events for so long, so I guess personally as surfers we're so thankful to have the Rashi back on, and I'm just trying really hard to just get through each heat. Really excited for this year ahead. Had a big few months of work, so now I'm just like focusing on surfing, and yeah, I felt I haven't really surfed my best yet, so hopefully throughout the day I can keep dropping more high scores. And yeah, I guess we're just super happy, so massive thanks to everyone getting the events up and running.
Yeah, you just touched on work as well. I want you to give us a quick run through what you're doing. I know you have a new surf school that you've launched down in Newcastle, helping everyone get out in the water and, you know, progress their surfing, starting with the beginners and also working through the advanced. So give us a run through of what's going on with that.
I guess COVID hit last year. I kind of always knew I maybe wanted to coach kids, and we've been so blessed with the lifestyle we've had. You know, I grew up across the beach in South Africa, moved to Australia, been in the competitive scene for so long, and I just wanted to give kids an opportunity to do that. We've had so many kids come from outside of town to the beach from like Maitland, which is 40 minutes away, and the fact that we're giving them an opportunity to learn to surf. It's a pretty physical job, so probably been the fittest I have in a while, but it's just amazing when you see kids stand up, and I think just giving them the opportunity to do that, it's been really awesome. Really busy, so I'm kind of glad school's gone back. The holidays were super gnarly, in a good way though.
Yeah, well, you're an absolute champion. I mean, that's amazing what you're doing for surfing, and also what you're showing us you're doing in the competitive side of things. So best of luck for the rest of the event. Rest up, hopefully get into your car, and we'll see you in the semi-finals very shortly.
Yeah, thanks guys.
Yeah, Philsy.
Well done. As we could hear the rain start to come in on that tent just before.
Oh, what a champion she is. She's such a lovely soul. Great surfer. I mean, she's been so close to qualifying a number of times, and she's one that I just, you know, she's like the people's champion. I feel like as soon as she gets in, the whole of Newcastle will erupt if she can make it onto the CT. I mean, even, you know, having that opportunity to surf against the world's best in the CT at Newcastle will be great to see, because she definitely belongs there. And as we see down, this heat has flown by and the rain's bucketing down. Nathan Cook with that last wave, we said, it wasn't the most dynamic wave, but it was a 5.8. So he's backed up. He's backed up his last score, but here is Reef Hazelwood. He's been waiting, dropping anchor out the back, and the rain seems to be like cleaning up these faces a bit. Look at this one. This one's got some nice going, and he's got a lot of speed moving through the inside, and
oh
wow,
my goodness.
That was unbelievable, that finish from Reef Hazelwood. Wow, just launching off the lip. I mean, this kid is a very, very big talent, and he is sending shockwaves through this draw right now.
Here's a replay. Oh, this wave was insane. So he carves it straight back, and he's patiently waiting off the bottom here, and he puts it straight back up, staying nice and close to the power source. He eyes this section off and goes, yep, I'm going up and I'm coming down.
Oh my God, just the commitment into the lip. I mean, I know he spends so much time above the lip, so those landings he would just be, you know, well and truly ready for.
Yeah.
He spent a lot of time blowing those knees almost. But that was so controlled. I would not be surprised to see that. Another excellent score drop for Reef right there. I think it could be better than his first.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, Nathan Cook is probably going to be in a bit of spot of bother here, leading to the back end of this heat. So, just on 3 minutes 50 seconds remaining.
Someone that will be loving these left towards the end of the day is Laura.
Yes.
She's probably watching them going, ooh.
We're not giving away all the tactics just yet, but no, I don't think she even wants to go right, to be honest. And there it is. Reef Hazelwood, the second best score of the whole event, 9.57. So this man is absolutely lapping up the conditions here at Tuncurry. You can see the excitement as he splashes the water. He is fired up, and that is dangerous signs for the rest of the men's competitors. If that guy gets on a roll, I mean, here goes Nathan Cook up and riding. I feel like it hasn't been a surfing problem here for Nathan. It's just been the waves. He just hasn't found that steep wave, and Reef just keeps finding those ones that stand up on the inside. He's found such a good read on this lineup, and leading to the end of the day. I mean, Reef dropped a 9 yesterday, and he had an 8 as a backup. So he dropped another 17-point heat total. Holy dooly, watch out.
Crazy.
Yeah. I know he's in some very good rhythm here. And, I mean, you look at him as he does like to feed off rhythm too, because he did go into the CT. He got a wild card into the CT at Snapper, which was run at Duramba a few years back. and he managed to pick up a 9th there.
Yep.
You know, I think he bowed out to Seth Moniz in a very, very tight heat, so he could have very well gone on to the quarterfinals in that. So, a CT competitor down here at the Great Lakes Pro. Yeah, exciting times for the rest of the day.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Chris, I have a question. If you were Nathan, what would you be doing? You're in combo, there's 2 minutes left. Would you just be out there just to have a bit of fun?
That's pretty much what you can. That's all you can really do. I think. I think it's just about him going. All right. I've been beaten by a very strong competitor here. He just Reef's found the right waves. I'd just be thinking, let's have a bit of fun. Let's just send this off with a bang. Very great result from the man who originally hails from Avoca but lives in Cabarita now. He's a powerful and progressive goofy footer. And if you haven't checked out, if you want to see some great surfing, go over to Nathan Cook's Instagram. He's got it's on Stab and also on YouTube. I think they released a clip called Rosa, and it's some very, very good surfing. Powerful. If you love seeing a powerful goofy footer and someone that absolutely detonates going right too, check it out. It's a great clip. But it's been all about this man, Reef Hazelwood, in this heat. Would not be surprised to see something quite crazy on this inside section here. Look at him. He's finding something. Oh, God.
Oh, gosh.
It's
He's
just...
like...
And there it is. Oh. And like his photographer said, you've got to actually pan back when you shoot Reef Hazelwood because he tends to go out of the screen quite a lot with all that pop he's got.
And that he did. So 40 seconds remaining. Nathan Cook grabbing potentially what could be his last ride of this heat. So it's been a great campaign for the surfer in blue. He's been surfing so well all event. He tags that section. Unfortunately, can't ride out of that one. So 25 seconds remaining. I think I'm blown away. I'm speechless. That 9.57 was crazy.
He just surfed it with so much precision, didn't he?
Yep.
Like every turn he did put him in the perfect spot for the next one, and it was just so well surfed from start to finish. Almost perfect surfing, and look at him. He's feeling really good right now.
Yeah.
And I feel like everyone would be looking at him in the draw still going, oh, wow.
Yeah.
Reef is on, and that's dangerous signs because we haven't even seen him take to the air yet. He's just been doing his on-the-face stuff. But if he takes the air later, it could be dangerous signs for everyone. But we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with more action here at the Great Lakes Pro 1000.
Program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
All right, we're back. We are back with, we had to take a breath after that last heat. Very exciting stuff. Watching Reef Hazelwood take that out. He'll be appearing in the first semi-final now for the men's. We're now into the second quarterfinal for the men's, and this one is a doozy. We have Matt Banting the man who's already qualified for the Challenger Series in red, and now North Narrabeen's very own Dylan Moffat, winner of the Australian Open Surf Series that went on throughout last year. So this heat smells of fireworks, and I'm very excited to be in the booth with good friend, coach, and commentator Crispy. Michael Crisp, welcome.
Wow, yeah, welcome back all those watching online. Welcome back all those in Australia and around here, down here as well. There's some locals from Boomerang Board Riders, Foster are here, and great support network, and the athletes are here on finals day. So, well, on the beach just then, there was some good waves getting thrown down and some big scores. Molly Picklum, Philippa Anderson, and then Reef Hazelwood. Dangerously looking, he's the pick for the win.
Well, you'd have to say he's really taken a liking to the waves here at Tuncurry. I mean, we're so grateful for everything the WSL staff and the Surfing New South Wales staff have done here to move the event from Boomerang, which was quite victory at sea. I mean, there's some great surfing we saw there. We saw Cruzy locking in a 9.8 down there with some of the best surfing I've seen in a very long time. But we've come here and it's given the surfers a lot more opportunity, a lot more condensed peak on the inside, shorter paddle back out. We see a lot more action here, and I think it's a lot fairer playing field for the competitors.
Yeah, there's a couple of considerations. So event manager Rowan and from Surfing New South Wales and Adam Huben, and they're listening to the athletes every morning. We're there at 5:45 and they're talking to the athletes, but the core decisions are made. Safety of athletes, safety of the event, and again, in line with the New South Wales government.
Oh.
Well, here he is, Reef Hazelwood. Mates, you killed it. You had the plan. You executed it. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks heaps, guys. Pretty stoked.
Well, you had your plan this morning. You know, you were down there. You were tucked in that corner with a few of the crew. What was in your game plan going out there in the change of conditions with weather and the onshore wind a bit stronger?
Yeah, well, you know, you'd seen the tide drop out just a little bit before my heat, and it was starting to fill in again, and I thought that was kind of going to help better the waves a bit. And you had the wind come up a bit more, but still, if you have those kind of better walling waves, it was make it a bit easier. So I was just kind of wanting to be a bit more patient, and paid off.
Awesome.
Yeah, Reef, Chris Hanover here, fellow goofy footer. We love a left. You'd sniff one out from anywhere, wouldn't you, mate? You must be pretty stoked to have these lefts start turning on. I mean, you found a few yesterday and you've kicked off exactly where you left off. So how's the conditions out there?
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty similar to yesterday. Might even be a touch bigger, which is pretty epic. And so, yeah, just those running lefts are pretty sick. And, you know, there's a couple good rights too. So, you know, I'd love to mix it up a little bit, but you know, if there's a left, I'm always going to be going it.
Yeah, mate. Well, we know you're well renowned for your work above the lip. You run the Reef Hazelwood air camps as well. So, but the stuff you're doing on the face of this event is second to none. It is unbelievably precise. So, you know, you must have been working on a lot of forehand surfing on the face more so.
Yeah, absolutely. I spent a month on the Gold Coast just before coming down here, and I was working with B. Durbridge and Clancy Dawson at the High Performance Centre, just really kind of making sure that you know, those calves were looking pretty snazzy, and so yeah, I feel like that work's paying off now, which I'm pretty stoked about.
Well, it definitely is. You're looking pinpoint accurate, so keep it going. We're excited to see you in the semis. Maybe some stuff above the lip even if we get a chance, but what you're doing now is perfect. So keep it up and congrats.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Reef. Well, there it is. Reef Hazelwood first booking a spot in the semi-final here at the Vissla Pro Surf Series QS 1000. My name's Crispy and I'm here with Chris Hanover, North Narrabeen. Now, I love the way your sister got through. You're at the other side of the draw and I'm at the other back end with Philsey.
Could be a battle of.
Ooh, final. See you in the final.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. I mean, they've got some very smart competitors they're coming up against. Laura against Sophie McCulloch, who has been dangerous in this draw. She's looked so on point. Like I said, the commitment she shows into the lip reminds me of one Tatiana Weston Webb on the CT. And then we have the most, you know, dynamic up-and-coming junior, well, we wouldn't even call her a junior now, up-and-coming Australian surfer in the women's side of things with Molly Picklum against Philippa Anderson. So they've got some heavy hitters to run through, but it's an action-packed semi-final draw.
And that's the way competition is. And the talent pool that we've got in Australia, the Australian Oceanic area for the World Surf League QS is phenomenal and only getting better. And that demonstrates the great waves we have, the great talent, the great support from all the networks.
Yeah.
Again, live update, our Mr. Unpredictable, 6-0 versus Boom Boom Banting from Port Macquarie. And I tell you what, Lenny's down there. He is just the Mr. Forth dog. I've seen him for the last 2 decades supporting father, coach, supporting Matty Banting and the family and all the crew back Port Macquarie. Wayne Morrison will be watching in awe, and Mick Kane and all the crew. Got even Wayne Hudson here watching, some of the super coaches, just supporting these surfers. And again, you got high performance Glenn Workman. He works a lot with Reef. You got Bede and Clancy supporting all Australian surfers and the Olympic team. There's so much support, and for the outplay in the Pointy End, we're at the finals day today. Here it is. Stage is set, 12 minutes remaining. Dylan Moffat. This is going to be a great campaign this second heat as well.
I know. I mean, you've got probably one of the most experienced competitors coming out of Australian surfing, in Matt Banting. I think he set the record for most heat wins in a row on the junior series back in the day. I think it was something like 52 heat wins in a row. I think he got, or it was something ridiculous. And then, you look at his resume. You go back to 2011, 10 years ago. He was a teenager and he lost to Kelly, in snapper in round 3 in the CT. So how old's he now? 27 he would be? So
yeah, about 27,
so he was a teenager.
Similar to Cooper and all the crew, and again, tight crew. And you got the people like Laura, as you said, Philippa, and all Kobe and Wright on the other side of the draw.
And then you've got, in 2012, he won the Australian Open of Surf, QS 6-star back in the day. Whatever.
With Sally Fitz on the women, that's right.
Yep. And then, then he, in 2014, he won the 6-star at Newcastle. He won Carbo 6-star and he qualified for the CT. And then he had obviously 2 years on tour, and then he had a pretty bad back injury which kept him out for quite a long time. And now he's back with vengeance, and he's looking on point, this guy. So I think Australian surfing would be very, very happy to see Matt Banting fired up. He's already into the Challenger Series, qualified for it, so he'll be looking to make a mark on that. And hopefully we'll see him back on the CT, because I think he's very deserving of that spot.
And I think coming down the 10 minutes, Dylan Moffat, really different campaign that he brings. He's got priorities, currently sitting in the lead, but he's going to have to bring his best in every moment. Not make too many errors. You've probably got a chance to do 1 or 2 errors, but sometimes there's a matchup. You've got a final before the final. And one would say this is your final surfers, as with Reef, the talent pool for the top 8. And you've got Matt Banting on your heels. You've got to bring a flawless act. And there is the first turn. And he's just crushed from dreams from qualifying series surfers from the get-go, from when he was on the ropes, from Josh Levy, the wild card with Surfing New South Wales, to Cooper Chapman yesterday, where he needed a 9. And let's look at this replay. Thank you, New South Wales government and Surfing New South Wales. First tag, looking dreamy. This is under priority again. Disciplined surfer, 2 hits with completion. Judges are going to love that building score. He'll take the lead with that one.
Yeah, he will. I think out in this lineup today, we've seen, I spent a bit of time on the beach early. Priority hasn't been a big factor, especially throughout the heat, because there's multiple banks. It's a pretty big playing field out there. So we see the surfers have been usually putting a bit of distance between each of themselves. And yeah, priority hasn't been a big key factor, but in the back end of the heat, that's where it can really come into play. If you're holding that priority and the lead, it is hard to find the right wave out there at some times. So if you're holding priority at the back end of the heat with the lead, it can be very, very important. We see his score will be locking in very shortly. We'll wait for the judges to get one through to us.
All right, live action. That is Dylan Moffat, Mr. Unpredictable. And again, North Narrabeen, the Northern Beaches. And nice little turn, and then bangs out another one. So, good surfing, disciplined surfing, pinpoint accuracy. And that's what we know, 8 minutes remaining. That was that last wave. Chriso, he's just keep ticking the boxes, keeping consistent. Looks like he's sticking to plan.
It is. I mean, he doesn't seem to be fazed by anything, this kid. I mean, he is just such a good competitor. He's found his rhythm. He's found his happy place in the rash vest, and it just keeps on ticking over, and it just keeps going from strength to strength. So I am very, very excited as a surf fan and also a North Narrabeen fan to see Dylan Moffat doing this, because, you know, he's got Matt Banting in his heat, but I feel like he looks at him as if he's just a shadow, you know, like he's just there, and Dylan's out there doing his own thing. Here's a replay of this one. So very comfortable on a left-hander like this. Surfed plenty of them back home at North Narrabeen, working his way through the inside, and that was just a
that was
one
that
there.
one before that, and
That
then here's this other one. Nice big first slash setup, and here's his draw. This is his strength,
Bang.
sticking to it, and here we go, completion and woofter.
Oh,
That is a woofing turn.
that is
Fire in the hole, courtesy of Dylan Moffat.
love it. That was a great ride there from Dill. I think he will be. I think he'll be very close to match, if not, you know, go above. And here he's again.
Oh,
He's
there's
found
the
a
drop
second one.
leg. Under priority, sneaking this one. And this is what you're just saying about. With priority, you can do some damage, but the key for surfers is to pack on the pressure to the other opponent. Again, man versus man, 2v2. There's only 2 people out there, so it's mono and mono. So pack on the pressure, and that's where it really comes to play in the back end of the heat. Those final critical moments, the last 3 minutes, 1 minute, to bring those moments back.
Yeah, so we see, the scores have locked in. So Dylan Moffat, I think that left there was a 6-point ride, unless there's another score to come through. But here's Matty Banting up and riding.
Wow.
Tagging the inside there. So that'll be Banting's backup. He's got a 717. That will be his backup there.
Oh, I reckon I just see that bigger and just with a bit more. I feel this one's going to go a bit higher than his 717. Let's look at the replay. Looks a bit bigger. Look at the patience. Here we go. Driving bottom turn, sets the pace. Nice little wrap. And then this one, this moment right here, zeroes it up. And look at that stomp and low centre of gravity, really compressing like shock absorbers of a four-wheel drive. There it is, 614. So a gauge went under, but he's going to take the lead. And looks like Dylan Moffat, that last one, only 433, so a 758. He's got to bring a touch of class now. Chris Enover, okay, commentator, and hasn't it been a great event? Can't believe it's Friday. It's finals day.
Flown by.
Thank you, Visla. Thank you, World Surf League. Thank you, Surfing New South Wales, and all the partners.
Yep.
Mad Mex. Oh, look at this guy. Jacko Baker. He's on the salmon board. Not pink, not orange, salmon.
I spoke to him yesterday. The waves were about 5 feet, just bumpy, big, rolling, chunky things, and he came in from his heat and he's been riding an epoxy all event. I just said, where's your shortboards? And he said, they're all at onboard, waiting to get them, but he said, I've only got an epoxy or a 6'2" taco grinder, so don't have many options, but that keeps it very simple, I guess, for him, and he's just been on fire on that epoxy. It seems to be holding and is working for him. So you know, you can make something work that's meant for different conditions, and he's definitely looks like he's found his groove on that board.
Yeah, I really feel equipment, part of the pillars of competitive surfing and a surfer. If you haven't got a variety of equipment, you don't try new things, you get your magic sleds, like we said, Aladdin and his magic carpet, a la Dylan Moffat. It is, you got to try new things and be on the best boards. And again, working in close with shapers, some of the best shapers in the world. You see Takoro, you see Gunter Ron, you see Al Merrick, and here we go. Here's the boy, far laps up.
Dylan Moffat, bang, out of the lip, and this one's got some chunk to it on the inside.
Oh my God.
Oh my. Oh. No, that was
detonation of the nation.
He made it too, and it just bucked him off. It was like there was a backwash hit him. He had the landing. That was so committed.
That was the score. Let's look at the replay. Again, powered by World Surf League and Surfing New South Wales. Look at the drift, size of the wave. There's the first turn. Commitment, squares up and really roller coaster rides and projects and just gets swallowed by that reverb. The wave punches down the lip with all that power and then reverbs up, and the wave just swallowed him up there, Chris Enover.
Yes. Oh, that was the score. That was hands down the score. I could have seen that going to the nines. That was unbelievable commitment there by Dill. But now look what happens. This is where priority becomes very, very useful for the man in red, Matt Banting. I think it would have been a very different situation had Dylan rode out of that wave. We would have seen Banting scrapping around looking for a score. But as we come down to the 2 minutes 35 seconds remaining, it's the ball is definitely in the man in red, Matt Banting's court here, and the kid from North Narrabeen, Dylan Moffat, one would say, on the ropes here. So, I mean, if the Ocean can cooperate, as a viewer's point of view, we'd love to see a flurry of sets in the back end, because this could
2 for 2.
Yeah, really heat up.
Well, 2 minutes remaining. You'll see Matt Banting. He won't move. He'll hug him like a cat, stay with him, and Dylan's really got to separate himself, go to that big left, or try to sell a lemon wave to Matt Banting, because he needs that priority. Can't just take off on scraps. I'm calling. He's got to get a good wave and do 2 banging turns, just like the doctor ordered on that last one, and just incomplete. But he had to go for it. The head judge, Ty Condigan, this morning was saying, big hits, square up to the section, that's going to get the big points. It's that simple, yet so hard, Chris Enever, in this environment. Here we go.
Matty Banting up and riding, so he's looking left, looking right. I think that was a block, but
there it is.
There's the
Sold
lemon.
the lemon. There it is. Sell the lemon, get priority back. But the pressure cooker here, the stress test, 1.5 minutes remaining. Yellow flags up, got the visual, needs the wave and needs opportunity to move on through to the semi-final. Don't forget, up next, we've got our men's heat 3 and then heat 4. So already the stage is set for the semi-final action.
So, will the Ocean cooperate?
A minute's a long time for Matt Banting, but it'll go quick for Dylan Moffat.
It will. Yeah, he's just so 7.58 is what required for the man in blue, Dylan Moffat, to keep his campaign alive here at the Great Lakes Pro. He's been a standout through the event. He's looked so on point. Down to 30 seconds remaining. Will he get an opportunity?
Yeah, 30 seconds. So again, Matt Banting getting it done. His completion and wave selection's been amazing, but this is the last roll of the dice. Blue has priority. Red will go right. And here we go. First turn, Dylan Moffat, important wave, and wow, he went to the air.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there was much more on that wave in the back end, so he had to go for it, and unfortunately that'll be all she wrote for Dylan Moffat in this event, but great start to the year, great way to, kick off his QS campaign.
To lose to the number 1 seed, Matt Banting, former CT, that is an honour, and I'll tell you what, he's got a big future. 2021, the Vissla Pro Surf Series, event number 1. This is finals day. We'll be back, Chris Enever and myself, Crispy, right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Righty, welcome back to finals day. This is event number 1, Vizsla Great Lakes Pro QS 1000. Event 1, Vizsla New South Wales Pro Surf Series 2021, and presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. Those beautiful images were of the Barrington Coast here, the Mid-North Coast Council. Beautiful place. Even last night, tucking into some takeaway Thai, driving around the Foster Tuncurry, a beautiful place to fish, stay for a holiday, whether the caravan park or the local hotel. Some great spots, and everywhere was packed. It was great to see. And again, in social distancing, we can wear masks here where needed, social distance, but we are right on now. COVID safe event, but we are currently on finals day, quarterfinal 3. Who's out there? Chris Anover.
Well, there's North Narrabeen Zone, Geordie Lawler kicking this heat off. He's up against Merriweather's very own Jackson Baker, the man who has received a wild card into the CT that will be run at Newcastle.
Yes.
Along with the other wild card, Philip Anderson. So a great showing by two Merriweather locals that have had a big part of surfing in Newcastle and around Australia. Experienced campaign competitors.
Yeah.
So very, very well represented there.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And the same with Jordan Lawler. He's got the runs on the board. He's got the podium finishes and the wins, especially the Vizsla QS 6000, and a great campaign overseas the last 2019 and a little bit of 2020. This is going to be a great matchup of the J-Mans, and you see Geordie Lawler out there in red. Jacko Baker, quick shout out. You got Jacko Baker's parents here supporting him. And then Tripaz watching online, his S&C trainer. Look at this. And he's been eating well, and he's off the yeast. He's off the golden cordials.
Really?
Training hard. And he's stripped it.
Good man.
You can see the six-pack again. And I'm not talking VB.
Yeah.
It's the Jacko pack.
The Jacko pack. He's got more resilience than I do. Well, out in front at the moment, Geordie Lawler has locked in 2 quick scores. You know, he's really solid competitor, this kid. He's got his head screwed on, working closely with Matty Cattle. He's locked in a 6.5 and a 4, but here goes Jacko Baker on that salmon epoxy.
Yeah.
That Al Merrick.
Nice little tag, and again, good choice as well. So board selection, and again, stomping it strong. We'll leave that one with the judges. Held it there, you know, like a mark in the footy, in the Aussie rules. Held it, sold it. Let's see what the judges deliberate. But look at this wave replay, powered by the New South Wales government. Nice little setup turn, good selection of wave. Keeps busy, and bang, zeroes in on that. Coping, that critical section. Judges love that. They love the stomp. We'll leave it with them for the score as it rolls out.
Yeah, his board's looking so spicy under his feet, and obviously that's the epoxy. You know, the lightness of that board looking very lively, especially in transition. You wouldn't usually think an epoxy in these conditions would be something you'd ride to or turn to, but I mean,
8 o'clock this morning, no epoxy.
No, but
rain, squall, but now that sun, it's changed.
But even yesterday, I mean, it was big. It was some chunky lefts coming through, rolling down the bank from a long way out with lots of lump in the water. And he just looks so comfortable on that epoxy. You know, I feel like sometimes you get a board under your feet that isn't meant, is meant for something else, but it just works in everything. And like you said, a magic quiver, a magic stick.
Yeah.
It just...
And when you hit those sweet spots, you got that confidence in your board. Combine that with a good wave, and then you're feeling good in both in the gym and also with your strengths. Suddenly your mindset shifts, and things are going your way. All the good things are 1%ers to make that 100% performance.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at pro surfing, where it's come over the past, many years, you look at guys like Kelly, who's just thrown the book out the window when it comes to what you can ride in certain conditions. He's jumped on epoxies and 4-fins and 20s, and in just crazy chunky conditions. I think he's riding epoxy at Margaret's when you're just scratching your head going, how does that even work? So, I mean, Jacko Baker's obviously found a board he loves, and he's just ridden it through the whole event. Geordie Lawler also riding the Channel Islands boards. I know he works very closely with Luca and the crew down at Channel Islands. They got a great setup there. Brent and all those crew doing a great job with Geordie's boards. I know they're developing some new models and all that. So, exciting times in the board industry world. I mean,
they're going gangbusters.
Well, they've
all the
just
top
thriving.
5, the top 10, and even talking to JT yesterday, even with their surf shop, they're just sold out. So retail's going gangbusters with people just pulling back, doing in their region safely. And live action, this is Geordie Lauder, quarterfinal 3. There's the first wrap. And I love the way he just goes back to that source of speed, stays in the pocket and waits for opportunities. Nice little speed floater, and again, rock and roll floater, and just looks like he's going to the dry sand on that little rock and roll to come again.
Yeah, he loves the left, this guy. He will be out there sniffing out any lefts that moves. I mean, he is a full froth lord. He surfs all day, every day, and you can see how comfortable he is on his board and his equipment. Very precise with where he puts his turns. Like a surgeon, he makes his way through the inside here and finishes that one on the inside. So he's looking fired up. And I mean, this heat has started a little bit slow for waves. We haven't seen those grunty kind of big open face waves. We saw Reef take 2. I think we've seen a bit of a change in the conditions. The tide's coming up. The lineup's sorting itself out. So, I mean, I think once the tide really starts to fill in, it'll condense on that inside bank more. And we'll see, a lot more, organised rides and organised waves.
I want to point you out, 11 minutes remaining, quarterfinal 3, Vissla Pro Surf Series, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. Just Jackson Baker, his last wave at 2.57. Judges deliberating, and again, majority rules. Whether a couple of judges said yes, he made it, and the majority said no, there's your score, 2.57. World Surf League judges' word is final.
Wow, yeah, I know that.
So stick your turns. You try to sell it, and sometimes it goes your way. Or talking about going your way, Matty Banting. It's Crispy here and Chris Enever. Congratulations, Matty.
Oh, thanks, boys. Thank you very much.
Mate, you've had a whirlwind of a week. Talk us through, the conditions for you, the headspace, what's been going on both ways, and then how you've been preparing for this.
Yeah, no, it's been fun. There was a bit of tricky conditions the other day at Boomerang. Then here at Tuncurry, it's a little bit more organised, a little bit easier to kind of manage the waves. But I had a couple slow starts to the event, a couple little scrape throughs and buzzer beaters and stuff. But felt like the heat previous to last, I got a couple 8s and was building some momentum. But then in that one, then it was just a slow start. We both didn't get away for 7-8 minutes, and it's just with 20-minute heats, you got kind of 12-13 minutes to make it all happen. So if you got 2 opportunities, you kind of want to make them count, and it's not much room for error. But
yeah,
it's
definitely.
Good fun.
Hey, Matty, talk us through, when there's setbacks, both you've had your share of injuries off tour on the QS. How do you recover from that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep positive-minded, looking at other people with worse problems and stuff like that, and regaining your appreciation. But even this little break the last year, I was speaking to some friends overseas with COVID, having the big break and everything. They were kind of tripping out, but I'm used to having kind of 9 months off, 10 months off and stuff like that. Not that you want to, but I've done it before, so I know what to expect.
So good.
Yeah, Matty, it's Chris Enever here. You're looking very sharp, very precise. You've obviously already qualified for the Challenger Series later in the year. I mean, you'll have your eyes set on that CT again. The clips you've been dropping, I feel like I've written wow or you're kidding on about 900 of your posts recently because it's looking so silky smooth. What board you got under your feet? Because I feel like I just want to go get one.
Oh, cheers. I'm actually just trying to mix it up at the moment. It's trying a couple of different boards, but been on the Lukey's for a while and just trying to mix it up and everything, just trying a few different ones. But yeah, it's been fun. I'm just loving surfing at the moment, loving the training, and just want to put in the hard yards these next few months leading up to the Challenger Series and hook in. I was stoked to hear that I got a definite seed in them, so this is all just like a preparation, warm-up, and get my head back into it. It's good.
Yeah, well, we can feel the froth, we can feel the energy that you're putting forward, and your love for surfing, so everyone's noticing it, everyone's inspired by it, so keep it up, and good luck in the semis later on.
Thanks heaps, boys. Appreciate it. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Well, that is winner of last quarterfinal 2, Matt Banting from Port Macquarie, Australia, taking out Dylan Moffat, the Northern Beaches, North Narrabeen local, and, well, Mr. Unpredictable, again, keeping his head high because he's had a great campaign, equal 5th, and he'll go to Port Stephens. We'll see him in a couple of days, and check it out if you haven't already. those surfers who still want to enter in, go on the World Surf League website. Still a couple of opportunities to go in the Whistler Pro Surf Series. Stop number 2 at Port Stephens. Stop 3, the Mad Mex at Maroubra. And then the Evoca QS 3000. That's going to go off stop 4 with fireworks.
And here's Geordie Lawler using his priority very wisely. This is a nice looking wave. Fades back right, comes back left, hooks it out of the lip, and this one's looking good on the inside. Pops it around. And there it is. That's the commitment and the confidence that this guy brings to the table. I see it every day down in North Narrabeen, so it's no surprise to see him. He's so in tune with his equipment, his boards and his training. I know he's done a lot of training on the side at the Surfers Gym down there, and with like a lot of other crew. I know he does some stuff with Isaac Buckley, and here's a replay as well.
Yeah, definitely. So, again, good selection of wave. He's in a great space. Goes to his favourite left. There's the attack there. Judges are looking for that. And there is the variety of combination. Innovation, progression brings that nice little air reverse. Nice cork tie with the tail. They want to see variation. They want to see risk. Here comes the reward with the score.
Yeah, that was epic surfing there by Geordie Lawler. Is that the score locked in right there?
Yeah, I'll just get
we'll
it
wait
out.
and see. We might still be waiting for the score to come in. We'll just pull up this heat on live on the WSL app. Still waiting for these scores to come through for Geordie. I mean, the wave, it was so perfectly well read. He went right, came back left. At the moment, we're seeing a 6.5 locked in for Geordie Lawler. Actually, no, we're still waiting for 2 scores from Geordie.
Yeah, the last one, don't worry about. Throw it out.
Yeah. That was a throw-out score. So we've got 2 scores to come through for Geordie Lawler, the small one. But the main one will be this fade back, hooks in the pocket, nice slash, and then the air reverse. So I think Jacko Baker might be in a bit of a spot of bother here. He'll be looking for maybe to restart this heat because he's only got two twos, holding pocket 2s. He'll be looking to restart.
But he's got to control Alt-Delete. He's just got to reset, pull the plug it back in. Couple of deep breaths, whatever his routine is to get him back. But he's got to complete his turns. I've seen the last 3 opportunities. Didn't finish that turn solidly, with control, with projection, and even stomp it. Whatever he gets to cue that word. And here he goes. Let's see Jacko Baker on the fight back. There's a nice little right. And again, sets the pace. He's got to finish it here. There's the tag and there's the stomp. Jacko Baker back on from Merriweather, Newcastle.
Yeah, you could see he really emphasised that finish. He knew he'd let a couple get away from him, and he'd made no mistake there riding out of that one. So that's more like the Jacko Baker we're used to.
Yeah, reset, here we go.
See a replay this one. Bit of a froth monster when he takes off. Negotiates that first turn, nice slash, and this is the money turn. Bangs it through the lip. You can see he really comes over that front foot. Hands almost come down to the rails. Very, very confident finish there from Jacko Baker. We're still waiting for the scores to lock in. Geordie Lawler, there it is, 7.83. So nearing the excellent range there from Geordie Lawler. Great surfing. I can see why the judges held it back just a touch. Didn't really offer that big first turn, and he kind of aired out into the flats. But nonetheless, great surfing. You know, probably turned, a 5-point ride into a 7.8. So
yeah, totally. If he couldn't agree more, did that nice snap and then come around, did a carve or a rebound, you're probably sitting in around the 5.5, 6. So he's turned that wave into something special, popped a new innovation, progressive air, above the lip, nice cork tie, air rev. And Geordie Lawler sets the pace now. Yeah,
and we just had Jacko Baker locking a 6.83 for that last one. So interesting times. Here we go, Geordie under this one. Oh, that wave just running down the beach. Looked a bit funky. I don't know if that was the right decision picking off that one. I think he probably could have held it because he's got a 6.5 and a 7.83.
Yeah.
I think he just needs the nail in the coffin right. He needs one of those Reef Hazelwood bomb lefts where he can just rip into a couple of turns and just, a big exclamation mark on the end. That wave just looked a bit funky from the takeoff, I think.
Yeah, let's look at the replay. So choosing to go right, and this is that spot where he got a nice little tube yesterday on the backhand, bangs it, and it just that water going out. It hasn't filled in full tide as it is at 1:30, and we're on 10:30 right now, so still mid-tide. A lot of water moving, a lot of whitewash there, bit boggly. But still, he took the chance, and now priority now goes to Jackson Baker. And that's the beautiful thing about priority in these man-on-man heats with our men's division. Here we go for Jacko. Posted back on, 683, and boom.
Boom, so...
Is he gonna, got to ride it out. And that's what he did before. The difference with that other one that they counted incomplete. So a 7.51. What do you think, Chris Hanover?
I don't know. I think that he was a bit quick to the lip on that last turn. Had a nice section there, slashes it out of the lip, and I feel like he was really quick to that last section. He didn't really get the run into it, set it up off the bottom, and we could drive into it like we saw Reef do earlier, which gave him the big
drive,
high-end
kick,
scores.
Stop.
Yeah, he was kind of just late to the section, but that was just due to the wave running off at him a bit. So I think Geordie just got maybe a get out of jail free card there, unless we missed the start of the wave and there was something else on that wave. But from what I'm seeing, I think that Jacko Baker will still be hunting for that 7.51 as we come down to just under 1 minute 30 remaining in this heat. But I feel Jacko Baker is the type of surfer that if he runs through this semi, I would not be surprised to see him go all the way, because you look back to 2018, 3 QS wins for Jacko Baker. So he's the type of guy that when he gets to the business end of the draw, he seems to always go all the way. He just has that head on him, that composure to take it out. And here's Geordie Lawler literally sitting on Jacko's back. He won't give him an inch. And here he goes, a good wave here by Geordie. He's taken off on this one. Oh, I think he just got sold a bit of a lemon there. So 40 seconds remaining. Interesting situation. Jacko Baker has priority. He's looking for a 7.51. So a few nervous moments here for the North Narrabeen crew and Geordie Lawler.
Yeah, totally.
But
capable.
Yes.
Yeah, just again like Dylan Moffat, way capable. He eats those for breakfast. 7.51. It looks like 2 vertical hits, big wave or a medium wave with critical squared up turns.
It looks like his body language. It's not going to happen for him. The ocean has gone quiet. So relief there for Geordie Lawler. Matty Cattle will be stoked, and all the crew down at North Narrabeen will be cheering him on. Great surfing there by the man in red. Geordie Lawler will take a break and come back with some more action from the Great Lakes Pro 1000 here at Tuncurry Beach. I'm Chris Hanover, and that's Crispy, and we'll be right back.
Well, thank you, Mad Mex. 60 stores in Australia and 20 in New Zealand, and all the staff in the CBD in Sydney. We love Mad Mex. Tom says hi. I don't think he's going to come home. But I'll tell you what, welcome back. I'm with Jess Grimwood. My name's Crispy, and this is finals day of the Vissla Great Lakes Pro QS 1000, event number 1, and we're 4 days of live action, and right now we're down to the pointy end. Cooper Davies in the blue, And Tully Wiley in the red, taken on in the last quarter-final. And semi-final action for the girls up next. Semi-1 is a big one, and semi-2. And already banked in, Reef Hazelwood. We saw Maddie Banting, and then Geordie Lawler took down the Merriweather local, Jackson Baker, and Jess Grimwood. How are you doing?
I'm very well. Have a look at this replay here, Crispy. Up and riding. It looks like Cooper Davies. Is it out there in the blue, or Tully Wiley, perhaps? So let's just see how he's able to open up his quarterfinal. Nice off the top, and closes that one out. So scores to come for first wave for surfer in the blue jersey. It is Cooper Davies, a 2.33. And just a little bit of a start to the morning of action here at his finals day, Crispy. Like you said, huge day, big semis coming up for the women's. We're working with the World Surf League and Surfing New South Wales and all of the partners. Like you said, everyone's been on the front line. Everyone's putting in. We've seen from the top dogs to the absolute new starts doing tents, getting on, getting involved, and pretty stoked to have surfing back.
Yeah, the surf community is alive, and we're doing it well. And with our COVID plan with the New South Wales government, you know, we're checking in as spectators and also athletes, and again recommending, you know, sanitise your hands and also wear masks are needed in New South Wales or Queensland. We've got them on hand as well. And as you've seen, you've been watching the tennis. That was a great game last night.
I have been, yes.
It's been exciting.
It's been inspiring just to see professional sports back into action, and I think it's really good for all the community as well. Like you said, the spectators. I even saw some of the Groms from, I think, Maddie Banting's hometown come all the way here to Tuncurry. I think it's about an hour and a bit drive, and they're just coming to watch Maddie compete and take on the semi-finals, which he's already moved on through to. So it just gives all the people that are involved around the fans and the spectators and just the die-hard people in the surfing sport an opportunity to get back out there and support their favourite people or watch the live webcast like you're doing right now.
Yeah, just have an adventure, come down, and the Barrington Coast, the Mid-North Council are great partners in this event. As we said, beautiful images that you're seeing on the web, and all those watching and listening, welcome. We are on finals day, day number 4, and thank you to our main sponsor, Vissla, all the crew at Vissla, John Mossop, Wes Berg, and all the crew, even Erin up there, the designer. I love just seeing the bits and pieces in the background in the engine room. And right now, looking to fire, this is one of the athletes, Cooper Davies. So this one, and this is where they get exposed. All these underground surfers, this heat of 4 have taken down and slain some dragons. Tully Wiley in red, Cooper Davies have been kicking goals throughout this event.
Yeah, here he goes, the goofy footer Tully Wiley, nice and light off that first section. Draws out the bottom turn, looking to really extend through that second turn, but the wave just bumped down, didn't offer him too much. He sticks with it all the way through to the inside, puts the finishing touches on, rides out confidently, right in front of the judges there, and he'll get his campaign here in the quarterfinal off to a start, Crispy.
Yeah, definitely. Let's look at the wave replay powered by the New South Wales government. There's the Torquay surfers from June Jack in Victoria. Solid natural footer surfer, and again, really getting that completion in. You want to get a couple of ways. Here he goes, sorry, the Victorian in red. The goofy footer. All the Victorians are loving it. Adam Robbo and Cahill Bell Warren down there and all the family, the Wiley family. He is having fun and getting it done. He's been hanging a lot with Dylan Moffat as well. And it's great to see these new partnerships on the World Surf League QS doing event number 1 together as a solid family and friends.
Yeah, and look at those first few scores. Very similar exchange between Cooper and Tully. So 4.40 for the surfer in the blue jersey. And Tully's first ride, the goofy footer, attacking that first section, a 5.17. So that's a nice looking score, a little bit above Cooper's. And even though he's sitting in that second position, it puts him in a good spot now as we're moving towards the halfway mark in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, definitely. And you find that, like in tennis, what one does, they do the serve, you got to return with a good wave. You get priority, get the opportunity, and then when you're under priority, you'll want to create opportunities. You want to paddle to another bank or sit behind the person with priority. And if they let go of a wave, sometimes they can let go of a gold nugget. You can pounce. And I'll tell you what, Tully Wiley from June Jack, Victoria. Solid goofy footer, as you said, from Torquay Board Riders Club. QS competitor the last few years, but he did have a solid result in China last year. And again, setting him up for a great 2021 campaign. Thank you, Visla. Thank you, WSL. And thank you, Surfing New South Wales. CEO Luke Madden and the crew all there watching, listening. Hope you're enjoying the live action. What about you, Dress? Anyone at home to shout out to?
Oh, everyone, of course, always tuned in. I think there's probably a lot more people just really hungry to watch the sports and live sports at the moment, especially people coming from the lockdown divisions. So a big hello to the Central Coast and the family. Here goes Cooper Davies up and riding on the forehand. Draws a bit of rail work, setting up this inside section. Cuts his bottom hand turn a little bit short, trying to negotiate those bumps. Lines up the chunk and up and over the lip there. So strong finish from the man in the blue.
Yeah, Cooper Davies. I love the way, a couple of carvy, slicey turns for Cooper Davies. Bigger wave, chose it with priority. But I like the finish. The finish was the key. Had to go solid. Judges love calves, but they don't reward big points. They want to see those vertical hits, and finishing that you see with the wave replay, and that is the man. The goofy footer's got one at the same time, so they've split the peak, a bit of stereo surfing. One goes left, one goes right. That's why we got the World Surf League cameraman there, and then going down. So I'd say blue, as we said, he got the pick of it. Nice little open face carve on this replay, and I'm calling this one might replace that 283, may go around the 5 range, whereas last I've read it's going to be around the 3 range as he fell off.
That end turn was really nice. I feel like both Cooper and Tully have a similar approach, and they're going like really light over their feet over the section to make sure they can harness the speed and ride back out in front. We've seen a lot over the 3 days of competition, the guys getting a little stuck and a little hung up, a little bit late to the section, and there's so much push on the inside of that bank that it just kind of overtakes them. And I spoke to some of the female competitors as well, and they were just saying they just every time, even though how many times they've surfed it, they didn't expect to be there. And there we go. Quarterfinals winner. It is Geordie Lawler in the red Rashi, just stretching out, getting ready. We won't keep you too long, but congratulations, Geordie.
Yeah, thanks. It was fun out there.
Beautiful. And how were the conditions, like changing from your earlier warm-up session this morning going into this round?
Yeah.
How are you finding the difference?
I had a pretty bad free surf this morning, but it's really fun in the heat. Sometimes when you have a bad free surf and you get in a heat, it's just like so much better and easier. So yeah, it felt really good out there. It was really fun.
Beauty. Well, we won't keep you too long. You got semi-finals coming on up. Any last words for everyone tuning on in, supporting the Lawler campaign?
Yeah, just thanks for watching, and hopefully I can surf a bit better for you guys. And yeah.
Yeah, good luck, Geordie. Well done, mate.
Thanks,
and
guys.
yeah, all the best in your semi-final campaign. Do it.
Thanks.
Geordie Lawler, he's so consistent. We saw him across so many of the events, just heat after heat. He just plows through, gets the work done.
Yep.
Really, really hard worker. And then we've seen him accelerate as he gets into that semi-final conversation. He was speaking about it yesterday as well, so it'll be exciting to watch his surfing, Crispy.
Yeah, I love the way that he's worked on his weaknesses, and that is a true athlete as well. I reckon there's gains in the valley. When you're down, when you're injured, or you're working with your coach and your support network, working on whether it's flexibility. He's really worked on his under-the-lip turns, and he's fine-crafted his above-the-lip aerial game, and that is a difference. When that wind blows right to take flight, that's when it's going to hit the high notes, and especially coming into the semi-final, when they do battle with these men, it's going to be pretty big. You got Reef Hazelwood, he's going to be versus Matt Banting, and then Geordie Lawler, he's going to take the winner of this heat. Currently Cooper Davies getting it right, and there it is, a good score. That last carvy and the finish, judges rewarding a 617. Tully Wiley in red now requires a 5-4-1, both capable, but in these pressure moments, still plenty of time on the board, 8.5 minutes. It's who really consolidates every opportunity and moment that'll take it to the semi-finals.
Beautiful. If you are tuning in on live from your lounge room, perhaps with a nice hot coffee, or anywhere around the world on your phones, you can follow along on the World Surf League app. That's where we're getting our live score updates, just refresh as much as possible for us in here, because as we've been saying, we are mobile on location. We've moved to Foster Tuncurry on the north side of the breakwall in Tuncurry. That's where we've been able to hunt down the most contestable, peaky little conditions, and very similar. I've heard some people likening it to Doomba up in the Queensland border, and it's just really, really contestable. Sucks a lot of swell into here, and it's going to be a good afternoon of competition. Looking to crown the champ. Sorry, $2,500 a piece, courtesy of Mad Mex, and also a year's supply of burritos.
That is madness. And Mad Mex, again, 60 stores around Australia, 20 in New Zealand. Check them out, and again, I can't wait to see them for dinner, and especially down Maroubra at the Mad Mex QS 1000 stop number 3, that event. I'm excited for lunch. And I'll tell you what, the waves as well, they look great for the QS 1000 at Port Stephens. And again, up next, don't forget semi-final action of the women. That's going to be semi-final 1 up next here on finals day. Laura Enover from Northern Beaches, Sophie McCulloch from the beautiful Alexander Headland. She has been a rising star, and again, vertical action from both of them. It's going to be a big contest. And semi-2, Molly Picklum, again from the Sunny Coast, versus Philippa Anderson from Merriweather. Great battle on hand. 2 will go through to the final.
Yeah, really nice battle. I'm interested to see the matchup of the tactics between Sophie and Laura. I was saying before in Sophie's quarterfinal, she's such a tactician at the moment, and she's so steely. She's really, really aggressive and performs well with so much focus under these type of pressure situations. And similar to Geordie Lawler, she starts to lift the performance and she shifts up a gear as she gets closer to the finals. So I'm interested to see how she takes on Laura's experience. Here goes Tully, up and riding on the forehand.
Yeah, up and riding. Nice little wave with priority. That is Surfer in red, looking for a 5-4-1. Sets a pace. Nice little speed carve and a nice little jam. A little bit of a flare. Completion. That's going to be dangerously close to what's expected. Again, carve, snap finish. I dare say it might be just a bit under.
Well, I'll go over.
I'll go 5-5. I'm going to go 5-5 right on the line.
We'll have a look to see what the judges lock in, because Cooper Davies a 6.17 for a similar approach to that last wave. So a carve and a finishing snap. I think maybe there was a little bit more juice in Tully's wave. Let's have a look at the replay here. Up and riding, chips in nice and early before the section, holds the rail through all that cross chop on the face, lines up the second turn, doesn't get the bonus inside because that thing just doubles up on the bank and he has to press eject and get on out of there. Let's see what the score locks in as. And crispy on the money there, so 4.67. Tully still's going to require 5.41. Cooper Davies in the lead of this quarterfinal. There's Laura Enover, signature little warm-up energy for her. She's been doing cartwheels across the sand in the heat jerseys since she was about 11 or 12 years old. So that pep in her step and the hopping and dropping around on the shore is pretty unique to Laura, and good luck to her going against a pretty formidable Sophie McCulloch. And just at the 4-minute mark, Crispy steps out for his coaching requirements, and we're going to welcome Brittany Nicol back into the booth very shortly. So 4 minutes remaining on the clock, and it is the World Surf League's QS 1000 event here, the Great Lakes Pro. Moving on to Port Stephens starting this Sunday. So we're going to have some live webcasts on the finals day of Port Stephens as well. And then we'll cross on over, as Crispy said, to Maroubra for the Mad Mex Pro down there. And that's going to be great, right in the heart of Sydney there. And 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Cooper Davies is in the lead with a 6.17 and a 4.40. Tully sitting in that second position, going to be chasing the score at the moment. Priority is with the surfer in blue. Coming up, the women's semi-finals. And then we'll go straight on into live action from the men's semis. And then we'll be looking for the finals here early afternoon. Ready to crown champs. And let's welcome True Starling back to the booth as we see Tully Wiley up and riding.
Yeah, just a quick up and out for Tully Wiley in the red. How's his heat been?
It's been a little bit slower, I think, True, compared to the last few heats. I think the guys just waiting for the real pulse and swell. We've seen such consistency throughout all the quarterfinals this morning, and now a little bit of a lull happening, but you can see Surfer in red, Tully, is kind of shuffled in under that priority situation, and he's trying to hunt down a very achievable score. If you look at the comparison to his last wave, he had a carve and a finishing snap. Here he goes, up and riding on the backhand.
Yeah, he floats over that first section. He's hoping to get a finishing, puts it up there, and rides out of that one. So Tully Wiley looking for a 5.41. We'll have to leave it in the judges' hands, but that was pretty impressive.
That was a lightning quick reaction. You saw how quick he readjusted. He was a little late. Let's have a look at the replay from Visit New South Wales, up and over the foam. And this section right here, little late, so he has to kind of project his stringer and his board out parallel with the lip to get him to push forward in front of it and land confidently. That's a very critical manoeuvre. I feel like really, really difficult. Let's see what the judges lock it in as. Just over a minute and a half, and here come a little bit of pulse and swell line around that headland there, or the break wall. Score to come for Tully. Have a look.
Yeah, there it is, a 6.60, so situation change. Tully Wiley out in front. Cooper Davies has been bumped back into second with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Cooper needs a 5.61 to take back the lead and move on through to the semi-finals, which will be coming up in 3 heats. Up next, we will see, of course, semi-final heat number 1 for the women's QS, featuring Laura Enova and Sophie McCulloch, which will be a very good heat. So 1 minute remaining. Cooper Davies is in a good position. He's sitting out there with first priority. There's plenty of waves coming through. He needs a mid-range score. So hopefully our friend Huey will be in his favour.
Yeah, that's a really nice score too from Tully. That last turn, so committed. It was really critical, technically really hard. So being rewarded and taking the lead, and this is going to be the longest 30 seconds of Tully's life. He's going to sit so close to Cooper and try and force him into something that doesn't have the potential for a 5-point ride or above, because really, have a look at that 6-6 from Tully. Cooper's only going to need something similar. 2 turns, one kind of setup manoeuvre, and then a finishing manoeuvre is going to put him right back in the conversation. But with 10 seconds, Tully's got to hold his nerve right here and make sure he either forces Cooper out of the situation or into something that's only going to give him a 3 or a 4. And it looks like the time is done, and unofficially Tully Wiley will be moving on through to the semi-finals of the men's. It is the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series, the QS 1000. We are here at the Great Lakes Pro, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7 and the WSL, and we've had a big morning of competition, plenty of action in the quarterfinals. Now we're all tied up for the semi-finals. We'll be back with you live after this.
Well, good morning and welcome back. This is the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series 2021, the Great Lakes Pro QS 1000, proudly presented by Surfers Rescue. This is the women's semi-final number 1 featuring Laura Anova and Sophie McCulloch. I'm True Starling and I'm joined in the booth by Jess Grimwood. Morning, Jess.
Hey, True. Very stoked to be into the semi-finals action. Laura Anova, experience, ex-CT competitor. We've been speaking about her a lot throughout the event. She looks to be reignited for a crack at the QS, and no points to go towards the Challenger Series just yet, but she is, of course, allocated to the Australia Oceanic region, so she'll be able to collect these points from this first instalment of the Pro Surf Series, but she'll have to get past the force of Sophie McCulloch first. I feel like I'm so impressed seeing her around in the competition zone and just watching how she uses up her time in the day. She's always pretty much first or second down on the beach in the mornings at dark. She's paddling out solo or sometimes alongside Annie Dos Santos for that first light surf. And she just looks like she trains so hard and so focused. So it's going to be a good battle. Hopefully they get a massive pulse of waves, because I feel like in the end of that last quarterfinal, the ocean went a little bit quieter than it has been throughout the morning. You can see how much swell there is out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely gotten a little bit quieter, but I feel like the waves coming through have a little bit more, they're a little bit better than they have been this morning. There's a bit more quality out there. But Laura Anova and Sophie McCulloch, I have no doubt that they're going to put on a good show, because Sophie wants it just as much as Laura does. I think Laura's now got that taste again for competing and that taste again for, getting in that rhythm. I was talking to her about it last night. She's like, it's exciting. I'm kind of excited to be back, but she's just taking it heat by heat. Whereas Sophie, she wants to qualify. That's what she wants. And I mean, she's got the ability to do that. We've all seen it. She's such an aggressive competitor and an aggressive surfer. So I think anyone that's going to be able to stop Laura or stop Sophie will be the other person.
Beautiful. And Philippa Anderson will be taking on Molly Picklum in the next semi-finals. And then we'll move on into the men's semis. And here we go. Chip-in shot from out the back. Looking like she got whipped into that off the back of a jet ski. Laura Anova tries to keep the rails engaged, hopping and jumping into this. Look at this thing stand up, True. Drops to the bottom, looks to set up the backhand. Bottom turn, loves the left-handers, extends a little and resets for that second turn. Has to go to the rail because it kind of just didn't really steepen up until this end. So clicks off an early kind of re-entry to finish off that wave. And I think beautiful display of her confidence that we've seen and her resurgence into competition surfing.
Yeah.
Really nice early chip in, set her up well. I think that's going to be a pretty good opening score for her.
Yeah, I think getting the feet in the wax, we've extended these semi-finals to 25 minutes, which is pretty incredible as well. So the girls have an extra 5 minutes, well, the women, I should say, have an extra 5 minutes with the wave replay of Laura's first wave. You can kind of see it get a bit fat. She did really well to make her way through to the inside on this one. As we see it start to stand up here for her, she carves back, and then she comes around, carves that first section. It didn't really offer as a steep and open section as she would have liked. So she's trying to find a way all the way through to this one. And she's like, okay, I'm just going to hit this end section ever so slightly just so that I can finish my first wave off and get a score under my belt and then start to build from there.
That early chip in and that read on the ocean coming into that inside section, you can see that she's been doing that toe-in work and the big wave surfing. It looked like a setup for like a real whip into a 10 or 15 footer. But as we wait for that first score to lock in, looks like Tully Wiley is in the booth for the post-heat interview. Congratulations, Tully, moving on through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Over the moon.
Yeah, it was a really close heat between you and Cooper. What was going on out there with the hustle and bustle of priority in the last 3 minutes?
It wasn't too bad. Like, we were kind of spread out most of the heat. And there's just like a lot of sneaky little double ups. So I just sort of sat in a little bit and just got like a little chip in and somehow just found a little two-turner and got the score. So,
well, yeah. Beautiful. You must be stoked moving into the semi-finals very shortly. You've got a pretty good fan base going on from your local club. Give us a shout out for those guys down there.
Yeah, just shout out to all the boys. all my family and my girlfriend Remy watching at home.
Beautiful. Well, we'll let you go. There's plenty for you to prepare for coming up in the semi-final battle. Congratulations, Tully. We look forward to seeing you coming up very shortly.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Tully Wiley. He had a really tricky heat with Cooper. That was that slower quarterfinal I was speaking about. There was just such a flurry of waves for the first three, and then we got to Tully's quarter, and then it kind of just slowed down for about 5 minutes, and both the guys had very similar scores around the mid-4s, mid-5s, and they only needed, you know, a 4-6 or a low 4, and here's the replay.
Yeah, well, Sophie McCulloch, as you were having a chat to Tully, she carves that first section, drops it nice and square to the bottom, puts it up there for a second one, and she's racing this inside section, hoping to get a finisher, as we've seen, but this one just completely bottoms out on her, and she kicks out of that one. Looks like she might have got a bit detonated. So Sophie McCulloch locking in her first wave, which came in at a 6.25, so blue out in front, Sophie McCulloch red, Laura Enover in second, opening up with a 5-point ride, so still pretty tight between the two surfers with just on 17 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and if you compare both of those scores, True, you can have a look at the difference. Sophie's wave, she set it up really similar to Laura. She didn't get such a chip in like Laura did, but she set up the inside, dropped straight to the bottom. First turn really similar to Laura's, and then she got given that second section as well, and that's, I think, where she collected the extra points, whereas Laura's wave kind of tapered off through the bank, and then they had the bumps and lumps on the other side. Look at how deep she draws off that bottom turn, and she sets up this inside bit, looks to hit it, and so lethal there on the inside. It's just so shallow. You can see those waves turning themselves inside out. So semi-final number one of the women so far, Sophie McCulloch out in the lead. They've gone hit for hit. She's got the jump, and they've both opted to push out to the north side of the competition area here at Tuncurry. So we're on the north side of the break wall, and the women are surfing on the north side of the competition bank.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, these lefts have been holding up nice and steep for most of the surfers out there this morning. We saw Reef Hazelwood get a 9.57 a few heats ago. I don't know if you saw that one, Jess, but it was pretty insane. So I have no doubt that the girls are going to be dropping some pretty big numbers like that as well, especially coming into the semi-finals and finals. I think everyone's going to start to go, okay, we really need to start to bring 80% to 90%, and then in the finals it'll be 100% of their surfing fully out there, and just bringing their A game.
And if you are just tuning in from around the world, the World Surf League here with the QS 1000, the Great Lakes Pro, presented by Surface Rescue 24/7, and although it looks kind of moody and windy and rainy out there, the water's really warm. We are well into competition here on the north side of Tuncurry, so we moved 20 kilometres north of the first 2 days competition at Boomerang, and it's the first stop of the 4-part series for the Pro Surf Series along New South Wales. And will you be joining us for the road trip? True, you're a competitor as well as working alongside us in the booth quite a lot.
Yeah, I sure will. I'll be making my way down to Port Stephens, Barooby tonight. Actually, Jessie and I will be making our way down there and competing on Sunday, and then I'll be back in the booth Monday, Tuesday, which will be pretty exciting.
Yeah, so it's so good to see with the industry how it is now, and this whole pulse of competitive surfing being able to start again here in New South Wales. We've got, you know, for myself, I work with Surfing New South Wales, and also get to call some of these heats. And yourself, you're a competitor and you do a lot of work outside that's focused on the industry, as well as getting to jump into the booth. And we've got Chris Enovar, who works as a coach for Laura, who also works alongside us, you know, in the booth sometimes. So there's just so many different roles, and it's so great to see all the different perspectives and to have professional surfing back underway.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's been a very long hiatus of surfing. I think everyone's been getting keen to even have just a small event back, even something like board riders. I know we had our first board riders of the year a few weeks ago, and it was exciting to be back, and everyone got the Rashi back on. And even now to have 4 confirmed QSs in New South Wales was super exciting. And then to hear we got 2 confirmed CTs, I think everyone was just like, yep, all right, we're on.
Yeah, and we did have Will Hayden Smith from the World Surf League in the booth with us yesterday, and we got the opportunity to ask him a few questions about the new format, and he explained just really briefly for us that it's the new 7-region format, and we have the regional QS, which is going to open up competition to the people that maybe previously couldn't afford to travel all around on the World QS Tour or couldn't afford to take that much time off work. So I think it's going to make it more achievable. We're going to see names come through these QS 1000s to get a shot at the Challenger Series that we have never seen before, but which absolutely blow us away. So I think it opens up the playing field, and we're going to get heaps of fresh and new blood through, and then there's going to be that potential, like Will was saying, that they can push right up almost into the championship tour by the following year. So we're reducing that 2 to 6 year QS campaign that's generally been, I mean, unofficially, just from our perspective on the other side of things, that you usually look at a QS campaign over, 2 to 3 years?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think it's exciting to have the whole regional QS now, because it gives the opportunity for younger surfers aspiring to, compete in the QS to actually do that in their hometown, and financially as well. It's pretty great. I remember, I think my first year on the QS, I was like, okay, this is how much money I need to save to fund myself to go around the world and compete in these QSs. And if I can get there, then these are the amount of heats I need to make to get to the money round. So you're thinking about how you're going to fund yourself. And now that we've got these regional tours, I think it's pretty amazing that we've got that, because we can compete and do what we love in our own country and still do that when we're financially stable.
So just out of interest, because I know Sophie has been on the QS for a few years, what is like the approximate number that you came up with where you were going to have a really good crack at the QS with the old format where it was the international, pre-COVID, and where you were travelling around to the different continent stops? What was the estimated figure to have a good crack to make it to the championship tour?
Yeah, I think it's all dependent on how many events you want to do. I think I said I was going to do maybe like 4 or 5, and purely for flights and accommodation, I was like, I need at least 30 grand.
Yeah, at least, isn't it? So it's a big ask, and that's one of the benefits. So all those really amazing surfers that come from these smaller towns up and down the coast in Australia and in all the other regions are now going to have the opportunity, like you said, to compete pretty much in your own backyard as soon as they get the green light, as soon as they're working with their state bodies as well for the COVID planning for the events to kick off. But they're going to get the opportunity to surf and to take it to top names like Laura Enevar and like Reeve Hazelwood we've seen move through the men's. So it's going to be a really, really fresh new time for competitive surfing. And over the next, 5 years, we're just going to see all these people come up through the ranks. So 10.5 minutes on the clock. Sophie McCulloch is in the lead of the women's semi-final, and it is live action from the New South Wales East Coast. We are in the Mid-Coast Council, Barrington Coast now named, and it includes the inland area right from here. It's Gloucester and the Barrington Tops. I don't know if you've had a chance to cruise on out there to the Barrington Tops yet.
A while ago, this was way before I was surfing, we ended up having a camping trip in the Barrington Tops, which was pretty cool. We went whitewater rafting. It was so much fun. It was a beautiful little trip that we had. It was great. But I haven't, ever since then, that was maybe like 8 years ago, more. I haven't had a chance to go and do that. I've always just been following the coast, hugging the beaches.
Yeah, and that's what we'll get to do over this New South Wales Pro Surf Series, is just cruise on down the coast. And we're so lucky if you are tuning in from one of the lockdown locations around the world, or from somewhere not as lucky as us, we send out our love and compassion, and we are super grateful to be experiencing such nice conditions and a lot of freedom here in New South Wales, and working so closely with the state government and the council bodies here to make sure the event runs in line with the COVID policies and procedures now. All the competitors had to fill out the health declaration, which I'm sure you had to as well. And there's so many checkpoints now running through professional sports just to allow the event to kick off. So Sophie McCulloch still in the lead. 2 waves ridden in over halfway in this heat. And it's a semi-final. You can tell that tide's pushing up all the way through the morning, and it's slowing down that swell on the inside of the bank, and you can see the double ups as well, True.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think it's very easy to get lost out to sea out there today. I feel like you want to position yourself a bit further in, as we see Sophie McCulloch up and riding on her second scoring wave, almost coming unstuck on that one, but she manages to pull through, tags that section there. Unfortunately, that wobble at the start just kind of maybe shook her a little bit, and Laura, unfortunately, coming unstuck. That one looked like it hurt. So scores to lock in for blue and red. I don't think they're going to be major ones. We'll have to wait and see, but that looks like it hurt for Laura.
Well, some could say she came undone, Drew.
Yeah, some could say that. Indeed.
So only a few little scores. Locking in there, it is just under 8 minutes, so 2.5 for Sophie. I feel like she regained composure really well, but then, like you said, just from that start wobble, maybe her feet were a little bit off placement on the board and she just couldn't push through the rail and handle and regain. But Laura, full splits moment, 0.50. Yeah. She'll be probably laughing to herself out there.
Yeah.
But only needing 3.76. So hopefully we're going to see another flurry of action and a great exchange. The girls are now paddle battling for priority. They're in very similar spots. Look at the intensity.
Yeah. I was about to say this is a pretty key moment for, especially for Laura, if she wants to make sure she gets out the back and has the opportunity for one more. So she drops down on this one. You can see her back foot, unfortunately, just coming off. Maybe she just slipped off the back of her grip on that one. So looks like it could have been a pretty decent wave, but yeah, that paddle battle was a pretty key moment for Laura to get back out the back. She's sitting in second, needs a 3.76. She's going to give herself the opportunity if she gets first priority with just under 7 minutes, but it looks like first priority has been awarded to Sophie McCulloch, who's gone, yep, I know that you need this, but I need it more.
Yeah, she's been awarded from the priority judges down there. You can see both the women looking back towards the coloured discs that are set up along the judging panels there. So Sophie getting the hop. It's probably what from here looked like about 2 or 3 paddles in it between the difference between priority or not, and they're going to be able to dictate the end of this heat. So in control now, Sophie, and in the lead. She's looking for the finals berth. $1,500 for second place. Here she goes.
Sophie up and riding on her forehand. She's eyeing off one of these sections. She's trying to make her way down. She's been a little bit far behind for most of this wave, and she tags that section. Can she ride out of it? Looks like she does from our end, but the judges, I'm sure, will be watching a replay. So scores locking in for last of blue. Will it make it harder for Laura Anova to progress through this heat with 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining?
A lot of downtime here. She's eyeing off that kind of link up as it lines up and stands up again really quickly. I think she didn't want to be caught behind. Hits the lip, aggressive manoeuvre. She's going to have a keeper in that. I'm going to say it's going to push across that 2.50.
Yeah.
That's going to become a third wave, and she's going to have something to replace it. It's hard to tell, like you said, from this angle here with the web, you kind of lose that intensity of the final manoeuvre from up here. So it's up to the judging panel down there and the World Surf League super experienced panel. There's so much, so many heats under their belt across them. There's literally world titles in the mix down there. So we'll leave it up to the professionals. Yes. And Laura's going to be needing something a little bigger. So just under 5 minutes on the clock. Priority with the lady in red. There's the last score for Sophie.
Yeah, 3.75 for that one turn for Sophie. So Laura now chasing a 5.01. I mean, she's still in the mix. There's 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. She's got first priority now. So she's more than likely going to be waiting for a nice big roll-in left. And she's going to attack it if she gets the opportunity.
Yeah, we've seen her really perform on her backhand throughout the last few events. We saw her come back to competitive surfing at the end of last season in the Oz Open series, and now we've seen her kick off 2021 with the QS 1000 here. So she's gonna love to get the opportunity to perform on her backhand. And let's see what she can do though. She can find herself a right-hander. She was pretty renowned for her forehand attack back in the junior days. She was always sliding the tail around, even on the championship tour. Chris was having a chat with us yesterday and a little bit of insight into her World Championship Tour experiences, and saying I think she made back-to-back finals on the Championship Tour when she's up there at Snapper at the old contest up there, and she was sliding the tail over the lip and she was flicking out really flary forehand, but I haven't been able to see her jump onto the forehand yet, and the lefts have been the scoring ways for these ladies at the moment, and let's see what Laura can do. 5:01 required.
Yeah, well, 3 minutes 25 seconds remaining. Still plenty of time left. I have no doubt that there's going to be one more opportunity, and Laura really needs to advance on that to progress herself through to the final. I mean, this is of course the semi-finals, first semi-final. Up next we will see the second semi-final of the ladies of the event, featuring Philippa Anderson and Molly Picklum, which will be another great matchup. We spoke to Philippa after her heat before, and she was saying that she feels like she hasn't really been able to open up yet in her heat. She's just been dialing it back a little bit, and she's wanting to surf a heat where she feels completely confident in making it through. And then we've seen Molly, who's been dropping 9s for pretty much one-turners, which is pretty insane. So, you know, you're looking at it going, we've got Molly, who's a powerhouse, and Philippa, who's feeling like she's been dialing it back a little bit. So I think it's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, and that's a perfect matchup, like you said, between experience and then pretty much a new junior on the scene. She's only just recently made that transition to the QS. There goes Sophie, up and riding on the forehand, sets up this inside, looking to put the bottom hand turn in, doesn't like the look of the wobble and end of that, so she'll get on out of there. I think probably deciding there wasn't anything above a 4 on offer for the final manoeuvre. We saw her do something similar before, where she had a bit of downtime at the start and just lined up the end crack, and she was only able to earn herself a 3.75. So smart move to hold on to the lead and get back out there and try and replace that second score, because Laura's sitting in priority and she only needs a 5.01.
Yeah, well, we're in the final 2 minutes. So I think the only thing that's going to be against Laura in the back end of this heat is time. I have no doubt that we're due for a set, so Laura's due for a set very soon. Time is probably going to be the enemy towards this, and as I say that, Laura up and riding on the first right of the event, so she carves away on this one. She eyes off this section. Is she going to pull in? So that one just completely bottoming out for Laura. She needed a 5.01. We'll have to wait and see what the judges think of that. I think she might have needed to do something a little bit more to really solidify a progression spot through the semi-final.
Yeah, I feel like she was almost about to pull into the barrel in the end section there. She kind of looked like she was setting up a rail for a bit of a line to come out of the tube, but that section is just so lethal, and we even saw pretty much every competitor yesterday, bar the ones that made it through to today, their completion rate was literally like 2 or 3%. No one was able to hold on in the men's or the women's to that end section, and it was just so much water exploding off such a shallow part of the sandbank. And there goes Sophie swinging around, now holding priority and holding the lead with almost 20 seconds to go.
Wow, so Sophie's gone, I don't want to give her another opportunity. I'm going to take this one with pretty much 15 seconds remaining. Is Laura going to get another opportunity with 10 seconds left on the clock? Chasing a 5.01. She got a 2.75 on her last, Jess. Wow.
Very close, isn't it? But it looks like, I wonder if Laura's been up just before the hooter then. The timer on the top of the clock says no, and that wave doesn't offer her anything. So unofficially, Sophie McCulloch takes down big name in the draw, Laura Enevar, and finds herself in the final of the Great Lakes Pro, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. It is the World Surf League event. It is the QS 1000. We'll be back with live action and the women's second semi-final right after this. And welcome back. It is live action here at the Great Lakes Pro, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7, the World Surf League QS 1000 event here. We've moved to Tungurry Breakwall on the north side, and in the water, semi-final number 2 of the women, Molly Picklum opened up with a 5.50, and Philippa Anderson on the scoreboard as well. Here's the replay from the pickle in the red. Gets the backhand combination in. This is the 5.50. Looks to end this thing, doesn't ever leave a little ounce of anything unsurfed. Goes to the reverse on the end too. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by North Narrabeen's True Styling. Hello, True.
Hello, Jess. Good to have a chat with you.
It is, and it's great to be watching women's surfing. Have a look at this exchange.
Wow, so Molly Picklum had priority over Philippa out on that one. She drops down on this one, a nice looking wall ahead of her, and she puts it up there. Can she make it? Unfortunately, just getting detonated on that one. Wow, that was commitment.
Yeah, look at that inside section. Look at the water churning. So much movement there on the inside of the sandbank. And as you said, 25-minute semi-finals for the women and the men. Will be moving on into the men's semis straight after this. And we're looking to crown the champs of the first event back for the QS. Here's the replay. Tactical. She knew, I think, that she was a little bit behind the section and a little late. But tactically, she had to hold Philippa off this, because this could have potentially been a huge score. If she had ridden out of that final manoeuvre, we saw 6s, 7s, 8s being thrown at the end section yesterday. I think that was probably a similar score on offer for Molly. But either way, she held off Philippa, and at the moment, she's in the lead.
Yeah, well, I think it was very smart surfing from Molly Picklum. She knew it was going to be a good one, and she's like, if I let Philippa go this, she's probably going to unleash, and I don't want that to happen, so I'm going to go and I'm going to unleash, and that she did. Unfortunately, she just wasn't able to pull through on that finishing manoeuvre. Here we go, Philsy having a look and just opts out of that one. We saw in her post-heat, she said she locked her keys in her car, had a chat to her just before. She said she was able to get them out, which was good. So she's hopefully not stressing as much and not as hot in her heat.
Yeah, the Foster Tungurry locksmith came for the emergency call, and that just shows the type of challenges that the athletes have to balance out even during competition. Here she goes up and riding, regaining composure.
Yeah, Philsy up and riding on her backhand. She drops nice and low to the bottom, puts it up there for her first turn. Is she going to be able to get another one in? She just carves it around. So Philsy just potentially trying to manufacture a score out of this one, and she's finding this inside section and puts it up there. Unfortunately, unable to pull through on that one. So Philippa, hearing she needs a 5.6, she's probably like, you know what, I'm just going to get my feet in the wax. I feel like she could have unleashed a little bit more on that one, but still early days in this 25-minute heat. Here's the replay, Jess.
Yeah, she draws really nicely off the bottom, kind of cuts the top turn down a little bit under the lip just to maybe line up the inside section. It's been really similar for her performances throughout the event so far. Kind of like a feeling out of the first wave and the conditions and the situation as we see her go through, get the turnovers in, and second, third and fourth wave, she just looks more and more steady and aggressive on her feet. And let's see what that score locks in as. I think it's going to be a very similar range, maybe even above Molly's first wave. Let's see what happens with that last score.
And there it is, a 5.35, so you're right, Jazz, very similar to Molly's 5.5 on her first. But here we go, Molly up and riding, just a quick up and out, that one not really offering much more. So Philippa chasing a 2.01, Molly hears that and she's like, all right, I've got to back this 1.85, I've got to get rid of it, and I've got to back up that 5.50. And Philippa's like, all right, let's go. That's how I get a 5.35. What are you going to give me if I landed that finishing turn?
Yeah, it's pretty much hit for hit now in the first almost 5 minutes of this semi-final, or first 10 minutes, 25-minute semi-finals. And there would be so many young women tuning in from around the world, as well as from our very own New South Wales. I know both these ladies, really, really prominent members of their communities. They put a lot back into surfing, especially women's surfing and development. Philippa from Merriweather Board Riders, she's been with those with the Board Riders Club for a long time now. She puts in a lot of energy and effort around Board Riders, and she also has the Philippa Anderson Surf School. Yep. And then on the other side of the semi-final, there's Molly Picklum, who has so many young and up-and-coming women and young men in the North Shelley Board Riders Club tuning in, and even some of the older ones. I know some of the older girls in the club are cheering her on. So a big shout out to the ladies and their communities. And someone who is charging away, found herself in the finals, Sophie McCulloch. Congratulations. I'm crouching on down looking at you out there for the post-heat interview. And well done. So excited for you.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm stoked.
Yeah, it's been an amazing way to watch you regain your kind of stellar performance in the 2021 season. You have such a poker face. You're staring right down the barrel of the lens right now. Tell us what's going on in your head if you want to give us a little bit. If not, no problem.
Yeah, I got to work on smiling a bit more. I've always just got this like stone cold expression. Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with how I'm surfing. But I think I'd still like to put at least 2 solid scores on the board. I've managed to get 1 in each of my heats and got lucky with getting a few bomb waves. But yeah, I'd really like to be able to back it up in the final and take out the win.
I actually love your poker face. I think it's such a good quality of your competitive personality, and I think it plays a lot of mind games with a lot of the younger competitors as well. I've spoken to them around the competition scene, and they're quite intimidated by you as soon as you put on that rashi. So congratulations. You have a final coming up very shortly. Will you be watching who comes out of this semi-final on top, or you don't even care, you're just running in on your own game?
Everyone surfs that good at the moment. I don't think you can take too much into account who you're versing. And I'm good friends with both Philippa and Molly, so I'd love to take out either one of them.
Beautiful answer. I love your confidence, and good luck going into the finals. We'll hopefully see you when you are holding either first or second very shortly.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Congratulations, Sophie McCulloch. She's an incredible competitor. How good is that poker face on her?
Yeah, I love it.
So do I.
Funny.
I find it like if you put her and Laura against each other just in their competitive personalities and I guess what portrays what comes across the camera, it's so interesting to watch the difference in those two.
Yeah.
I feel like Laura's really open with how she feels about her performance and how she feels about the conditions and the heats, and then you've got the opposite end of the spectrum with the athlete's approach, where you've got someone like Sophie McCulloch who's got that steely look, she's got the poker face, she's really focused, and she literally will not give you anything unless you really put her under the pump in the question. So
yeah,
I love that difference in the personalities. It gets me excited to watch them match up.
Yeah, and I think Sophie, I've had a couple of chats with her as well, and she's a very focused person in and out of the water. She's studying biomed and a business degree at the moment, so she was doing a double degree at uni, and she's just she's training as much as she can, she's studying, and she's competing to the best of her ability too, which is exciting to see. And she mentioned before she's wanting to get a heat where she can post 2 good scores, and I feel like most of the heats, especially today, we've seen her get 1 really good one and not as good of a backup. So, and she's been progressing through. So I think it would be pretty cool to see if she can get 2 good ones and really unleash on some gnarly sections.
Yeah, and the girls are really going to have to lift it up. So we are into the semi-finals. Live action out in front of you. Philippa Anderson gets a bit of a belly board in. It'll be interesting to see. Oh, no, she's under the priority at the moment, so there's going to be no love lost there. Molly will hold on to that first priority position.
Maybe that was a bit of a tactic to get a little bit further away from Molly.
Yeah, perhaps she's just having a little scoot down to the south end of the competition break on the inside of the break wall here at Tuncurry. I'll tell you something else I found interesting too, from like the behind the scenes, I guess you'd call it, of the athletes, is they're so competitive and they're so ferocious against each other in the water. But then you hear, like what Sophie just said, that she knows both Molly and Philippa so well from competing. When Philsy did lock her keys in the car before, every single person in the rest of the draw for the women that were still around, so including Sophie, including Laura, Molly, they all came up to her and gave her a towel and gave her bits and pieces that she needed in case she couldn't get into her car, so that she could continue competing. So these women really know each other very well, spend a lot of time together, as you do, True. You travel with the same group of women to all these events. It's so incredible to see, be able to leave that friendship on the shore and then go to absolute battle in the semis.
Yeah, well, I think it's important to support each other as well, no matter what. I think, you leave friendship on the shore as soon as that 20 minutes starts, as you said, and then as soon as that 20 minutes finishes, you leave everything that happened in the water out in the water. Otherwise, you're going to take everything to heart, as we see Molly Picklum up and riding on a right. She found a really nice section ahead of her. She carves that first section, and she's eyeing off this second one, puts it up there. Can she ride out of this one? And she does. So another score to lock in for the surfer in red, with Philippa going to need a bigger score, because I dare say she's going to back up. Well, she's going to get rid of that 1.85.
Yeah, pretty easily. That was smart surfing from the surfer in red, Molly. She had that set up carve a bit nicer, and I don't feel like she had the two-staged as much. Let's have a look at the Visit New South Wales replay. Sets up the bottom turn, carves, kind of flattens it out on the top to reset for this end section. Up and into the lip, rides on out cleanly. I think that's going to be a good score. Let's see what the judges say on the beach. And it hasn't locked in yet, so just over 10 minutes on the clock. Priority now switches to the Novocastrian, Philippa Anderson. She's going to have some work to do, and she'll know it. Hearing the beach comms announce an 8.50 for the Pickle in the red jersey. So the two-turn combo getting the nod above the 5.5s. If you look at the comparison, perhaps true, you can see there 5.5 for those kind of single maneuvers.
Yeah.
So they had to go up. She got the two-turn combo in, a top carve right up in the pocket on the opening maneuver for that wave of Molly's, and then a finishing maneuver. So Philippa has some work to do. An 8.65 required, 9.5 minutes on the clock. She's been in this situation a million times before.
Yeah. She knows what to do. She's sitting out there with first priority. She's in a good position. 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. There's going to be at least 2 or 3 more sets to come through at the back end of this heat. So she's going to have the opportunity. She just really needs to open up and unleash. And, as she said before, she wants to really let back a few layers and kind of go big. So I think that's what she really has to do to get that 8.65 to progress through this heat. But we've seen Filsey drop 9s before. So she's no stranger to getting a big score, and she's no stranger to being in this position. We'll just have to wait and see whether the ocean plays in her favour.
Yeah, and both these women have been in that conversation for championship tour qualification now for such a long time. Philippa has been right on the cusp, literally missing out quite a few years in a row by one single heat, where she's required pretty much a low to medium score to progress, and that's been over the last, I guess, the same kind of narrative over the last almost decade. And then you've got Molly Picklum. Here she goes, up and riding.
Yeah, up and riding. She opts the left on this one. She loves her backhand. Unfortunately, just digging the nose in on that one, potentially just trying to get her feet in the wax, and better that 5.5. I mean, her backhand is such a strength in her surfing, so I feel like she relies on that a lot as well, but her forehand carves are pretty lethal too. So Molly backing at her 5.5 up with an 8.5, best wave of the heat so far, but Filsey needing that 8.65.
And both of these women working with top level coaches. Molly works with Micro from Micro Surf Academy. He also has Tyler Wright in the mix. So Molly getting to spar against somebody like Tyler Wright with that much experience would set her up well to come up against somebody like Philippa Anderson, who has been one of the most consistent and experienced qualifying series competitors, I guess, throughout the last decade, like I said. And she's working alongside Michael Crisp. So he'll be on the beach on her side, probably a few little signals and maybe just some prayers out for the good vibes. And similar situation, Micro standing there probably on the other side of the competition bank for Molly. So both the women know what they need to do. They would have had plans with their coaches before this semi-final, and now at the 7-minute mark they both have the next part of their strategies unfolding here. So they have this prep where if you find yourself in the back end of the heat, in second position, needing a excellent score, this is the plan. And vice versa, if you find yourself in the lead, under priority, with this much time, this is the plan.
Yeah.
So there's just like a plan for every single situation going in. It's not just by chance, but then you throw the conditions, the ocean, nature, Mother Nature into the mix, and who knows what can happen in the next 6.5 minutes, true.
Well, that's a third competitor, isn't it? You've got your actual competitor. So for Philippa, it would be Molly. And then you've also got, you're competing against the ocean. And sometimes you're competing against it, and sometimes it's with you. You know, so it's just one of those... you've got to have those 20-minute heat or 25-minute heats in this case, where you got to work with the ocean and you got to really make sure that you're in the spot, and you've been watching it for enough time. And when you've been doing that, you've been seeing how the waves are coming through, which sets are the best ones, I feel like that's when you give yourself the most opportunity to really capitalize on the waves and get those big scores like Philippa needs. And she's no stranger to these situations, as we've said, and I feel like once she gets a good one, and I'm sure she's been watching the conditions closely with Crispy, her coach, and they've gone, okay, this is where the best waves are coming, we're going to sit there and you're just going to be patient and know that a wave is going to come, and back your surfing when you take off.
Well said, True Starling. So it is the World Surf League QS 1000 women's semi in the water. Philippa Anderson needing a score up and riding in the blue. Little left-hander on offer, but it tapers off the bank as she gets to work on the rails. Looks to set up the inside section. Doesn't like the look of it, so she'll get on out of there. Making the call. She knows there wasn't an 8.65 on offer in that ride. After that first section is done and dusted, she pretty much assessed on the fly, and you could see her make that decision there. There was no intention going into that final bottom hand turn, and she knows she needs to get back out the back with just under 5 minutes on the clock. So Philippa Anderson, big shout out to all her supporters and community. Her family, of course, would be tuning in. Always big supporters, Devon Rod and her brother and her sister, as well as all the people from Newcastle, her board riders as well. They'll be tuning in, waiting to see how this plays out, and will the Super Grom from Central Coast be able to take the scalp of the experience from the lady from Newcastle? 4.5 minutes, True?
Yeah, I think maybe that was a mistake from Philippa taking off on that wave. She was a little bit too deep. If she was a little bit wider or a bit further on the corner, she might have been able to get a couple of hits on that one. So losing priority, Molly Picklum is now going to be like, cool, I've got priority, I'm in the lead, there's 4 minutes remaining, I'm going to be your best friend for the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, she already looks like she's looking for where Philippa's paddling back out. You can see her moving to the south of the contest bank, which is where Philippa would have ended the end of that wave, and she's making her way out probably to the right side of your screen. Look, Molly's not even looking at the sets rolling through. She's looking down towards where the blue jersey is floating around on the paddle back out. So I think you're spot on there. She's going to close that physical gap on the competition zone on Philippa and try and put the pressure on her and hope that she makes a mistake and doesn't find that score or force Molly into something to then regain priority. Let's see. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at the intention there from the surfer in red on your screen. She is going to sit high and tight with Philippa right there and play tactics. And we were speaking about this just before. She spars with people like Tyler Wright. So you can imagine the intensity her training sessions would be like. They would be so full on, going head to head in practice heats where Tyler wouldn't be giving her any inch of the ocean.
Yeah.
So Molly knows this situation really well. She trains for it, and she's going to have to stick to her guns to overcome the experience of Philippa. 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. And men's semi-final action coming up live after this.
Yeah, well, we've got Reef Hazelwood taking on Matt Banting, which is going to be a pretty epic semi-final. Heat number 1, and then heat number 2, from memory, we've got Tully Wiley taking on Jordan Lawler. So they're finals in themselves.
Yeah, that's like a championship tour final. That first one, both ex-CT competitors, both have plenty of heat experience under their belts, especially in the QS, and they've been the standout performers. So they're going to match up against each other in the next semi-final live, and then we're going to see the other two gentlemen take to battle to see who will be in the final conversation. We already have Sophie McCulloch finding her position in the final, ready to match up against either Molly Picklum or Philippa Anderson.
Yeah, well, right now it's looking like Molly Picklum's going to be making her way through, but we've got 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining. Philippa still has a chance to snag that 8.65 under Molly's priority. She's maybe going to try and sell her onto a little one, and Molly might take it off her, who knows, but she's looks cool, calm and collected. Her composure is impeccable. She's like, you know what, I'm not going to take off or even look at a wave. unless I know it's going to offer you that 8.65, and that's when I'll be taking it off you.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree. I feel like Philippa's going to have to try and sell her into something, because from here it seems really difficult to figure out what wave would offer up an 8.65. They seem to like warp and hit the shorey and bounce back off that wall really wildly, and unpredictable
Yeah.
results are happening on the inside section. I can't even get the words out today, but it just seems really hard to be able to make the call from out the back on the takeoff point which wave is going to have that potential for the score. So Philippa's going to have to force Molly into one and then just get a set, and it's going to have to happen within 40 seconds, because at the moment she's on the ropes and you can see she's waiting to see. Let's see what happens. 30 seconds on the clock. Semi-final number 2 of the women. And Philippa's put the chin to the stringer. She's trying to scrape into that, and it rolls through unridden. 20 seconds on the clock. Some space now between Philippa and Molly. And Molly not going to let her.
Nope. There's Jess, I hear you. There is no space.
Yeah, she's trying to close the gap again. Philippa's going to be running up the beach now, north paddle away from Molly and try and get in front of her still, because then that forces Molly into a situation where she has to take off. But it looks like it's done and dusted here, and Molly Picklin will move through to the finals against Sophie McCulloch later on this afternoon. We have the men's semi-final live action coming up after this. It is the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series QS 1000. We'll see you right after this break.
Program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
Live action here from the Great Lakes Pro 1000 QS, brought to you by Surf Rescue 24/7. I'm in the booth. He's just dropped the microphone. Cooper Chapman, welcome to the booth.
Thanks for having me, Chris. Nice to be back in the booth. It's been a while, but yeah, great to be here for semi-final number 1. We got Reefy Hazelwood and Matt Banting. It looks like Matt's opened up with an 8.5, just like he always does, and Reef Hazelwood up and riding here. Nice looking nice looking wave. Big forehand carve to start that one off. Huge fin drift on the second. Reef's come to play too. No way. Wow.
Oh, that could have been unbelievable start there. So we're just going to wait for these scores to lock in for the man in red. So that'll open his campaign in the semi-final. But look at this heat we've got in front of us, Coop. It's absolute doozy. Matt Banting, we've said it before, the man who is already qualified for the Challenger Series. We'll go to this replay of Matt Banting's first ride. Here it is. Look at how he set that bottom turn up. There was a turn before that out the back that we came in just late to, but that end turn was unbelievably crisp, right in the money spot. Bingo, and that's 8.5s for Banting. So he's kicked off with a bang. And then we've seen probably the form surfer of the event, Reef Hazelwood, who has been on fire. And here's a replay of his wave. Taken to these lefts like they're his own. Look at that bottom turn, the fin drift coupe.
That turn was unbelievable. Complete sudsy section. Very hard to manage, and just not being able to bring down the third one. That would have been a huge score. But there it is, a 7-point ride for the first of Reef. Putting his hat in the ring, and yeah, this is shaping up to be an amazing heat. We've got 25 minutes in these semi-finals here, so yeah, a bit more time for the boys to find a couple more waves. But yeah, they've both started very strong. In that last turn of Matt, he's sort of been building the whole event. A couple sleepy heats at the beginning, and then a couple eights in his round 5, and yeah, quarterfinal blitzed Dylan Moffat, unfortunately losing Dill in that quarterfinal, and yeah, Matty come to play in the semi-finals here, 8.5 first wave. He's not mucking around.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Coop. He, like I said, Matty Banting has just been chipping away throughout this event. He just been doing his thing and flying under the radar, but just with some great surfing, but nothing, that we would super stand out in the scheme of things. But you got Reef Hazelwood has just been on fire from the get-go. Every heat dropping 9s and 8s. That's probably the little first kink in the armour we've seen from Matty Banting there. But Reef Hazelwood has been the man who has been dropping the big numbers from the get-go. He's had multiple 17-point heats leading into this one, and we haven't even seen him go to the air yet. So there's still a lot left in the tank for someone like Reef, who at any given moment can find that little wedgy inside nugget and just unload into the sky. And you would know that firsthand. You've seen a lot of stuff of Reef. I think you did an air camp with him a while ago, didn't you?
Yeah, I've definitely spent a lot of time with Reef, and the last couple of years his air game has obviously turned a lot of heads. I remember that couple seasons ago in Hawaii when he started just harking it out to flats at rocky lefts, and ever since then he's just been going leaps and bounds, and he's run a few of his own air camps, and the kids have been really psyched on getting involved with what Reef's doing, and it's really cool that he's been giving back to the kids. It's such an important thing, and it's always awesome to see our young Australian surfers who are right at the top of their game really trying to share their knowledge and inspire the younger generations.
Yeah, he's a great guy. You've been always frothing, always happy. I mean, he's just so pumped to be down here with the Rashi on. He's banting up and riding on this one. Just a bit of a smaller inside one. He's trying to back up that 8.5. I can see what he's doing, and wow, that is just silky smooth. I mean, we see him drop clips like this all the time, and that'll be a little backup there for Banting in a lineup that's proving pretty tricky for the competitors. I think that was a very smart move. He'll probably lock in a mid-range score there, and straight away he's put the pressure onto Reef, but he's one that hasn't shown many nerves at all.
I reckon this might go up in the 7 range. It's an extremely critical. Oh, maybe not. That section did bend away a little bit, but yeah, dare I say, this heat is going to be right up around that 15 to 18 point range to take it out, because both of these guys have got an arsenal like no other in this event. It could definitely be a final, so it's always tricky when you match up to each other in the semis. But yeah, both of these guys are both sitting pretty nicely on the ratings. I think Reef went quite well last year as well, so he's sitting pretty nicely. But as we see, Matt's last wave 4.75, like you said, in that mid-range, but yeah, still plenty of time in this one. 18 minutes remaining, and it looks like the conditions have really cleaned up. It's crazy how sometimes this seems to happen on finals day of events. Sort of weather gods get on our side, and yeah, it cleans up, and the conditions are starting to look really nice out there. Tide's starting to come in. Could be a few little barrels in that inside section as well as we bring on in the last couple of heats of this event. We've just got, what have we got? 2 more heats after this one. 3 heats after this one. Men's semi 2, women's final, then the men's final. So don't want to miss any of the action here. Contestants are really starting to flare up. As you can see at the start of this one, 8-5 from Banting and a 7-5 from Reef Hazelwood. So yeah, plenty of time remaining, and the boys are definitely going to be sending to the sky, dare I say, at the end of this one.
That's right, Coop. I mean, it's been a great week of action up here at Foster. For the Great Lakes Pro 1000 QS, brought to you by Surf Rescue 24/7. The first stop of the Whistler Surf Series that's running down the New South Wales coast. We've got plenty more events to come, and great support by WSL and Surf New South Wales to get these events up and running for you competitors. How does it feel for you being a competitor, getting back in the Rashi? I know you've spent a lot of time training up the coast where you're living now. You've been working with Crispy and Philippa, and just as a surfer to have events back, what does it mean?
Yeah, it's great. It's obviously been a interesting last 12 months for everybody globally, really, and the whole sport community's had a lot of challenges, and for the WSL and Surfing New South Wales to put these events back on, it's really given us, a good opportunity to show our thing. But we're going to throw it down to the last heat winner, Molly Picklum. You are looking absolutely deadly out there. How was it out there just then? A couple big sections?
We tried our best, and I'm so happy to get to surf another heat.
Mate, I saw that one wave you got from the beach, that big doozy of a left you rolled into, and then got to the inside, and it turned into an absolute monster. I thought most people would have probably just dodged that section, but you went at it with not a lot of speed and hucked your board into it. How was that thing?
Yeah, I took off into it thinking it was a bit of a nugget, and I was kind of frothing because that's like what's scoring today, and then I just lost all my speed because I wasn't in the safest spot to take off. But I thought, I've got to this point, so I may as well go for it, and yeah, unfortunately that one didn't pay off, but I got lucky in the end.
Well, you truly well have been going for it. Your backhand's looking very, very precise, very committed approach out here, which is required with those conditions. How are the conditions out there now? It's looking a little bit tricky.
Yeah, it's tricky, but I think it's definitely gotten better throughout the event. Like, we had earlier days that it was real tricky, but now it's starting to become more of a defined left and right. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to the final.
And I've seen your support guy down on the beach, Micro, with you, giving a few words of knowledge.
Yeah, he always gives me the best knowledge, and yeah, I can't thank him enough for coming here.
All right, well, thanks heaps for the entertainment you're providing to us on the web and everyone around the world. Into the final, Molly Picklum, go rest up, get ready, and we'll see you very shortly. Best of luck.
Thanks so much, guys.
Legend.
How good's Molly? She's going to be the next big thing from Australia, I reckon. She's such a great competitor, but her surfing is so mature, and she's got all that stuff that you need to be successful on the world tour. She's got the air game almost up to probably the best in the world for the females, and yeah, her power, like you said, just goes for it on those big sections, and that's what's going to take her to, I think, really close to the top of the world tour in the coming years.
Yeah, I mean, she is very, very mature, beyond her years. I just watch her approach to events, the maturity she shows, the knowledge she has, the way she manages heats, where she finds herself in the lineup. She has like a sixth sense of the ocean read, one of those things that every champion in this sport has. And then she's got this great attitude. She's super determined, and she just froths all the time. She's so happy, and then when the waves turn on, you just see her come to life. And even when it's average, she's always out there just frothing. So it's that kind of froth and that determination she has, which is going to take her a long way. And you look at these guys are both frothers. They love their surfing too, and that's why they are some of the best in the world. And we see right now in the water, Matty Banting is out in the lead. That wave came through at a 4.75 for his backup. So paired that with his 8.5, he's out in the lead. Reef in second, looking for a 6.26. So what do you reckon we're in store for in the back end of this heat, Coop?
Yeah, I think Reeves just going to wait it out. He knows sort of almost every time he's taken off on a decent wave, it's gone up into that excellent range. So I think he's definitely got the confidence in himself with still 13 minutes remaining here. We see him having a paddle now. This left is looking pretty spicy. Taking off, fading deep. He wants to get tight in the pocket and just hitting a little bit of a ridge there. Not the wave he was looking for. It was quite sudsy and doesn't look like it was going to give him too much. Maybe a little air section on the end, but he'll be just out the back, and mate, that's what Matt Banting does to you. He has that canny effect where he drops a big score, backs it up, and yeah, puts the pressure on, leaving Reef needing a 6.25. Not an easy task, but for someone like Reef, dare I say, he's going to be very confident in his ability, but with 12.5 minutes remaining, we're only at the halfway point, so there's still going to be plenty of opportunities for both the boys. I think they're going to be looking up into that 15-point range if they want to take this one out.
Yeah, that's right, and we're going to roll from this semi into the second semi-final. Geordie Lawler, the North Narrabeen local, taking on Tully Wiley, the Victorian. I dare say this is Tully's best result in a QS. He's been grinding on the QE for quite a number of years now. He's a very talented goofy footer from down the Torquay region. We'll roll over to Reef on this one, though. This one has a good-looking wedge to it on the inside. He's going to hack it off the lip, and oh my God, what is going on here? And
that looked like a
that was
sore knee.
A heavy end section there. for Reef Hazelwood. Hopefully he's all right. It was a very awkward fall, but if there's a man that knows how to absorb pressure into his legs from the airs he does, it is that man, Reef Hazelwood. So we'll take a replay this one.
Yeah, you could see what was on his mind there. He was like, all right, air section, but then this thing just scooped out on him, and geez, that didn't look nice on his knees, but he looks like he's all right. He's been doing plenty of training up there on the sunny coast with his coaches, and like you said, he's probably the most like a cat guy on tour. He seems to do the biggest punts, come down super hard, but never get those injuries. So yeah, looking for him to find that ramp, but it is there's big sections in there. Hitting those big floater sections is almost like hitting an air almost.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I've seen him a number of times in this event get to the inside. He's just compressed. Looks like he's about to spring and load into a big air, but the sections that are coming at him are just unbelievably chunky and don't really even offer an air section. And some of the sections, like you said, are so heavy that it's pretty much like coming down from an air. You'll see it here. Nice little setup turn, and you can see what he was looking for. Compressed in the legs, hit that section, and it was like he was coming down from an air. It was lucky he was able to kind of eject off the front of his board, because I think if he came down with any pressure on that board, that front leg was kinked in, as was the back. It was a really awkward fall. So, I mean, 3 points there. I mean, if he lands that, that would have been well up into the excellent range, I'm calling, or at least around his initial 7. But here we have Banting. Ball's in his court now.
Yeah, Matty Banting sitting out there with priority. Having a bit of a look at this left. He's going to leave it for Reef. Nah, neither of them want it. Those lefts are definitely going a little bit fat on some of them. You've really got to find those ones that scoop out and give you the big end section. Both of the boys know exactly what they're looking for here. They both have a very strong game on the backside for Banting and forehand for Reef. So both of them are surfing right to their strengths. So yeah, look for Matt to really try and turn the pressure on here. If he can put something up in that 6-5-7 range on his next wave, he's going to make it really tough for Reef to be looking for something right up the top of that excellent range.
Yeah, you are right. And how do you react as a surfer in a situation like this? You got Reef Hazelwood, probably the biggest name in air surfing in the world, out underneath you with priority, and you're Matt Banting, you're sitting there. Do you want to, I mean, you know, do you get stuck into trying to hold him off on a wave because you know he can just go for that punt, or you just got to sit there and trust your own instincts?
Yeah, I think right now, because Matt's got that bigger score, that 8.5 to a 7, if he can just stick to his own game and put something like he already has, another 8.5 on the board, he puts him in combo. So right now, I think for Matt, it's just really trying to find that wave that betters that 4.75 and increase that task. If Reef's looking for something up into that 8 range, he knows he's going to have to put something really special on the board. So does increase that pressure and make it a little bit harder for Reef. But like you said, Reef can just swing on a few of these smaller ones, might find a big ramp and jump into the lead on a score. But like Matt's sitting out there, he can just kind of chill and try and better that 4.75 with just over 8.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
Bit of time, but it is slipping away. It moves very quickly these last, under the 10-minute mark. It seems to evaporate right in front of your eyes. So yeah, let's see if Matt can jump out further ahead, or if Reef can find one of these rampy ones, or even just put down one of those big two-turn combos, as we see him finding one now.
Yeah, here he goes, up and riding. Reef Hazelwood, the man in red. Nice hit out of the lip. We can see his intention. Big fin drift, and that was 2 nice turns. So that'll be right on the money. I'll leave that one with the judges. I could almost see it falling on that exact number. 6.26. It had a bit of whitewash on the face, so if they don't give it to him, maybe because the wave didn't offer it, but let's see here.
Big critical first turn into the lip. Straight off the bottom, hard section, drifts the fins. I think they're going to give it to him. I like it, but like you said, the second section was a bit sudsy. Didn't quite give him a huge maneuver opportunity, but he did the best with what he could there. So it's going to go really close. But as we see, Matty Banting, as we said, looking for that nice wave, big open face carve. He is not getting up there for another one there. So that's going to be an interesting little scenario here. We'll see if Matt can get back out and get priority. It looks like he might beat Reef back out, as Reef's about to duck dive one on the head here. Yeah, we'll wait for this score to come in. It's going to be tight.
Has to be thereabouts, doesn't it?
And look at that, an 8-point ride. He put us to shame. It's two big turns. That first turn, I think the judges really like how he's attacking the lip into that aggressive section. And like we said, the second one was a bit sudsy, but he's still got quite a bit of release on it. So
yeah, so here we go. I'll have a look at it. I mean, when you look at it, that first turn was critical. We were at a different angle here, and it was hard for us to see how much he drifted the fins with the judges. have taken liking to it. It was 2 good turns, a nice variety, linked well, and 8 points. So there it is. Just comes in below Banting's 8.5. And once again, Reef Hazelwood with a 15-point total. And back into this heat, he set the foundation. I am very excited to see what this man does in the back end of the heat because, I mean, does he play defense? Does he keep trying to go offense? It's if he does go for offense, us as viewers get a mind-boggling show because he's probably going to do something crazy to try and better those scores. And also, we're going to have to see Banting produce something special to lock in a 6.5. So
yeah, it's a tough one. Matty Banting's the king of the clutch. He got me an absolute beauty yesterday with 3 minutes to go, needing 14 points, and somehow pulled it out of his hat. But that's what Matty Banting does. He's the most seasoned guy in the event, the top seed, and yeah, he's got every trick in the book. As we see him taking off here, Reeves kind of sold him this one. It might get a little bit fat for him. Big first turn. He knows he only needs a 6.5. Air drops down. Ooh, uncharacteristic. Maybe he sold him a bit of a lemon there.
Yes, I think that was. I was just about to ask you the question, how much do you play into this game with Banting trying to sell him a lemon in the back end of this heat? And we saw Reef Hazelwood do that just then. I think, Banting might be also thinking, I need a 6.5, but if I give Reef some decent looking score, he's going to take to the air more than likely and put me in a really, really tricky position, needing a huge score. So we could see Matty's intentions there, just trying to get the lead back. But do you want to just get the lead back, or do you want to put it without doubt? Almost.
With 5 minutes to go, you just want the lead back. Anything can happen in the last 5 minutes, and it's nice to be sitting pretty in the lead. But both of these guys have got, they've already shown excellent rides in their repertoire. And yeah, we said 15 points is minimum what's going to take it. Reeves jumped up to 15 points, but yeah, Matt's only looking for that 6.5. And underneath Reef, 2 big turns for Matt, or even 1 big turn for Matt is right there. And don't count out his backside air game. He's got one of the biggest full rotations on his backside in the business. As we see Reef kicking into this one, he didn't want Matt to get it. He liked the look of this thing. Nice first carve, really lining that one up.
Here it comes.
Oh my God. His board's sticking to his feet, but there's just too much energy in that wave to really do much more than what he did. He looked for almost a lip line, but he came into it with so much speed that it just popped him out in front and turned into an air.
I know, it was like an unintentional air, that thing. Here's Matty Banting.
Door has been opened.
Yeah, he can smell it. Oh, that was really...
I didn't give it to him.
That had 8.5 written all over it again, didn't it? One nice end turn there. That was going to give him the score he required. That's twice now. We see Matty Banting just coming up short with that end section. He just couldn't get to it in time. It is very, very heavy in there. I spent some time on the beach before watching the girls heat, and I was just watching that inside section turn inside out. So for anyone watching at home, it's very tricky and very committed for these guys to, hit this end section like they are. Here's Reef's one.
I really like that first turn. He turned a flat section into a super critical turn, and he just... it's almost like he had to go bigger or smaller on that section. As we see Matt, what a bottom turn. And that whip that he's got, he just couldn't fit the 2 in there. You feel for him. That's 2 in a row, like you said, where he's got that big first turn, and then it just hasn't really eventuated into something that allows him to put anything up into that even 5 range, because... 1 big turn. We've seen 1 big turn go up to 7 points this event, but we're in the pointy end of the event now, and yeah, it seems like the judges are really looking for those combination of maneuvers if they're going to go up into that excellent range.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could see Reef's intention at the end of that wave. He was thinking air. It looks like he keeps thinking air, but he gets to the end and the waves are so chunky. I feel like in any free surf you would have seen him huck that thing to the beach. But in a comp, and also maybe coming off the back of an injury for a while, he's probably looking to, a bit of longevity, hold himself through these events because he's got his eyes set and his target set for the Challenger Series and hopefully the CT, because we've seen him in the CT before and he did not disappoint. He, had second to Italo in the Airborne, third again the Airborne in France, and then he also made 9th on the Gold Coast in the CT, losing out to Seth Moniz, I think it was, but he did take out a few names along the way. So no stranger to that competition. He would be right at home on the CT, and hopefully, he gets a shot of that Challenger Series. He's on his way to it now, up and riding the heat leader, Reef Hazelwood. Nice hook in the pocket, and gets the
You
2
are
for 1.
kidding me. That is... Nobody gets 2 turns right there. Reeve Hazelwood's just going to throw... I'm calling that was cleaner and bigger than his 8, so we'll leave that one to the judges, but I think Matt's going to increase his requirement there. He's tried to sell him a lemon, and he seriously made some lemonade with that one.
Oh, that's right. I mean, this is what this guy can do. Matty with priority, gives that one up to Reeve Hazelwood. Nice hook in the pocket, and so quick in transition. Cat-like reflexes, just pounces on that end section. Lands perfect. We've seen him come unstuck a few times at that end section, but that one he made perfect work of. And we'll wait and see what this one locks in at. I reckon, like you are right, Coop. I think that's going to go north of the 8, and it's going to put Matty Banting in a very difficult position. There it is. What was it, Coop?
9.15, and like we said, those 2 turns in the space of about what most surfers would get half a turn. How he came out of that first turn and had that shallow of a bottom turn, but still got up there to get the projection out to flats was unbelievable. And like you said, those knees are getting a hiding, but he's been doing the training in the off-season, and it really shows right now. As we see Matty Banting, last-ditch effort here. He knows he needs a huge score.
Yeah, big turn. It's a crazy section coming at him, and I think Matty's just ejected out of that one. Probably a smart decision. You can see he's disappointed. But, I mean, this is all just a warm-up for Matty. He's getting the experience. He's already locked in at the Challenger Series. The first qualifier for the males in the Australia-Oceania region. We're down to 14 seconds remaining, and it will be Reeve Hazelwood, the man in red, another 17-point heat total. That's 3 in a row. This guy is just going bonkers in this event, and he's loving having the Rashi back on, so that'll round out that heat. We'll be right back with semi-final 2 action from the Great Lakes Pro 1000 event. All right, we're back. It has been an action-packed day down here at the Great Lakes Pro, presented by Surf Rescue 24/7. We're into semi-final number 2. We just saw Reeve Hazelwood. Wow, locked in another 17-point total. This guy is on absolute fire in this event, and first man into the final. And I'm in the booth with good mate and co-commentator Michael Crisp. What do you reckon about that?
Yeah, Reeve Hazelwood has been just firing at the right moments and just exceeding, really hitting the high notes. He's just on. Even his paddle out, you had the S&C coach, Glenn Workman, there. He's like, what is he doing paddling out there? He watched the ocean come in, took all that energy out, and suddenly you could see he attacked the ocean and even won the paddle out, which is a key component.
Yeah, it's been pretty. It's been pretty to watch, that's for sure. He's been the performer of the event so far, and he's just been on fire. And he just seems to have so many opportunities in his heat. He's giving himself so many opportunities throughout the heat. He's managing his heats well, and he's really firing at the right time. And I'll tell you what, he's gone for some absolutely crazy maneuvers on that inside section. I mean, there's been moments where I've gone, oh my god, he's just blown his legs apart.
Yeah, that's right. But he's strong.
He is very strong.
I love watching. I've seen him at the HPC. You know those where you jump up, you do your box jumps. You've got your 100s, your 60s, your 20s. He takes the 240s. He jumps so high on the tramp and also on the box jumps. His legs are dead set weapons. And I'll tell you what, he's strong in the body. His boards look amazing, that pillar. Mindset, amazing. Just cool, calm and collective. And his surfing just outpours all of that mixed together, shaken together in his heat form and performance.
Yeah, he's like a human cat, isn't he?
Yes.
He's just got
pounces,
contorts his body in weird ways, and obviously his rail game and his on the face surfing has just come along in leaps and bounds, and he's right there in the surfers you would consider for tour conversation for the CT.
Totally.
When you look at people out of Australia into the Challenger Series from this region, Australia, Oceania, he would have to, after seeing him in this event, he would be at the very top of the conversation, and he's sent warning shots out to everyone around the world that Reef is back. And the best thing about it is not just the surfing we get to see. I love talking to him too, because he's so happy and he's so frothed out, and it's like every time we get to talk to him, it just makes my day.
Well, guess what? We cannot talk to him because this is the professionalism. We've just got a message. He's preparing for the final. So we're okay with that. And I'll tell you what he would have said. He would have got his big grin, biggest grin in Australia, around the world, and said, thanks very much. Hi, Mum and Dad at home. Thanks for watching. Just had fun out there. Yeah, just got the waves and did my thing.
Wow.
That's what he would have said, Reef Hazelwood. So he'll be back on live preparing for the final, and he is with Glenn Workman, S&C super coach, and he's a master of strength and conditioning now with the AIS and Surfing Australia. And also Michelle Mitchell, our pathway support. I love this contest and 2021 because the support has never been so good.
Exactly.
And it's got a way to go.
Doesn't it? And I mean, it's really, really cool to see, because I feel the Reef Hazelwood we saw back on at Gold Coast when he first came about, and he was doing the airborne. He got the wild card into the CT at D-Bar, and he really made a name for himself there. But it seemed like he was just having fun with it. It was all about enjoying himself, having fun, launching crazy big airs. You could see that he had the competitive mindset because he was able to mix it with the best in the world. But now to be able to transition it till now, and you see him how focused he is, and also how he can switch off and be such a good character on the mic. That's really mature from him, and it really means that he's going to be putting his best foot forward throughout this year, for sure.
If he had a board named after him, he probably will soon, with his great sponsors and partnership, it would be Happy. I'm Reef, I'm Happy. Happy model.
They've already got the Happy at...
I know, maybe it's named after him, Happy too.
There it is.
Happy R. All right, here we go. Tully Wiley in this second semi installment. This is the Whistler Pro Surf Series. It's lunchtime, Mad Mex time. And tell you what, stop number 1, finals day. It's all about the podium finish now. Tully Wiley in the lead, sets the pace in this 25-minute heat. Finals are 30 minutes. So again, WSL Surfing New South Wales supporting these athletes in the best conditions and also with the best times. And that will bring the best performance and winner. $4,000 shared, $2,500 equal pay for men and women. And Geordie Lawler looking to strike back, has priority. First wave of Tully Wiley. He's got to come out swinging, 5-5. And Jan Juck Locals Torquay, they would be frothing.
They would be, I'm sure. Cale Bell Warren, Adam Robbo, the boys down south of the border would
Flano's already texted. Flano, shout out. Sorry, mate. We've been busy, but we love you all down there. And your girls and boys, they are frothing and they are winning. So Molly Picklum through to the final. That was a big result. Well done, Flano, and all the team down there at Rip Curl.
And I know we got a lot of crew from North Narrabeen who will be tuning in.
Yes.
We've got the Dodo text going on with the boys. They're all fired up, cheering on Geordie. It's all happening. He's looking very on point. There's Tully. They're splitting the peak.
Wow.
Tully going left, Geordie on the right. So we'll stay with Tully here. Couple of nice turns. You know, Tully is a very cool character. He's been flying under the radar in this event, and this, I think it's his best QS result he's had. And you can see the work he's been putting in. I've been at a number of QS events with him. He's always been so solid and so, you know, driven to really kind of perform at his best. And he's transitioned that into this event. So, let's see that one round out. We'll wait and see the scores come through for Geordie because that was his opening ride.
Yeah, do you think? Nice couple of calves. Placed his turns well. Nice little rock and roll float. It doesn't do much at the end, but it was all about that start, the critical section, that second one with rhythm. And here we go, Geordie Lawler really picking the eyes out of these 4 days competition. We're in finals day. All those watching, welcome. This is the Vissla Surf Series QS 1000.
Lovely.
There we go. Rock and roll finish again. Placing his turns perfectly. And that was Geordie Lawler. He had the first one a 0.5, but Tully Wiley is in the lead. And again, let's look at the wave replay. Powered by New South Wales Government. Geordie Lawler, North Narrabeen. Nice little rooftop floater. Waits for it. 2 for 1 deal. Drifts the fin. How's the precision of that? Low profile, brings it out, extends out. That is the way to complete 2.
Yeah, so he's gone back to back there, Geordie Lawler. I think it was, his first wave was just maybe must have been an in and out there. Just a small score, 0.5. So
where's that one going to go, Chris Enover?
I think Geordie's wave then it was a bit, you know, flat from the start. Had a nice little transition floater into a release. I'm calling probably a high 4 or maybe oh, there we go. I'm wrong. The judges have been
6.5.
The judges have been loving the release of the fins down the line.
Yep.
So I mean, I'm obviously I don't want to go too high. I'm a bit biased for Geordie being from North Narrabeen. You know, I know what he has in the tank, so I mean to see a 6.5 come up for that.
Yeah.
Great to see. I'm pumped for George.
And that means the spread was around 6.5. Someone gave a 7, someone gave a 6, and it went right in the middle for the average of these World Surf League judges. Ty Connigan from, well, way up there in Noosa, the Sunshine Coach, our head judge on the World Surf League. And again, a great panel. We've got Super Tory for the female world champ. And then also Kai, we've got Zippy Pearson from Byron Bay. So the judging panel, world-class surfers and eyes throughout all the pathways, experienced, again, of the criteria, delivering the best scores for the best surfing on the best wave.
These guys have been on point this event. I know I've been down on the beach a lot, done some beach comm, and the scores they've been getting out to these guys very, very quickly. They've been super efficient and they've been on the money all event. Here we go, Geordie Law. This is a better looking ride. So
under priority 2.
Yeah, fading back. This one, nice hook in the pocket. This could have a little double up on it. He's going to jump over this section and bang that one out. Oh, unfortunately, that one had a good score on it. I think that one would have gone well north of his 6.5. I think that could have been up around the 7.5, that one.
Yeah, if you made it, wrote it out. Really tough end section. Let's look at the wave replay again. Visit newsouthwales.com. New South Wales Government, great support. Nice little hook. And look at this double up. He reads it well. Look at him just gliding, waiting for the moment. Bang! Just drifts those fins a bit too far. Just doesn't execute that stomp out.
Yeah.
Roll out.
Exactly. And I've been paying. I was down on the beach before when Laura's heat was on and the girls were surfing. I can see what's going on with the judging. They've adjusted the criteria. They've obviously brought it up a little bit because the conditions have become quite tricky here. We're seeing a lot shorter rides than we have. It's coming in a lot more and detonating on the inside. Yesterday, and even earlier, we're seeing a few longer rides of reef, maybe 3 turns into a closeout turn. So even last heat of reef, we saw a quick turn into a closeout. That was 9 points for reef. But that wave was, spanned over about a 4-second, wave. It was such a short, punchy wave. And so I think the judges have brought the criteria up for the men with the conditions not offering as longer rides. So.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the ability of experienced judges, just like with Adam Huben and Rowan with Surfing New South Wales and all the crew there. Just a tight ship, everyone chipping in when it rains. There was a squall this morning, bucket loads, those clouds, those cumulative nimbuses just unloaded buckets of rain this morning. Gutters are up, we've got all the setup, but again, taking care of the natural environment in close work with our partners, the Mid-North Coast Council. And again, all the local board riders, Boomerang board riders here at Foster. And don't forget, in this time, thank you to our partners. Thank you, Mad Mex. Thank you, the Mid-North Coast Council, as we said. Destination New South Wales and VW. And again, if you want to become a judge, a coach, or you want more about the events, still some openings for the Vizsla Pro Surf Series. Hit on www.surfingnewsouthwales.com.au or worldsurfleague.com and book in, get your membership and enter into the event. Still a couple of spots, but right now the spot in the final is up for grabs. Tully Wiley from Vico is in the lead, but this is your challenger, Geordie Lawler, going in for a nice little head dip, bit of shampoo, bit of conditioner. That one sponsored by Schwarzkopf.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, the boys in these last couple of heats are finding it hard to get to that end section. We saw Banting a few times really struggle to get to that end closeout section. It's looking brutal out there, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a forecast, so that's why we started at 8 o'clock this morning. Contest organisers saw on the weather charts that there were some big systems coming through, and always for the athlete safety. So 30 minutes, we're going to extend the finals. Don't forget the female final is up next for the women. That is going to be a ding-dong affair. That is going to be huge.
Oh, can't wait.
Sophia McCulloch, Alexander Hedrill and the Sunshine Coast v Molly Picklum, North Shelley board riders exploding again.
Yeah, North Shore, North Shelley. I'm sure there'll be plenty of crew from both those areas tuning in, cheering on these girls. They have been the most explosive surfers in the event. You know,
fast, hard. They took down our athletes.
Yeah,
Laura Enover went well, just couldn't find the wave, and same with Philippa Anderson. But always giving cred to those who really stepped up on finals day. That's where it counts to make the podium finish. And talking about step up, he's in the lead, this kid, and he's flying the Victorian colours, nice and blue. And there it is. Look at these turns, throwing the gauntlet down with a nice little swan dive. Chris.
Wow, that was one of those longer rights. He's been sitting out the back waiting for it. He's played the patience game, and it's paid off for him there. Mr. Tully Wiley, I just got a text in from Cale Bell Warren saying he's been spending a lot of time training down there with the, look at this one. This is a really nice looking wave. It's the one that Reef's been picking off all day and connects with that end section into another carve. So that is a really, really nicely put together ride there by Tully.
Yeah, I feel he's going to extend the lead, if not replace his second 5. He's got a 5 there, his lower second wave. Top 2 waves, scores around a 10. For those watching and listening and new to this sport of surfing. And for those that are sitting at home, hope you're enjoying the action. Again, finals up next, our first women's final, $4,000 in shared for the top 2 women. And $2,500. Thank you, WSL. Thank you, Surfing New South Wales. And also, thank you, World Surf League.
What do you reckon?
I believe there is a 7.25 right there. So nice energy on the first turn, like we saw on that replay. And again, attack. They're looking for attack, and they're looking for square up.
Yep.
And they're looking for control. So it didn't matter about that finish. It would have even gone higher, maybe a 7.75, something like that for that last ending turn. But the wave had all the golden noogies in that first and second section, and he grabbed it with both hands. Well done. Tully Wiley extends the lead.
He did. That was just a lovely wave. Well ridden, well put together. I mean, it was nothing super critical, but he just joined the dots. And, we saw Geordie's wave earlier, a bit more flair maybe on those end sections. But Tully's just, linking the dots, really solid, powerful surfing. And there it is out in front. 7.25 and a 5.5. And it is the powerhouse from North Narrabeen in second, Geordie Lawler, looking for a 6.26. And here he goes. He's found another quick inside one nice turn. And this one's got a bit more go to it. Big rock and roll floater. So that wave just opened up a bit longer, and he's not done with it yet. So 6.26. I'm going to leave it with you because I was terrible at the last go. So, and that's why we're not judges. That's why we got the professionals down there doing it.
That's right.
But
we're going to put on our good cop, bad cop. We're going to go through the replay very shortly. Thank you to Visit New South Wales, the New South Wales government. Here we go. Good looking set with priority. Nice little jam turn. Reads it well. Speed rock and roll floater. Thanks Sanger, the original elevator. And look at that last little jam turn. I'm calling around 6.85.
I'll
Got
go-
the score.
I reckon he's going to almost match Tully. Get
Yep.
just below Tully's. There it is.
Oh.
I'm back. 6.9. 6.9. Geordie Lawler
Wow.
takes the lead. Pairs that with his 6.5. Blue Tully Wiley in second. 7.25 and a 5.5. So he's looking for a 6.16. There it was. I think Geordie's rolled the dice a few times. The waves he's had have been just a little too fast. He's found that same looking wave, the nice slash into the deep bottom turn. That's what the judges have been loving. Reef all day has had that deep bottom turn into a nice committed lip line floater or a
Demonstrating flex of the board, demonstrating harness of energy, demonstrating twang. Geordie has the twang and he's in the lead, a 6.9 and a 6.5 now. Torquay zone. We're all looking for a 6.16. Well capable, as demonstrated throughout the heats, to get into the semi-final for Tully Wiley. Now with priority, has opportunity and plenty of time on the board, 6 minutes. Well, solid goofy footer, all the Torquay board riders down there. As you said, Cahill Bell Warren, super coach, super commentator, and such an integral part of the pathway, both himself as a qualifying series surfer, as a coach, and involved with Victorian surfers for many a decade. And here we go for heat leader, going to the air, and just in a good rhythm. He's just heard he's gone into the lead, and now he's just going to pick up anything and wait for that priority as well. What do you think Tully Wiley's looking for, and how do you harness that in these dying moments? 5.5 minutes, maybe 2 opportunities for him. 5.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, I think that Tully's just going to have to play his own game. I think he can't get caught up in, Geordie's game. Geordie's got the lead. Yes, Geordie will, as this will be a very, beneficial as a viewer for us. I think Geordie's going to roll the dice multiple times on the inside, like we just saw, and go for that air game that he's got. It's a very strong air game, and we saw it earlier, locking in, a 7.5 with just one air.
Yep.
So I think that'll be his game, but Tully just needs to stick to his game out the back. If he locks in another, he's only looking for a wave not even as good as his last one, 6.16. So
something between his second one. You can see the 5.5.
Yeah, so he's looking for something in the middle of those two. So he knows what he's got already. He should have a pretty good indication of what the wave that he needs should look like, and I think that's what he's going to do, is just sit out there and wait for it. I don't think. I mean, I could see Geordie maybe going out and putting some pressure on him, try to sell him the lemon.
Yeah,
we saw Reef do that.
That's right. That's Banting. Or like Molly, just start to creep closer, let them know they're there.
Yeah.
Put a bit of pressure on, maybe push them over into the channel. Don't forget they can't touch them. There are rules around that. Can't pull the leg ropes anymore.
Yeah.
No bumper cars, no bumping rails. But again, opportunity for a 6.16. It's a good score on the range out of 10. Probably a couple of nice snap and a nice closeout finish could be the ones, but he needs it on a wave, and time winding down, 4 minutes remaining. Don't forget, women's final. Don't go anywhere. In our short break, hearing from our partners, that's when you can grab food, because we've got 2 finals coming up. Again, Sophie McCulloch versus Molly Picklum. That's up next with the girls. Jess Grimwood, Brett Nickel will be calling that one. And we'll come back for the final. Reef Hazelwood currently sitting versus Geordie Lawler, unless Tully Wiley comes in with a smoker with 3.5 minutes. I'll take this time to say hello to my wife. Haven't seen her for days. Watching and listening. Hello, Rebecca, and my son Jonah and the kids. They should be at school, but maybe they're here watching finals day. This is the Vissla Pro Surf Series, QS 1000, presented by Surfers Rescue. Love you, babe, and love your sons.
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to the new fiance back at home, Karina.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, got sniped, and that was a lovely time. But we look in the lineup now. We see Geordie in the lead. He looks like he's still kept that space. He hasn't really gone out and put the pressure on Tully just yet. So,
yeah,
like I said, I think his tactic here might be to try find a smaller inside one and launch to the air, which could be very exciting to see in the dying moments here. Because he knows that if he can lock in a 7.25 above Tully's one, Tully's going to need something pretty special. I know Geordie's air game is one of the best in the business, so...
I like that. It gives him a bit of space and puts the choice onto Tully Wiley. He's further out, so if he lets go of a wave and it just winds around one of those east-southeast swells as it starts to tweak in more from the east-southeast, Geordie, could be in the position. But give a wave a nice right-hander or a nice deep left, Tully Wiley bites at the chomps, he could find express path to the final and meet on Reef Hazelwood.
That's right, and wow, that's going to be a doozy, whatever it is. Whether it's Geordie or Tully, it's going to be a big showdown. So here is Blue rolling the dice. He's going to come from behind this ride. I think he will. He's very solid on his backside, Tully. He's 2 turns there. Will he get a third one in? That'll be all she wrote.
Yeah.
That wave didn't really have the steepness I think that he was looking for. I think he thought it was going to really jack up for him.
Yeah.
Two nice turns, connected well.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I like the first turn. The second turn was it was completed, but it just had a bit of nervous caution there.
Yeah.
So still good. I think they're going to think about, and this is where the judges' mindset comes into play, they're going to think about that 5-5. These judges are experienced, they're going to recall. We had the visual recall that the judges have. Here we go. Nice looking right-hander for the goofy footer. Whacks the first one up. Just watch this one. He finishes it, but see how he just placed it, but didn't drive out with complete attack.
Almost like a bit of a tail drop.
Yeah.
Almost like he didn't really release the fins through the score. And here's Geordie. So we'll get a bit of a comparison here by Geordie.
Tube time. Where is he? Houdini. And swallowed up by the tube time.
Gobbled up.
Okay, 40 seconds. I'm saying it's just going to come under. It's going to be something like a 5-8, 5-7. Not the score. Keep kicking goals. 30 seconds to go. Still opportunity with Geordie Lawler in the lead, taking that right-hander, nice little close-out tube. Leaves the keys on the table, but time the enemy in this Mad Mex minute.
Yeah, so we've still got a score to lock in. The judges are taking their time. This is very, very important in the scheme of this event. We're going to count it down. There's 8 seconds to go. Tully doesn't look like he's going to get another wave, so it's left in the judges' hands. This is why they get paid the big bucks.
Wow, came after it, but scored a drop in and still not in, so stand by. And I guess that is the semi-final, one and done. Heat number 2, Geordie Lawler, unofficially winning. Still a score to come through for all those live, and this one is after the bell, live on screen. We'll come back after this break with the women's final. Jess Grimwood and Britt will take you through that, and Sophie McCulloch.
Scores in.
Wow.
5.4, so... Just
under.
Below.
616 required. 616. Well, that is a wrap. Official winner. Geordie Lawler faces off with Reef Hazelwood. We're going to take a quick break. Chris Hanover, we're going to step off. It's been amazing. See you back in the final versus Reef. And we're going to hear back and pay some bills. Over to you and see you soon.
Meet Irk. Irk likes the planet. Irk likes to surf. Irk likes to surf on his planet. Irk is impressed with Visla's movement towards a more sustainable future. He knows they're not perfect, but sees their progress and likes the direction they're heading in, trying to find the best way to make products for people that like to surf and the planet. Irk believes that you can take simple steps to do your part to keep the oceans clean and the beaches clear of rubbish. To learn more about Visla's sustainability efforts and join them in their pursuit for a better future, head to visla.com/to protect and surf. And don't drop in on Irk. He doesn't like that.
Welcome back to the live action. You are watching the women's final of the Great Lakes Pro presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. My name is Britt Nicol and I'm joined in the booth with Jess Grimwood. How are you feeling, Jess?
Well, good afternoon, Britt. I'm pretty excited for this women's final. Been waiting all day to see which of the ladies would make it through to this end stage. They've had to surf so many heats to get here. Really taxing competition conditions for them as well, because they had Boomerang for the first 2 days. There was a really big southeast swell pulsing on through around the headland, washing through, and there was a lot of paddling, a lot of runarounds, and then we moved over here to Tuncurry on the north side of the breakwall, and they've had pretty challenging conditions as well. Really beautiful, peaky, wedgy, chunky waves yesterday, but still plenty of water moving around, as you can see here for this final and 30-minute finals. We're going to have the men's up next, and at the end of this women's final, there will be $2,500 for the champion, along with a year's supply of burritos from Mad Mex, and of course the QS 1000 points. Both of these women are in this region, the Australia-Oceania region, one of the 7 in the New World Surf League's format. And let's see who can reign supreme to kick off their 2021 season, Britt.
Both of these women have been standouts throughout the entire event, and as you mentioned, Jess, these are 30-minute finals, so plenty of time, plenty of opportunity out in the lineup. Still pretty lumpy and bumpy, but still plenty coming through, and Molly Picklum, she's off to an early start. 7.75.
What a way to...
McCulloch yet to open up.
What a way to kick off. Here goes Molly.
Up and riding on her backhand. Nice and quick. Opting to utilise priority on this one. Drives hard off the bottom. Cracks the lip and unfortunately able to ride out that last turn.
So she's trying to get a really quick start, I think. Not wanting to leave the door open, as we've seen through a lot of these quarterfinals and semi-finals. They get one massive score and then they're waiting for a really medium-sized score to come on through for them to ride, and then the ocean's just not been cooperating, and they've had to negotiate the change in the tide and that push on the bank as a lot of the sets are rolling through underneath, and we saw lots of jostling for priority with missed waves and missed opportunities. So Molly not wanting to be left at the end of this final, only requiring a 3 or 4. She's trying to get the ball rolling really quickly. Sophie, on the other hand, sitting with priority now, very composed, very steely, we've been speaking about throughout the whole event. But yeah, Molly, so I got so excited when I saw her already locking in such a good score. And you never see her serious, pretty much, at home. She's not a very serious person until it comes to her profession, and that is competition mode. And I just saw her in between the heats after her post-heat interview. She was focused. There was no joking around. She had to get refueled, get hydrated, and get back on the beach. Here we go, Sophie.
Sophie McCulloch, the Sunshine Coast surfer, up and riding, working her way out on the face, driving hard back to the pocket. See if she can link this one up. Nice bottom turn and belts that last section, just unfortunately unable to ride out of that last turn. Well, Molly Picklum up and riding again, Jess. Cracks that section. Can she ride out? And just unfortunately losing her footing with 24 minutes on the clock. This heat is well and underway.
Yeah, and the girls really putting it up there in the end section. And I spoke to Laura after her loss before to Sophie McCulloch, and she was just saying that she felt like there was just so much water moving around out there. Have a look at the replay here. I feel like she struggles to bury that inside rail on her toe edge, and that made her board flatten out. I think that may have been what had happened to her there, and ended up with no complete ride at the end, as we see similar little situation from Molly. She stumbled on the landing though across the little lump and bump that we've seen. But yeah, I feel like that carve, Sophie took off high line straight away, decided not to do the bottom turn too deep because of the chop that's just in that first little section, and then she tried to dig that rail in for the carve and the rebound back to set her up for the inside section, but her board just looked like it flattened out. She couldn't bury that inside toe edge rail, and I think that's probably what Laura was speaking about after her loss. There's just so much water moving around, and actually surprisingly so much power out there, Britt.
It looks so different on the screen too, Jess. Like obviously the viewers at home are seeing what we're seeing on the screen here, but when we're down the beach, there's so much more happening. There's a lot more water moving, and it's actually breaking out a lot further than what it seems to be on the screen. And like you said, there's just so much happening. There's so many peaks up and down the beach, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It gives the surfers a lot more opportunity just to spin around and take off, and it allows the surfers to kind of sit where they want to, especially when there's priority with the first priority and second priority, especially on their two-person heats. It allows you just to sit out there and wait for a good one and just pick off the good waves.
We are into the finals now. It is finals day here, and the women are in the water. Molly Picklum from the Central Coast, Sophie McCulloch from Alexandra Headland up north, and they're going to head for that QS 1000, the chance to look at the qualification for the new Challenger Series. And of course, both of these ladies have dreams of joining the championship tour one day. So this is very important, and we are so happy to be back into competition mode. Along with the Mid-Coast Council here at Tuncurry, it is the Great Lakes Pro. We're working very closely with all of the state bodies and the institutions that help to develop those COVID-19 safety plans. So if you are tuning in from around the world to watch the women's final here, our hearts go out to you if you're not experiencing such freedom, but we are very lucky to be back into action here in New South Wales and enjoying some live competitive surfing action underway.
Exciting times here in the women's final. As you mentioned earlier, Jess, Molly just had that game face on. She was looking more serious. She was ready for this final. But also interesting to note that she's actually already one of the women, or the only woman, that has qualified so far for the WSL Challenger Series. So there is a little bit of pressure taken off her there. That's based off her result in 2020. So due to the COVID-19 situation, WSL has had to restructure the QS for anybody at home, which is wondering why it is a little bit different. So what used to be a global series, it's now been regionalised, and there's 7 regions: the Australia-Oceania region, which is us here, along with New Zealand, Africa, Asia, Europe, Hawaii, with Tahiti, North America, and South America. So each region now hosts their own qualifying series, which qualifies the surfers for that WSL Challenger Series and allows them to compete for that elite championship tour. How exciting.
Yeah, it's brand new times for surfing across the board, and like we've been saying, we're so lucky to be able to kick things off here in New South Wales. 20 minutes remaining here in the women's final. Molly Picklum out in the lead, has a 7.75 and a 2.50. So that 10.25 heat total up the top, and these ladies are going to go head to head. I'm really, really waiting to see Sophie just dig in here and have a really good crack at Molly. I think they're really well matched. They're similar stature. They're quite similar builds. Really kind of intensely muscly, but still really small. They're quite short, like a little bit shorter than me. Probably about your height, Britt. But they're like really similar built athletes. So they match up really well in these conditions. They're really muscly. They've trained really hard to get here, and I want to see the answer back from Sophie. I love the poker face. Bring it on.
She's one of those surfers that just stays so well composed. We were talking about that earlier, and throughout the entire contest, always got so much confidence and just remaining, just like you said, that steel face of what's going on. And well, here we go. Both surfers up and riding. Molly Picklum on the right, Sophie McCulloch on the left, on a backhand, answering back. Unfortunately, just going down on that frothy section with just under 19 minutes on the clock. We'll wait for those scores to lock in. Probably not the wave that Sophie McCulloch was after or anticipating, but she'll make her way back out there.
I liked that first turn. I thought it was really strong. She dropped all the way to the bottom. We've seen Philippa and Laura do that throughout the earlier rounds before their elimination. Have a look at the replay here. Molly opts to go right. Sophie finds a really nice first manoeuvre in the pocket, kind of stumbles on that foam, and there's the replay from Molly on the right-hander. Doesn't look like there's a completion there to ride on out, so both ladies kind of getting caught up with that inside bump and lump on that really shallow section we've been speaking about throughout the last 2 days here. But let's see what the scores lock in as. If you are following on worldsurfleague.com, you can find the event there in the events tab or the live action. I know we're broadcasting across the globe, I guess, on the platforms, on KO and a bunch of other partners that we're working alongside with. So big shout out if you are just joining us for the women's final. We do have the men's final up next, and we're just so happy to be into action as the first part of this surf series gets underway. Now, something I was thinking of, Brittany, that Sophie kind of reminds me of Courtney Conlog in like the way that she approaches competition. And have a look, here she goes.
Here we go, solid looking left. Drives hard off the bottom and just catches a rail. Really tricky section on that inside bank, Jess. We were talking about it earlier. It just gets so solid and so bowly on that inside bank. But even though she didn't make that turn, what I've noticed with both of these women, both Molly and Sophie, throughout the entire event, they've managed to just have that commitment and go for that section anyway. They don't hold back.
She got absolutely smoked there.
So smoked.
Have a look at the
See it again,
replay.
just for fun.
She was not holding back. Look at this. Drives into the bottom turn. Eyes off the lip and smoked.
Seen a lobster and went for it.
Yeah, but that's the difference. And there's a fine line, like you said, between the completion rate and absolute disaster. If Sophie's able to pull one of those off in this final, we've already seen Molly collect a 9-point ride in the quarterfinal for a similar manoeuvre. So Sophie showing her, I guess, competition intelligence. She would have taken note, even though it looks like she kind of floats around in the car park and as the other competitors do, and they're not really noticing the other heats. And she said she's not too worried about who she comes up against. She would have looked at the scores from all the quarterfinals and the semis and seen and really tapped into what the judges are looking for. So a single manoeuvre can push you up into the excellent range, and no more prisoners for Sophie. She really went for it on that section, and that thing just detonating on the inside. Let's see. Molly in the lead and holding priority.
This is it. There's no more. You've got to leave nothing in the tank. This is the women's final of the WSL QS 1000 Great Lakes Pro, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. Molly Picklum, Central Coast surfer, up and riding. Hard off the bottom, cracks the lip and composes herself nice and compressed as she rides out of that turn. We'll see what that score comes through as. She's already got a total of a 10.5. We'll wait for judges to lock that in. Sophie McCulloch in the red, now sitting out the back with first priority. Just over 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, so nice approach today. I feel like it's learning on the fly for Molly in the blue jersey. Have a look at this wave replay. Here she goes, setting it up. Looks, resets and flattens out her stringer along in line with the lip there. So she would have been probably projecting a little bit too high up previously in those attempts, and she's learnt from that. And she's redirecting now with that momentum that's hitting the bank, so she can ride on out in front and comes down parallel with the lip. So there you have it. Molly locks in another big score. Let's see if we can get a breakdown of the scores up on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see the heat totals right now. It is the women's final, and Molly Picklum out in the lead with 15.00. Sophie McCulloch sitting in second position with that 5.65 total. So that's a makeup of the 255 and a 3.1.
If you are watching from home, and obviously we can see the totals on the screen, you can also log into the WSL World Surf League app. It does have all the live scoring while we're watching the live surfing. 14 minutes on the clock. Sophie McCulloch sitting in second position. The young lady from the Sunshine Coast looking for a score. Molly Picklum in the lead. We'll wait and see whether or not that it obviously improved on her situation, but whether or not it was the highest single wave score of this heat, we're not 100% sure.
So if you are following on for the scores, Britt, you can just log on to that World Surf League events app, and 7.75 for Molly and a 7.25. So similar scores for her and those two waves and that big turn, similar to the forehand projection she had too. I think if you can remember back to that approach, projecting out parallel with the lip, embracing that momentum from the inside slam section that we've seen so many of the athletes go down on. She's put up a 7.75 and a 7.25. It's given her a 15-point total. And there you can see the breakdown of the scores right now. It is the women's final. Sophie McCulloch now comboed, but 13 minutes on the clock. She's going to have to rethink, reset, and restart this whole heat.
Interesting to note too, though, that the 7.75 from Molly just then was a single turn. So the judges obviously rewarding that high risk, high committed manoeuvre. So Sophie McCulloch she only has to get a couple of solid scores and solid waves like that, and it really only takes that one massive turn. Molly Picklum making the most of that opportunity, and well, she always does. She is in the lead with a 7.75, a 7.25. Sophie McCulloch in the red in second, looking for that combination, which means she does have to break that down into 2 separate scores, because you can only score a total of 10 on one single wave.
Do you know, she would have been around, Sophie's old enough and has enough competitive experience where she would have been around back in that little period of time when a lot of heats turned to 15 minutes. There was all those different competitions going on around the states, and heats turned into 15 minutes for a while every now and again. So don't count her out yet. I know she would have had experience surfing that style of competition, and there's so much time on the clock. Like you said, one turn's going to score you up in that 7s or 8s range like Molly's already been able to find, and Sophie has the same intention. We saw her go down on that really big section, and if she's able to pull that off, you can already see obviously the thoughts there, the intentions there for the same approach. She just needs to land it, and she's got plenty of time. So 11.5 on the clock, and it is the final. So you're going to see her go for broke.
They're definitely going to go for broke, not leaving anything behind. This is their last chance to take out this event. This is, of course, the Great Lakes Pro, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. This is the first event on the Vizsla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. It is a WSL QS 1000 event. We are in the Great Lakes at the moment. We'll be in Port Stephens for the Port Stephens Pro next week, followed by the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro, and wrapping up the series with the Vizsla Central Coast Pro.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big injection into competition surfing again for all these competitors. They've had plenty of downtime, and now we've got 4 stops back to back. We're pretty much running with about 1 or 2 days in between each event across the series. And so the competitors have the opportunity to travel safely down to the next destination and reset, and get settled into their accommodation and get ready again. So there's, across these events, thousands and thousands of regional QS points up for grabs. There's thousands of dollars. There's also probably, if you think about a year's worth of burritos, thousands of burritos. So
thanks to Mad Mex.
Yeah, so there's a lot on the line for these competitors, and there's going to be a lot of confidence for both of these ladies going into the series, being able to kick off their 21 campaign with the finals.
Especially,
sorry, go.
No, you go.
Also, for the men's, Reef Hazelwood and Jordan Lawler, they'll be coming up next for the 30-minute final, and they're looking to start off the season well with their momentum. Reef Hazelwood's been in firing form, but Geordie Lawler is super consistent and really lethal when it gets into this stage of competition. So I'm looking forward to watching those guys live coming up next.
Might have been the chocky that got Geordie there. He said the other day in his post-heat interview that he was going to go home and have some chocky and watch the tennis.
Yeah, it would have been the block of chocky and a little bit of inspiration from Djokovic. He'll be taking to the blue jersey in the final coming up very shortly. At the moment, from North Shelley Board Riders, a big shout out to the community. I'm sure everyone's tuning in. I know all the club and all the Central Coast community get behind this young lady right here, Molly Picklum, and they really, really love watching her compete and love watching her just live her unique personality. She's such a funny character around the scene, and I was saying before, she's featured in a few pretty important surfing clips, and if you haven't seen it yet, that postcards from Morgs, Molly features as the I guess the villain in that little film, and it's really, really funny. So Super Grom in the water from the Central Coast. Let's see if she can reign supreme. 8.5 minutes on the clock.
Still plenty of time to lock in 2 excellent scores from the young lady in the red, Sophie McCulloch. Still looking for that combo of a 15.0. Looks as though a couple of the women are looking at this one. It is Sophie McCulloch with priority, opting to utilise it on this wave. Frothy section, belts it and rides out of it. A massive turn there from the young woman in the red. We'll wait for those scores to lock in, see if it gets her out of combo.
I've got my arms above my head. I'm so happy to see her hit back so well right then. That was a really committed turn. She drew so hard off the bottom and she connected in the right time in the lip, using priority wisely. Beautiful looking paddle in, perfect positioning, hits the lip, looks confident, and there we go. There's the reset. There's the experience. And let me tell you a little bit of history between these two competitors while we wait for that score to lock on in. 7.5 minutes here in the final. Molly was competing against Sophie's Board Riders Club, so North Shelley Board Riders against North Shore Board Riders from where Sophie's from, up north. And they went head-to-head in the final, and it came down to the last two power surfers, and Sophie's club took the win over North Shelley, and it was heartbreak. So maybe that's in the back of the minds of these two competitors. 6 points now on the board. Sophie's back in the game. 9 points to get Molly for the final and the champ's crown.
That 9.0 is an excellent score that Sophie's looking for, but she is more than capable. She's out of combo land, just under 7 minutes on the clock. She's been scoring excellent waves throughout the entire event. So it'll be interesting to see who is going to take out this final. Will it be the surfer in blue, Molly Picklum from the Central Coast, or Sophie McCulloch in the red from the Sunshine Coast?
Yeah, they've got history. It just clicked to me then, thinking about this situation where they're going head-to-head. They were both surfing for their clubs in that national final of the Board Riders, and it was just so intense and so full-on. And prematurely, Molly and the North Shelley Club, which I'm proudly a part of and biased for, we celebrated the win, and literally in the last few seconds, Alistair Reginardo from Sophie's Club pushed the team in front, and you should have seen the tension waiting for those scores to be announced across the beach.
Oh, I seen it.
Oh, you saw. It was so intense, and I know Molly hates to lose, and I know Sophie hates to lose too. Of course, they're just such ferocious competitors. So some history between these two ladies here in the final, and at the moment, Molly has that solid-looking heat total, 15-point ride, but not to be counted out. 5.5 minutes. We're going to see Sophie get really busy here, and she's hunting down a 9-point ride, or maybe a pair of 8s. That's also super achievable with the time left. Let's see what she does.
Having a look at that one, electing not to take off, as you were just talking about, Jess. There's a lesson in that. Don't celebrate too early.
Oh, definitely don't celebrate too early. Even with 3 or 5 seconds to go in the heat, so much can happen. I heard True speak about it earlier today. She was talking about the third competitor in a heat, which I've never actually heard used as like a metaphor for the ocean. So you've got yourself, your other competitor, plus the ocean, and it can either go with you or go against you. So it's that third party coming into play here, and we know how quickly the ocean can change. We know how quickly situations can change. So when you look at that time, 4 minutes, 35 seconds up there on the clock, it's just so much in it still for Sophie, and hopefully she can keep her composure and keep that fiery competitive head on her and chase down that 9-point ride. I'd love to see that happen.
Looks as though Reef Hazelwood heading out for the men's final. He will be up against Geordie Lawler. What a matchup that will be. Stay tuned after this women's final. Be wrapping up the Great Lakes Pro presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. This is a WSL QS 1000 first event on the Vizsla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. What an amazing opportunity for these surfers to be able to compete again and put that rashi on.
Yeah, and there you see a beautiful little split screen situation there. The women in the final hustling and jostling with priority in the blue, Molly Picklum leading the charge for the champ's crown. Sophie McCulloch hunting down that 9, and there you see on the left the little paddle out. That's actually on the south side of the bank. Sorry. So Reef will be up closer to that breakwall. We're here at Tuncurry, just 20 kilometres up the coast from Boomerang Beach, where we kicked off this first instalment of the campaign. And there's the water safety too. We have such a strong team working with Surfing New South Wales and the World Surf League to be able to deliver these events safety for everybody, of course, the communities and the competitors, paramount. And that's the water safety. I think that might be Kai sitting out there keeping a good eye on the finals action.
Great view out in the lineup there with 3 minutes on the clock. It's been an amazing week here in the Forster-Tuncurry region. The Mid-Coast Council supporting this event. Extremely helpful and extremely thankful to have that team on board for this event. It's allowed us to move from Boomerang Beach earlier in the week to Forster-Tuncurry Breakwall, which is where we've been the last 2 days, and we'll be wrapping up this afternoon.
Here we go. That's Geordie Lawler in the blue jersey coming up next for the men's final. So he's jostling, getting ready to get into position. You could see before the women looking back perhaps at the colour flag, maybe at their positioning in the lineup and the priority board that's right down there on the ops tent with the priority judge. So looking back, keeping a very, very close eye on the situation priority-wise. Molly's sitting under Sophie. So she's going to force Sophie to make a decision and then try and overturn it if she thinks it's not the right decision. So let's see what happens. 1 minute, 45 seconds on the clock.
We are into the final stages of this final. Molly Picklum, Sophie McCulloch, who is going to take the win?
And for everybody tuning in at home, welcome. If you have just clicked on the link from the World Surf League, it is the women's final, of course. People from all around the world, as well as New South Wales and Australia. A big shout out to all the fans of Molly Picklum, Sophie McCulloch. I know all of our board riders in the community and my family and friends tuning in at home. Britt, I'm sure you know plenty of people.
I know my family at home is tuning in along with my boyfriend. I'm pretty sure Jamin's at work right now watching this surfing. So probably just got him caught at work.
Beautiful. Well, what better way to get into trouble when viewing live surfing back into action. 1 minute remaining in the women's final. It's the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series. And 55 seconds. Molly sitting under Sophie, but holding that first priority position. She's in the dominating position right now in the final. She had the 7.75 and a 7.25. 40 seconds remaining. It's go time for Sophie. She needs to pull the trigger and pull something out of the bag here. It's so possible, and we saw Matty Banting do it yesterday when he was on the ropes and he got 2 waves within 3 minutes. So 25 seconds remaining.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I want one more opportunity. I want to see this happen. A 9.0. It'd have to be the best single wave of the heat. I'm not sure if that wave's going to come through. She's having a look at this one, but Molly Picklum in the blue. What a performance. Sophie McCulloch also extremely good performance from Sophie. Looks as though the girls are wrapping it up with 5 seconds on the clock. And there you have it. Molly Picklum.
Sophie didn't want to turn around until the buzzer went, but Molly's claiming victory with 3 seconds to go. Early celebration for her. Gets the win. She's the champ. Great Lakes Pro, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. And the World Surf League QS 1000 now women's champ crown. Molly Picklum. Coming up next, the men's final. Live action here with you. Stand by. We'll be back right after this.
Well, there it is. Welcome to finals day, and we are in the final, the Vissla Pro Surf Series, QS 1000. My name's Crispy, and I'm joined with me, Chris Enover. This is it, 2 surfers, and already sparks are being thrown down. Reef Hazelwood, a 7-point ride, while we're hearing from our sponsors.
Wow, here we go. It's all come down to this last heat of the men's event, and we see a quick start by Reef Hazelwood. Look how composed he's looking on his board. He's just so in sync with his equipment, and how was that? Just kick the fins out the back. It was almost like an hedgy style turn where he's just ditched those fins out the back, almost a look back. Very crisp. Great way to start the final. Reef Hazelwood up against good friend, fellow North Narrabeen surfer Geordie Lawler. I'm sure all of North Narrabeen are tuning in, fired up. Hopefully he can get the win today, but he's got a very, very informed competitor to deal with, Reef Hazelwood, and he's up and riding again.
Yeah, nice little layback jam on his second wave and taking that one with priority, and he is just smoking red hot, and he has just lapped the field. Reef Hazelwood dropping a 7 previous wave, bouncing out there, and here we go for the reply. This has gone fireworks from the get-go. Geordie Lawler, North Narrabeen.
Yes. Oh, he just got a little bit hung up on that one. It felt like he just kept bending away from him down the beach. He was looking for the section. He knew what he wanted. It just kept holding back, but we'll get a replay here of Reef. He's been loving these lefts, drops the wallet. He's just
I love this
fading
kid.
back. Yeah, drifts the fins. How comfortable does he look on his board?
Yeah. And even as a junior, around for 15 years on the junior series, here we go for the reply for Geordie Lawler from Northern Beaches. You're the man for the blue. I'm going to go Reef Hazelwood, but as a junior, his technique has not only morphed, it's formed, it's strong, his boards are good, but even as a junior, he was so silky smooth. Reef Hazelwood, with his pockets, he'll just stay in the pocket, so sharp. Back foot power right on the kicker. And like you said at the start of his first wave, the 7-0, quick start, always good for an athlete to get that. Sharp turning, setting his places, and then finishing strong. The kick, the judges want to see a demonstration of power, they want to see a demonstration of control, and they want to see a demonstration of radical manoeuvres in that critical section. Boom.
Yeah.
Hazelwood in the lead.
He just keeps going from strength to strength, and I'm super impressed by just the way he is managing his heats. It's just the professionalism he's showing in these events. Whether it's the start of the heat, the end of the heat, the composure he's showing, whatever part of the heat it is, he seems to be flawless. I mean, the only things that he's done wrong at all is maybe come unstuck in a few death end sections that, are nearly impossible to land. Like, apart from that, he surfed almost a flawless event. And now he's in the final, 13.50. He's had plus 17-point heats his last 3 heats. So he's on his way to that. He's set the foundation now. Now it's time to build the house on top of it. Geordie Lawler hasn't
campaigner.
Geordie Lawler hasn't even blinked yet, and Reef's got 13.5 points on the board. So,
well, even with that, Geordie Lawler went right. Unconvincingly, he fell off, and he hasn't done that pretty much all turns, unless it was a death section here at the breakwall here at beautiful Foster. And again, thank you to the Mid-North Coast, all the council. Thank you to Mad Mex. They're on the beach serving some great drinks. And then here we go. Have a look at this. This is Geordie Lawler. He's got to reset. He's got to go strong. And that is the Geordie Lawler we know. And not with that, just not completing. So again, rattled. Still time on the board for the athletes. 30 minutes. We've got 24 remaining, just under that. But Reef Hazelwood, he is just humming. And his biorhythms, he is just firing on all cylinders. Look at this replay.
Wow, so he's just a little late to that section, but he set this one up perfectly and just overcooked it. So maybe just the nerves of the final getting the better of him in the early stages. I know he's a very, very solid competitor, and he's, like we saw him down at the Sydney Open Pro, the Vissla Open Surf at Manly. It's the 10,000 event. He took that one out, and he was so composed in the final. I remember it was against Jadson. He just held his nerve, and everything just went to plan for him. But here, obviously, a few little hiccups to start the heat, but I'm sure he'll be wiping that off and composing himself and finding a nice wave as this heat rolls through. So right out in front, the man in red with priority, all seems to be going Reef's way at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, time to reset. As we said, Control, Alt, Delete, Geordie Lawler. Reset, replug, start to breathe. And here we go with a just nice small wave. I reckon he's going to start to go to the air. And just looking a bit out of rhythm. Needs to breathe, needs to really reset. And just to go back to his rhythms that he's been getting the last 4 days here to the final. Again, a big shout out to all the crew. Will Hayden Smith, tour manager, Ty and Tom, all the crew that have made this production happen. Surfing New South Wales CEO Luke Madden be watching. And this is the man in the lead in red on a big right-hander. And how's just the swoop into that? Looking for a little doggy door on the backhand, grabs the rail. Is he going to appear? Well, it is Reef Hazelwood, so again another unpredictable surfer, but predictable with big scores.
That's right. Oh, that wave set up at the start for another big score. I mean, it was very, unfortunate for Reef. That one just ran off on him. I think that one was setting up to be another massive score. It's the first time we've seen him go right in a few heats. He's been really liking these lefts, so
yeah.
Little change up. He's the lineup is shifting out there, and we've seen Geordie Lawler finding it hard to get a hold of a nice one to kick this final off.
Yeah, he's in combo land at the moment, meaning he needs 2 scores to grab Reef Hazelwood, a 13-5-1 to take the lead. So, you know, start with something like a 5 and then shut it with an 8, an 8-5, and that would be slice it in 2. So he needs 2 waves. These surfers are judged out of 10. And the judges are just basically looking for big turns in the big section and rewarding them with the big points.
Yep, that's right. And obviously this is the first final Geordie's made since his appearance in the Whistler Open Surf at Manly. So I'm sure he'll be fired up to put forward a good performance. But nevertheless, for both these surfers, it's a very good way to kick off the Whistler Surf Series that's running down the New South Wales coast. To open up with the final really sets up the rest of the series. And here we go, Geordie using his priority. This could be a very wise move as he drives this one off the rail. This one's got a good looking inside section.
Wow.
And that's what he's been looking for. And again, oh, wow.
Oh, a bit of sugar on top on that one, the third turn.
He liked that one. You could see he just glanced back out the back. Said, there you go, Reef. I took it off you and I nailed it. So
I love the way you had Peter prone. It was Reef Hazelwood. He made sure that he was there and let Geordie know, I'm going to take it under second priority. And he just kept out of his way. Didn't pop up. So smart move of Reef Hazelwood. But Geordie Lawler maxed you could see him on the red, but here we go. Good looking wave with priority. That's why Blue went, because he has priority, a share of the wave. Bangs that turn, and look at that, stay present, and then there's a little bit more, and that is the Geordie Lawler from North Narrabeen that we all know, and all those viewers at home at North Narrabeen, they're pumping their fists.
You see, that's where the training and the experience and the talent of Geordie Lawler comes into play there. We saw as he hit that end section on that second turn, that really heavy section, he just free fell into the flats, and to be able to absorb that pressure, then also go into another turn, and there it is. What is it, Crispy?
It is excellent surfing, and Geordie Lawler 8-2-5, and like we said, he's in combo land. It's going to take 2, so exceeding expectation, like we said, get a 5 or a 6. And no, Geordie Lawler wants higher, and he got an 8-2-5 for 3 banging turns. Commitment, criticalness, and control, the 3 C's.
Exactly, and like you said, he's obviously pulled the plug. He's reset. He's just found his groove on that left, and sometimes a lot of surfers, they could get a bit frazzled in those moments. And that second turn, that money turn on that wave, had all the, had everything in it for where he could have gone wrong. And if he got a little bit frazzled, he could have lost it there. He managed to hang on and look super solid on his board. So he's able to compose himself off a slow start. And I dare say he's in the driver's seat right now. Obviously, a long time to go in this heat. Still 18 minutes. We get a half an hour final, which is great for all the viewers out there. We get to see more surfing. Gives these guys more time. A bit more time to manage their heat in a tricky lineup. We've got to roll the dice a few more times. So those first 2 fall-offs don't really even matter in the end of the heat.
And I must say too, that last heat, the women's final, what a cracker. And again, Molly Picklum just firing on all cylinders in the final. Brought her best right in the final where Sophie McCulloch comes up runner-up, and she got second, so congratulations to her. Again from Alexander Headland. It's a great exposure for surfing in Australia and on the world stage at WSL QS, and great to have all the regions represented. Well done to Matt Banting, our number 1 seed, going down to Reef Hazelwood, who's in the lead, and Geordie Lawler taking down Tully Wiley from Vico. A Janjuk. Finally said it right. There you go, Flano. Love you guys down there. Cahill Bowl Warren.
It's been such an amazing event we've had here, and it's so great to have competitive surfing back to New South Wales. You know, people tuning in all around the world would be very, very excited to see this happening, and none more than the competitors. It's just great to see everyone back doing what they love and enjoying it. What's been your favourite moment from the event so far, you think?
I just think seeing the surfers compete and be appreciative, like the Chris Saphises, all the surfers, the female surfers saying thank you, and even lending a hand carrying a chair, because we've done the best 2 days at Boomerang for big waves and good waves, and then 2 days here for conditions, just being adaptable. And they're saying thank you for running an event, a COVID-safe event, and thank you New South Wales government as well for partnering in this with a COVID-safe plan.
Yeah. I've had a few highlights from the event that I've loved. I'll dive into them after you watch this wave of Geordie Lawler.
Yeah, here he goes. 5.26. Small wave, 16 minutes remaining. What does a 5.26 look to you, Chris Enover?
Well, I mean, I'd almost be wanting to see Geordie, really commit himself to finding another, 8-point ride. One of those bigger rolling lefts that offer, a multiple turns and a big inside section. I mean, there's the other option is he tries to find a really nuggety style inside one. We saw Reef get 2 quick turns on one, and he got a 9 earlier. So, but I don't want to see him scrap around and just try to get the 5. I'd rather see him try to, put the nail in the coffin and lock in, another excellent score. Because with the likes of Reef Hazelwood, he's gone 17 points, 3 heats in a row.
I'm going to say it. I reckon this ending's going to go to the air. It's going to be sorted out. There's a nice little kick tail. Just couldn't get the landing gear on Geordie Lawler Airlines. But Reef Hazelwood, I dare say, this is where you risk it to get the golden biscuit for the win. And they're both amazing in their air game and also their strategy and game plan.
They are. And you can see Reef's made his intentions very clear. He's locked in his 7, his 6. Now he's just trying to build. He's just going to wait out the back, drop anchor, and you can see him just sitting there, very composed, very in the moment, very present, waiting for this the wave that he knows that he wants. He saw it before, and Geordie Lawler had priority, so he knows they're out there, and I think he's just going to, like I said, drop this anchor and really sit this heat out and really try to consolidate on the lead he has right now. I think even if Geordie Lawler does get an inside one and locks in maybe a 6-5, I feel like Reef's game plan won't change. But here he is, he's up and riding. He's through the lip on that one.
Yeah.
He's going to round this one back. He finds this double up section, and look at this inside. That was what he's been waiting for. He knew what he wanted. The wave presented itself, and you can see the smile on his face as he finished that one off. He knew that was a good wave.
For all those viewers at home, wait for the replay, because the Whistler Pro Surf Series QS 1000, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7, it is on. And look at it, here it is right now. Thank you, Surfers Rescue 24/7. Bangs it up, nice and critical for the first one. Nice little wrapping carve. This is the speed. Look at the drive off the bottom, kicks the tail, shows the fins to Geordie Lawler, the competitor out there. And then that one, that's a throwaway. Still managed to get up. Where are you going to go with that, Chris Enover? Does it improve on the 6.5? Is it better than the 7?
I want to stay out of this one.
We've got to give it a go. Give it a roll, brother.
I'm thinking it goes up 8.5 plus. I think that the first turn was very critical.
Yeah.
I like the way he just precisely kind of carved back into the pocket and didn't overcommit it.
You're back in the rolls.
Back in the roll.
North Narrabeen board riders, you're back. You can do the judging on their board riders club now. You're out before. Yeah. Well done.
Thanks.
Excellent score and excellent surfing right in the final where it matters. And Reef Hazelwood has taken the lead, extended the lead. Geordie Lawler now he was looking for a 5.26. He's now looking for a 7.26. So all those at home, World Surf League, Hope you're enjoying the production. Thank you, Surfing New South Wales. And thank you, Visla. And great being, this is your second event, commentary webcast. It's just awesome being here. And we love surfing. We froth. We support surfers. But it's so good adding value 2021 into Australian and worldwide surfing.
It is. I mean, I've been, done a lot of roles around the coaching side of things, and now diving in the commentary. It's just amazing to be able to be in the back, and see these competitors do what they do. I'm in awe of where surfing is at the moment around the world, and to see it coming back to life in Australia, the East Coast and the home of New South Wales. I'm sure it's going to expand out. We're going to see it go to Western Australia with the CTs, but I'm just loving every moment. I'm obviously very grateful for the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Surfing New South Wales and WSL, for everything they are doing. And the opportunity to do this, because it doesn't feel like work when you're looking at these guys do this. It's so entertaining. And here we go. Speaking of entertaining, this guy has provided lots of it this event. Look at this wave setting up.
Oh, look,
hacks it in the pocket. And
oh my gosh, the cameraman, he went out of screen because Mr. Unpredictability, number 2, Reef Hazelwood, just went booyah. I'm going high. Visla New South Wales Surf Pro Series. Again, he's in the lead. 8.5 and a 7. 15.5 combo. Geordie Lawler needs an above average score. He's just hitting the high notes and the legs are firing. Here's the wave replay. Thank you, New South Wales Government. I love the size of this wave. Look at the speed. So low profile. Displaying power and speed. And there is the flight. Boom. Just couldn't get round. It's like the wave let him down.
Yeah, it just didn't have that end bit of substance to it to be able to push him in towards the beach. He kind of landed on the flats and just didn't really have the momentum to keep going. But I think that was a get out of jail free card there for Geordie, because that was a grower. We haven't seen many like that where he took off and the wave got bigger as it went down the line, and it just offered such a nice first section. His first turn alone will be right up there and just a good score. But here's Geordie Lawler with a roll in on this thing. This thing's got some very smooth face to it. And that was amazing.
Yeah, I think that was someone bumped the hooter because they're that excited. But look at that barrel coming through. But, there's a new platform, and it is the Breakwall runway, and starring Reef Hazelwood Airlines versus Geordie Smith Airlines. They're starting to innovate. Smith Lawler. Here's the wave replay. Look at Geordie Lawler up and riding, and again zeroing in, hitting it. Nice little grab there.
Yeah,
a variety of grab.
I know. It was a little slob grab at the front. He that was so well done. He did all the hard work. He landed on the board, just lost it as it spun around. That inside section is proving very, very tricky for airs. We've seen a lot of the made airs have come from people landing higher on the face. Landing in the flats here has been very, very difficult. We've seen it play havoc to Reef Hazelwood and a number of the competitors just trying to even land on a turn in the flats, let alone an air. And we saw Geordie really show the commitment there. He hucked that to the beach, landed in the flats, absorbed the pressure, but as he spun around, just came unstuck. So we're down to 9 minutes, 15 seconds remaining, and it is the man in red, Reef Hazelwood, in the lead with an 8.5 and a 7-point ride. He's been on fire through the event. He's had multiple 17-point heat totals, but on his heels, hot on his heels, Geordie Lawler with an 8.25 and looking for a backup and looking to 7.26 to take the lead. So with 8 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, the end of this event is looking like fireworks, and here we go. Another wave he's taken with priority. He's racing down the line, and that one just running up on him. So the boys are really rolling the dice quite a lot.
Yeah, you can see the urgency of Geordie Lawler. He's got priority 2. Reef Hazelwood in the lead. He's got an 8.5, an excellent score out of 10. A 7 as a backup. So excellent surfing needed, above average, a 7.26. Again, thank you to our lifeguards. They've been doing an amazing job, Kai and Planko, keeping our athletes safe. And again, all our production team. But Mad Mex, we've got all our supporters from the Mid-North Coast Council. They're here. We're going to present on the beach a bit later on the winners of our men's and women's, sharing $4,000 And again, 2,500 equal pay for the winner, and second grabbing a nice handshake of 1,500 for the runner-up. But right now, with the gold bullion, Reef Hazelwood 8.5 and a 7, and Geordie Lawler with priority 2. Time on the board, still under 8 minutes, a 7.26. Needs to stomp one of those big airs that he's so renowned for, or get a good wave either on the backhand or the forehand and fire off 2 vertical hits.
Yeah, you are right. You are right, Crispy. There's a few different plays Geordie can go to here, so it's going to be very interesting to see what he does. I remember we saw him sell a lemon in that last heat to Tully, I think it was, and we've seen Reef do the same as well to Banting. So whether he goes for that play, tries to sell Reef into a bit of a lemon and capitalise on it, but I think he's. We saw him with that air. I think if he goes to the air one more time, he's looking on point to find one of those ramps.
Yeah,
and land it.
And then training in airs like yourself with jet skis and doing airs, whether at the wave pool or doing it with your coach. It's about repetition, and it's also about getting those percentages up. He hasn't landed the last 2. I bet with his 30 or 40% Richter of landing, he's going to get the next one exactly what you said, and he could fly into the lead from a flying air. A 7.26 for Geordie Lawler, 6.5 minutes to go. Again, thank you to VW. Thank you to the Barrington Coast. We've seen the beautiful images, and like I said last night, the atmosphere around Foster, it is just so relaxing. Great food, great place to fish if you want to relax, or if you want to go out with the family or friends. Plenty of options in the beautiful centre place, or go down to Boomerang and just chill out on the beaches with rolling hills of beautiful trees and fresh oxygen. Here we go.
Geordie Lawler, a bit of a tail slide. Oh, that was it's a cockroach. Bit of has the fins looking a bit deadly there. They flipped on him. But like you said, the event partners have done such a great job for this event here. And you look at like Pete Hunt and the crew at Destination New South Wales, the Mid-Coast Council, everyone that's been supporting this event and getting professional surfing up and running in New South Wales. We can't thank you enough, and I'm sure everyone around the world tuning in to the WSL on KO 7+, checking out the action at going on this event, will be licking their lips and absolutely loving it, because I have been full froth monster this whole entire event, seeing the action unfold. And like we see, last heat of the event, the final, the 2 guys that have been in form the whole event. It's great to see them come up against each other. And these last 5 minutes, I can smell some fireworks, I think.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to go down till that bell rings. 5 minutes remaining. They can see the yellow flag. That's 5 minutes resembling on the beach. They know. They got their watches telling them what time they got left on their time watches. And again, they got the beach commentators. Again, thank you to the World Surf League, all the crew watching. A shout out to Starkey and all the crew that are listening and watching, and also those on the beach, Tom Ty and Will Hayden Smith. Here we go, Geordie Lawler, nice little kicktail. There's the percentage, 30 to 40%, and bang, little lay back. Just needed to complete that. That was that moment. 4.5 minutes. Let's see what they give for that.
Wow.
Nice little air rev. Oh.
I don't think he needed to go to the layback. It just needed a turn. I think it was there. He had it. He could smell it. It was. Look, Reef's let him have this one.
Boom.
Nice air on the first section. It just needed a nice turn, and he's just caught the nose as he's come out of it. I think
just overcooked that last one. Kicked the tail a bit too far, but I love the way he completed that air.
Look at the score. 5 points. 5 points with a fall-off. So 5 for that one air out the back with an incompletion. That would have gone well north of the 7.26 requirement. I think that one went begging there for Geordie. He looked so on fire on that wave. He looked so on point and precise. He knew what he wanted, and just those laybacks can just get you sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. Just leaning a bit too far, kicking too much on the tail when he should have had that front lean pressure and lean out of it. But that is what you got to throw down when you need the score. 3.5 minutes. Reef Hazelwood, you can see the movement. They are just going to go shoulder to shoulder. He's going to protect the lead or extend it if something that looks like a wave of a 7 or something to give him opportunity. Here we go. Look at Reef Hazelwood. Takes it with priority, and that's why Blue has to pull back. He's going to go to the air, I reckon. There we go. Again, finishing with the flight path and just couldn't get the landing gear. This is exciting surfing. Hope you're enjoying it. All those watching around, thank you WSL, thank you Surfing New South Wales, and thank you Whistler. All the crew, John Mossop, Wes Berg and Toby Mossop, tuning in and loving it.
That's right. It's turning into the show we thought it would. Bit of an air off. The two of the most experienced air surfers in the draw. You know, Reef Hazelwood, obviously, I've said it before, he got second in the airborne up there on the Gold Coast in the CT event. Then he got a third in France, so plenty of experience in the air for Reef Hazelwood. He runs his own air camps to help the Groms. He's a great supporter of surfing and up-and-coming surfing, and he's never had a WQS or a QS win, so this would be his maiden win if he got it here. His best result, I think, was in the Whistler comp, the 6,000. Many years ago.
Well, he hasn't won yet because Geordie Lawler, nice little speed carve, goes for the second turn, makes amend for completion of that, and then the layback, looking to roll out of this one.
Wow.
7.26. We'll get that one on a replay. Thank you, Whistler. Thank you, Destination New South Wales. And thank you, Surfers Rescue 24/7. Don't forget, want to be a judge, want to be a coach, want to learn about more events, check it out, Surfing New South Wales, replay.
Wow, so he's laid into that carve, dropped over that little double up, tags the section, ditches the fins, and another gouge back into the pocket. Oh, I can't even go there with the score, because this is why the judges get paid the big money. This one could be thereabouts, and it's a very, very critical score in the scheme of this event with 1:25 remaining. Did it have enough oomph, enough critical section in it to give the score to Geordie Lawler, the North Narrabeen kid?
Oh, I'm feeling if it had a coping at the end, yes. Just with that last turn, it wasn't about his turn, he completed it, but it was the size of the coping. It just ran out of juice. I'm calling it's going to come just under. Let's look at it. Powered by New South Wales Government. Nice looking wave. Placed a nice speed carve in. There's the tag, a bit more vertical. And there's the finish.
You know what?
I'm feeling 6-8. Where are you going?
I'm biased, so I'm going to...
Yes, bring it out.
I'd love to see him get the score, but yeah, it's coming below 5.8. But here he goes. Yeah. He has a deadly backhand, Geordie. So one hook in the lip. Can he finish this one off? Oh. It looks like it's running away from him. And a second. He's going to come back left. And
boom,
a third. So he's looking at the judges. He said, come on, that's all I've done. Reef Hazelwood up and riding.
Well, he's flying out of the gates like he flew in at the start of this 30-minute heat. And, oh, my gosh, goes for a frontside slob with a bit of a tweak. And that is a wrap and a victory lap for, looks like the unofficial winner. 10 seconds to go. Scores will be flurrying in. So
yes,
we will stay online as we go to the presentation in a few minutes, as there is the hooter. We will hear from the Barrington Coast Mayor. And again, all those watching, stay tuned for official results, and we'll do our presentation on the beach with myself and Jess Grimwood.
That's right.
Chris Enever. It started well and finished with fireworks. This was a great show of where surfing is 2021. COVID safe, World Surf League, Surfing New South Wales, Whistler. Thank you, the athletes. This is a show for Surfing 2021.
So we're waiting for the scores to come through. Reef Hazelwood has unofficially taken out the Great Lakes Pro 1000, brought to you by Surf Rescue 24. First stop of the Whistler Surf Series, so well done to Reef. His maiden QS win, and look at him, he's fired up. He was so composed through this event. So much experience he showed. His training has all come together.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Firing at the right times. And again, thank you, WSL. And there is your winner, ladies and gentlemen. Watching online and all the grommets, there is your future champion looking for the Challenger Series and the World Surf League Tour Series. And look at his mates. There is Callum Robson, Liam O'Brien, and Hanada Azawa. Well, I'm going to head down to the beach for the Prezzo. Chris Enever. I've loved all of it. I've loved the beach. I've loved all the divisions. I've loved the energy. Thanks for being with us. All those online, don't forget, tune in on Monday. We're at Port Stephens. Thank you, Whistler. Thank you, WSL.
Yeah.
And thank you also, Surfing New South Wales and all our partners. Thank you, Chris Hanover, and all the commentators.
That's right. I think the real winners here was the spectators and the surf fans around the world that got to witness that surfing display. Reef Hazelwood, congrats. Molly Picklum, congrats. Obviously, commiserations to Geordie. A great showing at this event. You know, he'll take some confidence out of this. I know the Narrabeen crew will be fired up. They'll be stoked to see him come away with a second place. Sophie McCulloch, great showing too. I think my best part of the event as well, outside of the finals day, was Mitch Cruz coming back, dropping a nearly perfect score at Boomerang.
Yep.
Rosie Smart in her first event, dropping an 8-point ride in her first QS wave that she's ever caught.
Yes.
That was special to watch. So there's been lots of highlights, but I'll let you get down to the prezzo.
Yep.
Reef Hazelwood, the man with the biggest smile in the world right now, is looking to receive a check and a trophy for the championship of this event, as well as Molly Picklum. So.
All right, we'll see you online, all those around the world. Again, our champion for Whistler Pro Surf Series, that is Reef Hazelwood, all the way from up north, and again, Molly Picklum from the Sunny Coast. And we'll see you at the presentation. See you soon. We'll just hear from our great sponsors of this event.
Meet Irk. Irk likes the planet. Irk likes to surf. Irk likes to surf on his planet. Irk is impressed with Whistler's movement towards a more sustainable future. He knows they're not perfect, but sees their progress and likes the direction they're heading in, trying to find the best way to make products for people that like to surf and the planet. Irk believes that you can take simple steps to do your part to keep the oceans clean and the beaches clear of rubbish. To learn more about Whistler's sustainability efforts and join them in their pursuit for a better future, head to whistler.com/to protect and surf. And don't drop in on Irk. He doesn't like that.
is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
One, two. One, two, one. Max. Think Max. Alrighty, welcome down here to the beach. Congratulations to all competitors who competed in the Great Lakes Pro, the QS 1000, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. Well, a quick thank you to all our partners and also our sponsors. A big shout out to Whistler. Thank you, Surfers Rescue 24/7. Thank you, Mad Mex. Thank you to Moby's Beachside Retreat, Gildan's Brands, and Destination New South Wales. All event officials, including Adam Huben next to me. Thank you, Rowan Fell, Ethan Smith, event head judges, all the commentators and all the Surfing New South Wales work crew. A big thank you to the Mid-Coast Council and the World Surf League, WSL, Will, Ty and Tom, and all the supporters of this great event in 2021. All right, the Great Lake Pro is the first event of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series, the World Surf League, the qualifying Series 1000. The Elite 4-day competition is the first of our 4 stops here in New South Wales, the Pro Surf Series, comprising of here and then Port Stephens on Sunday, and then the Mad Mex Pro at Maroubra. And let's not forget the QS 3000, the Whistler Central Coast Pro. Today, the winners will walk away with a share of $10,000 in prize money and free burritos for the rest of the courtesy of Mad Max. All right, before getting into the official proceedings, I'd like to call up local member for Mile Lakes Region, Stephen Bromhead, to say a few words and present the trophies. Come forward, Stephen.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to start off by acknowledging that we're on Warramai territory, the traditional owners, the Warramai people, and what a beautiful place it is here in the Mile Lakes Electorate. Mile Lakes Electorate is internationally renowned as Australia's water playground, with a myriad of lakes, islands, tributaries, almost 200 kilometres of pristine beaches, and the Pro Series is here experiencing some of these fantastic natural and also other sites in this electorate. The Pro Series, and I want to thank New South Wales Surf for the organising it here. I would like to thank the Whistler New South Wales Pro Series on choosing the Mile Lakes Electorate, Boomerang Beach, and now at Tuncurry. Destination New South Wales wants to encourage and support events right through New South Wales, and in particular, surfing on our coast. Australia and New South Wales are renowned for our surfing, and what better place to have a series right here at Tuncurry. So I want to congratulate everybody for being part of it, congratulate the surfers, the competitors, and the winners today. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, our member for Mile Lakes Region, Stephen Bromhead, and all the Mid-Coast Council. All right, following the New South Wales government guidelines, there'll be no handshaking. And we're going to call up our women's runner-up and come forward, and that is Sophie McCulloch. Thank you. All right, let's give it up on these beautiful beaches here at the Breakwall. The winner, ladies and gentlemen, 2021, the Whistler Pro Surf Series QS 1000, Molly Picklum, ladies and gentlemen. All right, also receiving a free Mad Mex burritos for the rest of the year. All right, here we go, Molly. I'll hold the Mad Mex burritos for a year. You hold the microphone. Let's hear from our winner, and congratulations.
Yeah, thanks so much, and biggest thanks to WSL and Surfing New South Wales for running an event in such hard times, and good heat against Soph. She's been surfing so good all event, and yeah, I'm excited for the rest of the leg.
Well, thank you, Molly Picklum. Well done to all the women's division, and well done our runner-up as well, Sophie McCulloch. All right, thanks, ladies. Well, this one put a new runway on this beach here at the Breakwall of Foster Tuncurry. Let's call up the runner-up who gave it a great fight all the way down to the end. Geordie Lawler, ladies and gentlemen, from the northern beaches of Australia. Runner-up, well done, Geordie. Well, he come out of the gates blazing, and the goofy footer from way up north at the Sunshine Coast come forward. Reef Hazelwood in his maiden QS win here at the Whistler Pro Surf Series. Your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Reef Hazelwood. Well, Mad Mex winner for burritos all year long. Let's hear a few words from the champ. How are you feeling, Reef?
Yeah, pretty amped. You know, it's been a long kind of time coming for this event, and so yeah, just stoked to go all the way and win it. You know, it's been my first QS win, so really stoked for that, and hopefully it sets up a good rest of the series that are coming up, so pretty amped.
Well, let's give a round of applause for our two winners, Reef Hazelwood from the Sunshine Coast of Australia, and also Molly Picklum from the Central Coast. Again, ladies and gentlemen, all those watching online would like to thank our great sponsors at Whistler. Thank you, Surfing New South Wales. Thank you, the World Surf League. Thank you, all the competitors. And again, thank you, all the supporters, the local board riders, and the community members here, Stephen. We'll see you at the beach at stop number 2. Again, that concludes our presentation here at the Great Lakes Pro. We'll see you all at the next stop, at Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series. See you at the beach.
Meet Irk. Irk likes the planet. Irk likes to surf. Irk likes to surf on his planet. Irk is impressed with Visla's movement towards a more sustainable future. He knows they're not perfect, but sees their progress and likes the direction they're heading in, trying to find the best way to make products for people that like to surf and the planet. Irk believes that you can take simple steps to do your part to keep the oceans clean and the beaches clear of rubbish. To learn more about Visla's sustainability efforts and join them in their pursuit for a better future, head to visla.com/to protect and surf. And don't drop in on Irk. He doesn't like that.